Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Careful leaning over. Welcome in, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages, welcome to Conroe, Texas. We are here about an hour north of downtown Houston. Traffic and all, Sam. It's been a great day.
I-45.
Oh, man, we love it up here. And we're going to be bringing you a Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier here at Cards and Comics Connection. Appreciate you guys tuning in today. Yeah, this is going to be good stuff. I actually realizing this ticker is wrong. We have 53 players today, Sam. I'll update that in a minute.
Wonderful.
We had a 64 cap, and we had some late drops and shuffles around, but we've got 53. So that's going to be a good turnout today. I'm looking forward to this. Sam, you and I were talking before we kind of got started here about the Houston meta. Now, it's not just Houston here, is it? We've got a lot of folks from out of town. But you were talking about how much Houston loves their space decks.
They do. They like space aggro. They like Boba, and they like Luke. I've seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see it again. Boba's been very popular as of late.
Okay.
And I'm excited to see how they perform into some of the boogeymen of the meta that have been popping up.
Okay.
Mainly Lando Lake Country, something we're going to see today. Top 8 sectors last weekend in Atlanta. There were 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 out of was 3 in the top 4 for sure. Was it 3? It was 3 in the top 8.
I think so.
I think it was.
And I looked in and I noticed all 3 of those guys were on the same team. They were cooking something.
They were definitely. Yep, the
100%.
Team Eclipse guys had a really good showing in Atlanta last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at matches, Sam. What looks good to you over here? I'm liking. You want to? We take a look at Jax. Jack's not cooking on Chewy today. What do you think about this?
Jack said, "Don't put him on stream."
Oh no! Come on.
He doesn't want the bad karma.
Oh.
After coming off 2 PQs win.
All right. I
think I see Saw Gerrera there.
You know, why don't
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
You said you wanted to see Saw, didn't you?
I like Saw. I'm a big Saw fan.
Let's look at Saw. Let's grab table 11. I'll let them know.
Awesome.
Okay. We can work on that. Yeah, for sure. I was trying to balance audio levels beforehand, and we were having some success. I'll also turn me down a little bit by comparison. There we go. Let's try that. I can also do some of this. That'll help a little as well. Well, yeah, we may have to adjust the fan a little bit too. You guys, it is a little warm in the room that we're in, and so we do have a blower off to the side. So if there's some audio quirks in here, we're working on it, all right? But let us know, but we'll keep working on it.
We are officially in the hot and humid days of Houston.
Yes, we are.
If you're familiar, I'm sorry.
Yes. If you are familiar, we're sorry for you. Let's see if we can get these guys over. I know we've picked a match. We'll get them over. It was the one that we told them we wanted was Saw and Boba.
2 Lake Country decks.
2 Lake Country decks. Now, Saw Lake Country.
That could last a long time.
Saw Lake Country is really interesting to me because that's where I started with Saw.
You have green and red. Those are 2 very good colors.
Got plenty of great cards to choose from.
I was thinking on the way here about that Saw deck I kind of brewed up. I did it with blue, but blue is very good for drawing cards. Lake Country, we've seen Lando cut blue out. I don't know if you need it.
I think it kind of depends a little on which way you want to jump. And with Saw, I think sometimes it depends on they are not. Why are we, oh, you got it. They won't do it? Oh, okay. 11, please. Thank you. I'm sorry. So we're working with the judge staff. We have awesome judges, by the way. We always have awesome judges. But normally I let them know on Discord, but the internet that they're working off of is a little wonky, apparently. So that message didn't go through. So my apologies. We'll work on this during the day.
It'll sort itself out.
We will get the process worked out, I promise. We were talking about Lake Country versus a colored base with someone like Saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you lose the blue base, you lose, I think it's Chien Frau, the card that
Chio Frio or whatever his name is.
Whatever his name is. The super overpowered guy that draws you cards off the rip.
2/4 draw card, right.
I think Saw Gerrera is an aggressive negotiations deck, and that guy's very important.
Okay.
There's Lost and Forgotten is a card that I've been playing in there.
Yeah.
-2/-2, and you draw a card.
No, that's Knowledge and Defense.
I'm sorry, that's the card I meant.
Yes.
But I don't know if you want to lose blue. Lake Country's pretty strong. It gives you 4 health, but I don't know if you're going to want to go to an endgame with Lake Country. And Boba might just have more than than Saw. He has Persecutor. He has a Devastator.
He's got a better Saws. The Saw decks that I have built. Again, I've only ever tried Lake Country. The Saw decks that I've built. The struggle is you have a really strong early game, a very solid mid game, but after about 6 resources, things start to taper off.
I don't think you need to resource after 6.
I really don't think you do, but the struggle is the decks that go past that, like Boba, like Lando, they have top-end tools that you don't.
Absolutely.
And so that begins to, it's like, okay, how do I get over the hump? And a card like, one of my favorite cards in a Saw deck, Defiant Hammerhead, will only take you so far. There go. No, they're out. Yeah, the one with the camera, Jason.
Okay.
That's okay. Thank you. It's the table in the corner.
It'll get sorted.
It's the table in the corner with the camera over it.
No one saw it. No one saw it.
They're coming back here. It's like, no, we're not going to live commentate your game while you're playing in front of us. Although that would be amazing.
That'd be something.
That'd be amazing. Imagine a world
get the
where
fan blown on them.
Well,
too.
get the fan. Well, imagine a world where you would literally. It'd be like you'd sit there and you'd be like, oh, I don't think he wants to do that. He likes playing the cards. Like, oh, what do you mean? I almost want to do that to somebody now.
Widen the table. You look at his hand. I look at his hand.
Yes, that would be so amazing. All right, let me do a little bit of setup here. Please continue the conversation while I do a little bit of setup. Sorry about that.
Absolutely. I love Lake Country. I think it's a wonderful base. I think
we're definitely gonna have to do something with that fan because now I can hear it in your mic.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'll move it.
Okay. It's gonna get loud for a sec because while he ducks, there you go. That'll work. When you leaned forward, it was right in. Yeah, we should. We'll work on this between rounds. Okay, I got to get names. We were table 11. This is Finnegan, and this is Jason.
Jason has a nice Boba Fett showcase. I think that's
Jason's been on.
Jason
has been on Boba for as long as I can remember.
Good on him.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's finally good now that all of that overpowered stuff from sets 1, 2, and 3 is rotated out.
I know, right?
You were saying that this meta feels like the Wild West, and I very much agree. There's a lot of things that you're not expecting. We've had a sector and a few PQs, and the meta's started to form. But there's still plenty of room for new decks to come in and make their way. Maybe we'll see it with Finnegan today.
All right, I'm gonna get this set up for you guys because they're gonna start, and I'm gonna continue doing a little bit of setup in the background. But at least this way we can start the game off and get you guys going. I'm sure they've started this round timer. My round timer is not the official one. It's just to kind of help you guys out and give you a sense of where we are in the round. But they're probably a few minutes behind us in terms of all of that.
Chad is saying our mics are sorted out.
Excellent. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, and then we're Boba. It's a Boba showcase, right? On the right. Fancy Boba.
Boba showcase
and
hyper foil.
Oh, is he like a hyper foil LC?
He does.
Ooh, fancy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is our matchup. There we go. The Battle of the Lake Countries. Dun, 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 dun.
Both of these leaders have damage. That is their ability, one way or another.
All right. Finnegan going to start on the button here, and he's going to come in with a DRK Probe Droid right off the rip.
I'll climb.
All right, pass. Pass.
DRK Probe Droid.
That Probe Droid is a card that really flew under the radar in Legends of the Force, right? In a set where everybody wanted a 2-drop that had a Force trait, that one didn't. But, man, it's got a following now, doesn't it?
It was the removal card at the time for red decks. You didn't have to have it in the sideboard like you did with Confiscate. You could just run it in main. Now we have Outer Rim Constable, which I might argue is better, but maybe he just has all of them.
I think there's an argument to be made for both. The Probe Droid also finds his way into decks that play like Invisible Hand because you're allowed to fish it out, which has also some utility.
That makes sense.
Von Rig's tie coming down for Jason there. Begins to get a foothold in the space arena. Finnegan trying to figure out what he's going to do with his resources this round. His DRK's already swung in for a pair of damage. I'll try and turn up that player mic just a little bit. They are very quiet out there. Let's see what I can do.
I don't want to do this because you're just going to kill me.
Let's try that.
Take the initiative.
Oh, it's an Academy Disciplinarian.
Nope.
Doesn't really get much out of it, though, unfortunately.
Ready?
All right. You passed?
No,
No.
I can still hit.
Oh. I thought
Oh, that's right, because he'd already swung. He did ready the DRK.
you-
My apologies.
Gotcha. All right. What's
Yep.
your
He's going to use Saw ability.
Ooh, I like this play.
Trade into the Pride.
Get rid of the pride, because Jason just claimed there without swinging.
Pride will add up over
Oh,
time.
yeah, get rid of him.
Oh, my goodness.
What a great play.
That is a card you don't want to let sit on the board.
Yep, love it.
And here we're seeing Saw Gerrera just off the rip. He is
Because you.
the ability to just trade out better than
Then one
you
goes to base.
normally would
Mhm.
is
From.
I don't know how good it is, but
Oh, because it has a.
I'm saying I don't know what the cap is
Right.
on a card like that.
It's
Because this is a game where you trade back and forth
So I
the
can-
entire time over 5, 6, 7 rounds.
All right.
And
We're good?
if you're just doing it more favorably with your lower value units the entire game, surely that converts into a win.
right. I've always looked at Saw so far in this set the way I look at him like the second version of Anakin, a different version from Anakin back in set 3. And Anakin was really popular. He had a following. Saw hasn't found his yet. But I think some of that it goes back to what you and I were talking about earlier. It feels like in the current card pool, the top end that he wants or needs isn't quite there. And maybe over the course of the next set or two, that's going to change. Or maybe it's out there and the right mix just hasn't been found yet.
I agree. I think next sets are what Saw is hoping for. Red and green are very good on their own.
Yeah.
But a lot of the dual aspect red-green cards don't see a lot of play. They're not the most powerful. And that's why I've been pairing Saw with blue. That's why you've seen him on yellow a lot too. Because the green-yellow, the red-yellow pairings are very, very strong.
Yes.
Torn contractor.
But there's one right there.
Yep.
3 to base.
Jason swings in for his first damage of the game, tying things up. 31 all here. 31 all. I can't believe I just said that. It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be
ladies
a long
and
day.
Base. With the
Interesting that he opts to not utilize the
Well,
contractor to handle Pride.
but I really like the play there because he's able to proactively take. He's still able to push base damage.
He can.
He's still able to push base damage and keep a unit on the board. The limited games that I have played with Saw, and I admit they are limited. The struggle that Saw has had is building your leader ability murders your own unit. So when you use it, you get good value out of it. You're trading up, you're dealing overwhelm damage, hopefully. But you're losing the unit no matter what, even if it would have survived otherwise. His Disciplinarian right there, for example, could have made that attack and killed Pride and lived. But he chose not to. He wanted the base damage out of it.
He did. I wonder if he just doesn't want to see a Pride on the table, because it is a very strong card. But right now, he has the Contractor teed up to run into the Outer Rim Constable, turning on the Grit ability to full effect. That's a very strong, very, very powerful. And it has Sentinel too, so maybe he just forces Jason to run into it.
Yep. What did we come in with there? I can't quite make it out with the glare. It's the honor-bound
The Partisan.
Yep, the honor-bound partisan, and a charge with treason out of Jason there on the right. Didn't see what he disclosed. He did disclose, didn't he?
When the Honor-bound Partisan comes into play, Finnegan can allocate 1 damage to a base.
Yep.
1 to Jason's base as a result. Interesting that he just dropped another Outer Rim Constable as the Boba Fett flip turn is coming out very soon.
Next turn. Makes me wonder if he's got another one in his hand and he's just like, nah, I don't want to. I got to get something on the board.
3 to base.
I mean, it threatens 5 damage with the Saw ability.
Well, and that's one of the things that I love about Saw. Your little 1 health units, suddenly they're very, very good cards. One of my favorite units with Saw is one of my favorite turn 1 plays, that new X-Wing, the Cavern Angels, out of this latest set. It's a 2/1, and then when defeated, it deals 2 to a base.
I like that card.
It's a great card in this deck because I can put 6 to your base with my first action on turn 2.
I don't know if you do it off the rip.
Maybe you don't. But
Maybe
you,
they
but
have
you,
something
but
in
you,
space you
but
trade
you
into.
can. The point is you can. You have the ability. That threat exists.
That has been a very strong card in Limited, actually, because there's not a lot of space in this set.
I go.
Yeah.
But again, still on the button here. We head into the 6 resource turn. It's the flip turn for both leaders. One of the other things that, if you've never played against Saw before, might surprise you is how much damage he can push on his flip turn.
Still have a lot of way to go, though.
Definitely. I mean, both of these guys still have almost 30 HP on their base.
That's Lake Country.
I know.
The game is just now starting.
The game is, yeah, we're on the 6th resource round, and the game is just beginning. Of course, that's what Boba wants, right? That's what Boba needs.
Boba Fett
One
flip
damage to
onto the
each of
Von
them?
Reg TIE
Wait,
Fighter.
you mean 2?
No, 1.
Oh, you can do up to 4?
Yep.
Jason there choosing just to do 1 damage to each of those units. He doesn't want to take the bounce damage from killing the partisan.
It doesn't look like he has a plot card either that he wants to
Nope.
use.
No. Ah, he does have the backup scout.
Oh, my goodness.
Finnegan sitting on it. Waiting on the play. Nails it.
Wait, I defeated him.
Yeah, he defeats Boba.
He defeated Boba.
Oh, crap. You got to tell me that. All right.
That's fair. I don't think he actually called it
Come
out.
on, Jason. It is a May ability.
That's fair. You do need to point these things out for your opponent. Don't just accept that they know what you're doing.
Eight indirect damage.
Oh, my goodness.
Big planetary bombardment out of the right-hand side of your screen there. Jason dropping it on Finnegan's head here.
No capital ship in play, but
No.
still 8 indirect is
Eight's
very big chunk of
Eight's
damage.
bad enough. Finnegan's have to figure out where he's going to put it.
If he puts it on a unit, those units are gone.
Yep.
So he might just put it all on Lake Country.
10,
There he
18.
goes.
Yeah, because it was 9 all in. Because with Boba, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No, so Boba was defeated.
wait,
He
is
couldn't
that
have
eight?
used his leader ability.
So you should
Ah,
have one.
so there we go. So he gets 1 more back. There we go. Okay, he counted it as 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. 17 damage on for Finnegan. I am 3 off somehow. There we go. Fixed.
No misplays yet. Fingers crossed.
Saw?
Okay, there's Saw.
Saw
Saw Gerrera hits the board for Finnegan. His board is tapped out. We'll have to see what he decides he was going to do. Of course, the other nice thing about Saw's ability is it's also a May.
Man, this Saw Gerrera flip. It can threaten so much damage at once. If you aggressive negotiations with Saw, that's upwards of 10 damage. Then you follow through with another unit at +2 and overwhelm. You're looking at 15, 16 damage swings potentially in
Yep.
one
Actually,
action.
wait.
Okay.
Hit your base
Okay.
for 4.
Yeah, that planetary bombardment's pretty much keeping Jason in the game right now. Well timed from him.
12.
But Finnegan's presence in the ground arena is going to be a real problem for Jason in a minute. I'm sure Finnegan's going to have no problem using Saw's ability to run over this little 1 HP constable with probably his own constable.
Indeed. He's probably... Who took initiative, Jason? there?
Jason just took initiative right there.
We'll see what happens with Jason's outer constable. Because if he's wise, he won't just let it get overwhelmed with the Saw ability.
Well, he may not have a choice. That's also fair, but Finnegan's got he put another core and contractor
Oh, he has
down.
a Sentinel.
So he's got a 3/4 grit sentinel there in the ground arena. So smashing into it isn't attractive either.
It looks like Jason might be running out of steam here. Saw just fills the board up and
Yeah.
is very efficient on damage.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if your unit's dead if the opponent's dead.
That's definitely Saw's opinion. That's literally how he plays. My units are quite irrelevant, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow I have miscalculated the damage on Finnegan's base. He is down to 10 HP, so there we go.
9 indirect damage.
Woo-wee.
Again.
1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, hold on. This is indirect.
Yes.
So Finnegan gets to place this now. He needs to be smart about this, but he's got enough places he can soak this up. This might actually work in his favor.
Yeah, I think he's correct in putting a lot on Saw there.
I think you put a couple on the.
Turn the grid on.
I think you turn the grid on the Quarren. I like that idea.
So if he maximized damage on the contractor,
Oh, if he yes
hits with Saw, follows through,
and overruns that other guy.
overrun the constable, you lose 1 damage, but they lose 3.
Yeah.
All Jason has at that point, he's tapped out.
Yeah.
Is
the 3 damage.
Von Reg.
Yeah.
It's going to take multiple.
Is that what
turns.
he did? Yeah, that's what he did.
It is.
It's my turn.
Is it my turn? It is.
I will go 4 to base.
1, 2, 3, 4 to base out of Saw there.
When attack ends, if this unit survives, you may attack with another unit. +2 and gains overwhelm. So that's 8.
I think he's doing it. He's going to overrun the constable here for 8. He's going to trade into it.
Because I killed.
How
Yep.
many you in total?
So 7 overwhelm damage through to Jason's base here.
Of course.
8.
1, 2, 3,
7
4,
of
5,
them.
6, 7. And just like that, we're only a point off in terms of damage totals, ladies and gentlemen.
I think that cut Jason's life total straight in half. I think he was at 22.
It was. That was ultimately an 11-point hit out of Finnegan's Saw deck there.
I always root for an underdog. I'm glad to see Saw putting in work on this.
I'm
Boba.
not convinced Saw's an underdog in this match. We're both racing here, right? This is, stay in your lane, Ricky Bobby. We're both trying to get to the end as quick as we can.
Yes, sir. But I think Finnegan just has more in his lane right now. Ooh, a rebellious hammerhead.
Is it 28 on?
No, that's not what that card is. Can we pull that one up on
Which
screen?
one? It's called the Defiant Hammerhead. It's this guy.
Defiant Hammerhead.
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you. It's this guy right here.
Yeah, if you use the Saw ability with it, it attacks for 12.
Yeah, it's 12 overwhelm.
Indeed, and there's a target in space that you
Yeah.
can actually do that with.
Right.
Damage if
Now, he doesn't need it because that one unit cleanly ends Jason's game. Jason has one action to find a way to deal 7 damage here to Finnegan's base in game 1.
That's
How
not
much
good.
do you have? 20?
Yep.
So you could, so I can one tap.
Yep.
Finnegan's put
Jason.
2 and 2 together.
Yep. Finnegan's checking the math. He's figured it out. He only needs to swing once with this hammerhead in space to end Jason's game. It is a close game, chat. And it's interesting, I think this is kind of what Sam and I have been talking about. I really feel like Saw is a little underrated in these aggro matchups.
I wonder if you just don't need blue, if you don't need yellow. Lake Country is just enough to get you there. I mean, you can see if he had 4 less HP, the Von Reich TIE Fighter cleans him up. But instead, Lake Country on Saw Gerrera sustains.
There you go.
Takes it.
Finnegan takes game 1. And that's why, again, this is one of the reasons that I was looking into Lake Country Saw early on. I felt like the units were there. And Finnegan executing the right game plan here, because if you're able to murder Boba before he can get to that top end,
My dad actually
you don't ever have to face it. You're not up against it, right?
Saw is an interesting deck because it goes a lot faster than I think people anticipate, especially if you're across the board from it, because it has spent the whole first, second, and sometimes third turn using the leader ability and trading units out. It kills its own units, but all of a sudden you flip and you're playing more units on the same turn that you flip, and you kind of snowball into a very large board state that they can't clean up because they have no units themselves.
Yeah. Somehow these tables did not line up quite correctly. So give me one moment here. I'm just going to do this the old-fashioned way. Let's see. I don't know where Finnegan's from. I think Finnegan's a local. I think he is a local. I think I've seen him play at Asgard. Asgard. Oh, okay. So they're up here from Houston then, probably.
Yes, he came with his brother.
Okay.
They are young. They're very good players.
I mean, yeah. I'm not sure there was any question of that after what I just watched.
Oh, no.
All right, and then one moment. I got one last thing to fix. There it is. I can spell. All right.
Get rid of that top summon. It's bottom.
Finnegan discarding the top card of Jason's deck.
Did he do the
doesn't
one card
want
cut?
that one.
He
Yep.
did the one card cut? All right. Let's come here real quick and make sure that everything's working. There it is. Excellent.
This was a Lake Country versus Lake Country matchup. I thought it might last a while. Doesn't seem to be the case.
No, I think with 2 aggro players, that 34 HP is going to get chewed up pretty quick, ladies and gentlemen.
This is definitely a quick match.
Yeah, I think so. All right, we're headed to game 2 here. I should put that up. There we go.
One of the things we didn't see out of Finnegan's deck is aggressive negotiation. Is that very controversial card right now. A lot of people calling it for it to be banned. I don't know if I agree, but it is definitely a very strong card.
I'll be honest, in the Lake Country version of Saw, I don't think you play it. I don't play it in mine.
Do you think you just run out of cards?
I
and
think
it's not viable.
You generally play so many units and stay kind of low enough to the ground that it's not as big a value as it is in other decks that run AN.
I think Chad is calling for Finnegan to crush the Boba.
Boba has a lot of haters in the current meta, Sam.
It popped up I think it was very cool when it popped up, and it's just reached a point where people are sick of it. They don't want to see it across the table. They don't want to have to do the brain game of putting damage and waiting for a Topple the Summit to come out.
Yeah. Very quickly, people have decided they are exhausted by Boba's shenanigans.
He's turned into the villain that he is.
Okay. Jason's going to knock off Benthic here.
He died. He's 3.
That's a trade for you, Jason.
No, 3.
He's a 3/2.
Jason's never seen these cards before, and honestly,
well, now,
a lot of people haven't.
Well, now, whose fault is that? Okay, now, 1 damage goes to Jason's base when 2 Tubes dies, and then the 3 indirect out of Jason's Pride plus Boba's ability ends up on Finnegan's base.
This is very similar to last match, just removing the Allegiant General Prides as they come.
Well, Jason has also figured out Saw, in my experience, suffers from one of the issues that Leia suffered from in set 1. It's a deck that basically has to have units on the table. And if you are constantly trading off and murdering their units, they struggle, right? It's how now what? The big advantage that Finnegan has, in my opinion, is that Saw is mostly a ground deck. He's going to have some space. We saw a Hammerhead earlier. He might have the Cavern Angels. That's a great card in this deck. But Jason is going to play heavier in the space arena than Finnegan is. We saw that in game 1. That's his big advantage, I think.
I wonder if Saw is actually quite favored in a Boba. The more I think about it, when Boba uses his cards to put indirect damage on his opponent's cards, like with that TIE Bomber, Finnegan can put it, maybe he can just fill up anything he wants and then sacrifice the creature right off the next turn.
He just played an experienced mercenary.
He's going to go into Saw 1 turn before Jason deploys his
Finnegan,
Boba.
I don't think I would do it this way, buddy. I'd put all of that damage. But okay, I see where you're going.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the indirect damage. You just put it on a unit
and then sack it.
Saw ability right away.
Yeah. So I like this play.
Maximum value out of the units and minimize the indirect damage that Boba's doing to you.
I think I would have done it with the experienced mercenary, but I understand now what you were saying better. So I think that's a good call.
Jason plays a Fet's Fire Spray.
Fire Spray coming in on the right-hand side of the board here. Finnegan places that 1 loose damage on his mercenary. That's going to allow him to Saw's going to hit the board next turn.
Yeah, it's crazy. Saw ability with the mercenary to do, I think, 5 damage to base, and then it goes right into your resource row. You can deploy Saw.
But I'm not ready yet.
It's big damage.
Yeah. Jason trying to figure out what his resource choice is. Knows he is very likely to be staring down the barrel of Saw Gerrera early in this round. Saw's going to be into the ground arena. He's got a that space arena is no joke, though. And Boba's got good flip targets here.
Okay. Finnegan hasn't been sticking units to the board, so all of the indirect damage between the Fet's Fire Spray and the TIE Bomber, it's going to add up. It's going to add up quickly to that late country base.
Yep.
Goes to the discard pile resource.
Yep.
Your turn.
They murder the mercenary, push 5 more to Jason's base.
But now he has nowhere to put indirect.
Now he's got nowhere to put any of this indirect damage that Jason decides he's going to throw in. So it could be the Bomber. Either one is all going to base. Of course, when you've got 34 HP, do you really care?
It might not. And,
ooh, okay.
So
he revealed his whole hand. He doesn't have to do that.
No, he doesn't.
Poor Jason.
It's okay. Jason going for some early pressure here. Swinging in for 7 with this aggressive negotiations and 2 more indirect. 3 more indirect. All 10.
Maybe he's counting. Maybe Finnegan is counting on the
going
large health value of Saw Gerrera to soak up a lot of this indirect damage.
What a great card for Finnegan to come up with right now.
That 100% came out of the side.
Yeah, the Corellian Hounds. It's a great pickup for him. Comes in ready and takes some more indirect, which means I know exactly how this is about to go.
That is very efficient use of his resources there.
Absolutely.
Oh, is it coming ready? Because there's
now he's threatening 9 damage to Jason's 23 health.
4 to base.
Okay.
4 to base, swings in with Saw, does Finnegan. And now,
overwhelm.
I would, although, let's see what he does.
7. Kill him.
Yep.
All right.
Devastating.
Swings in
6
for
because of
7.
Overwhelm.
6 more to
Alright, 6
Jason's
to
base
base,
with
you
the
mean?
overwhelm.
Yes.
All right, and 1 indirect back to you.
Just like that, Jason down to 13 HP remaining. And the Dead Trooper deals 1 indirect back to Finnegan that he just casually dumps on his 7 HP ground leader.
It's about to get scary for Finnegan, though.
It
this
is.
We're going into the Boba Fett flip turn. 4 damage is going to come out.
Yep.
If he has any plot cards, those are going to immediately take effect.
All right.
But Finnegan only has 1 unit to Jason's 2.
Yep.
Yes.
If Jason's got a topple in the row, that could be the only attack that Saw Gerrera gets in this game. We'll have to see here. I think I would pay the 5 resources to get rid of my opponent's leader. Don't you?
I would, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I would. Prevent that damage.
I don't know if Jason's going to be able to punch through 20 HP on this turn.
No, I don't think so.
Saw Gerrera with an aggressive negotiations might be able to punch through 13.
Finnegan looks like he's got, it's difficult to tell, maybe about 4 or 5 cards in hand. Hard to gauge, but he is on the 7 resource turn for him now. He's up a
we at
resource on
6?
Jason
No, I'm
because of
at
that experienced mercenary earlier.
We're at 6. Yeah.
Special.
You're at 7 because you defeated that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jason on the button. First to act here in the 6 resource round for him. My guess is Boba's coming out right away.
If I had to guess, it would be Boba topple the summit to just completely clear out any of Finnegan's game plans.
I mean, for my money, that's the most likely thing we're going to see.
Deploy Boba.
Let's see if he's got the topple.
He has his resources in hand.
He's looking like he does. He does.
Boom.
I know.
1.
You're just gonna kill him.
That just does 3 damage.
Yeah.
But the Boba flip Jason,
And 4. Yeah. So it's
So that's a dead song.
3.
I don't. To be honest, that's kind of a bad spending just to kill 1 unit.
Finnegan is throwing some shade at Jason here.
Finnegan being like, you spent 5 resources to kill 1 unit. Are you sure about that?
If you take game 1, I think you're allowed to do that.
Wow, look at you.
Maybe.
I'll be honest though. I think it's fair criticism on his part, right? There is some
That's why Saul
the,
was
mathematically, it sounds bad, but I think as you and I were discussing before Jason made the play, I still think it's the right play.
You want to prevent the snowball.
Yeah,
You don't want it to get large.
yeah.
Because that's how you lose the game at 13 health.
Exactly right. Like, you're in a position now where if you let the ground arena get out of control as Jason, you can lose the game in a single action. Saw swings, he hits, murders something else along the way, and suddenly you're dead.
I mean, imagine if Finnegan had another Corellian Hounds in hand. He's
Right.
immediately threatening, I think, 11 damage, and then Saw's still alive for basically claiming the initiative the next
exactly
turn.
right.
He forces Jason to take it instead.
Oh.
That's not what's happened here. He played a Corn Contractor,
8 to base. So
maybe to
it's
soak up some of the indirect damage that the TIE Bomber is about to throw.
Well, he's taking a pair out of this fire spray. So already we're going 8 to base, 5, 6, 7, 8, just out of the fire spray attack. And then Finnegan's got to figure out where he's going to put the remaining. He puts it on that contractor, getting that grit turned on.
He put 2 instead of 3. I guess he
Wait.
put 1
Well, there
in
was only
space.
2
From the,
from the fire spray.
Oh,
When
shoot.
the fire spray swings in, it's 2 because Boba's already deployed.
I was thinking TIE Bomber.
Yeah.
3 indirect.
Yeah, the bomber had to swing it. There's the bomber swing.
There it is. Probably 1, 1, and 1 is where he's going to put these guys.
That's probably how I would split it out. There
You
we
just
go.
Flip one of these over and take the edge away.
Jason has taken the lead with life totals.
Yep.
Would you?
Narrow lead here for Jason.
Your turn.
Finnegan's action. He does have 1 ready resource, but he claims here. I think that was the right play. He needs to have the initiative going into this next turn. If Jason's sitting on another aggressive negotiations, the fire spray alone could end game 2.
On the flip side, if Finnegan has one of his own, he can opt not to resource, pump the AN by 1 more point of
Ready?
damage, and then use Saw ability.
No, you can't combine the two because Saw is in action and so is playing aggressive negotiations.
I'm gonna.
I mean, with a second attack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then
Piggyback
he
'em.
might be able to add up all the way to 13.
I see where
before
you're going.
Jason can land the finishing blow.
Great.
So 3, 6, 8 to base out of that corn contractor.
The grit,
4, 5, 6, 7,
putting
8.
in work there.
So how
Yep.
much are you gonna be at?
I'm at
After,
29 right now.
Yep. Jason has 5 HP remaining here.
Oop, Finnegan looked at the camera.
3.
Uh-oh. You think he's got it?
I think he has something
collateral
sneaky
damage.
in his.
Commence the...
Shoot him.
Ooh.
That takes it away, though.
Yep. Collateral damage of one of the better cards out of the new set that I think hasn't quite gotten the attention that it deserves.
I like that card a lot.
I do too.
Pushes damage very quickly.
Yep.
A lot of good space units in particular only have 2 health right now.
Finnegan here with a clean board, trying to figure out how he's going to get this last 5 damage in.
How many resources does he have?
7 up. He's got 7 ready. I think he had, even to commence the festivities. No, wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't have gotten the +2 out of it.
6.
Going to go for the hammerhead here.
8 to
Jason
base.
has to kill him on this turn.
So that's 8 to base, leaving Finnegan at 1
1
HP.
HP.
Puts 2 indirect damage.
He's going to have to put more over there.
What to do? What do I go to? 20?
You go to 33.
I think Finnegan
You have
can
something to
directly
do 1
claim.
damage.
Jason only has 4 resources
Well, I mean,
to
I
work
got
with
this.
here
It's gonna do
to
3 damage.
destroy the hammerhead.
But I have a.
Yeah, you can take it on there. Yeah.
I think Finnegan's hammerhead has just won him the game.
I don't know why. I
Both
forgot to
games.
do math.
Well, consider, because when the bomber swings, he's going to end this turn at 33 HP, 33 damage on base.
1 health on base, 1 health on the
claim.
hammerhead.
Okay.
Yep.
If
Finnegan
he
claims.
swings the TIE Bomber.
Jason's got to find a way to end this game right now, or Finnegan's going to win this in straight sets.
This is a very close game.
Really is. Literally down to like a single action either way.
Jason doesn't look like he has it.
I don't think he's got a way to do it.
I
He
won.
doesn't have it.
GG to Finnegan.
won.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
On the street.
Finnegan in straight games winning here. Saw Lake Country. Yeah, let's go on top of Boba.
I love Saw Gerrera. I'm glad to see him get a win. in
I'm
round 1.
excited to see Saw Gerrera get a win here, ladies and gentlemen. That makes me super happy.
Win with this because
Nicely done to Finnegan. Well played. And
And
I don't think Jason played a bad game either, right? He just wasn't able to get over the hump there. Finnegan able to sequence things, and those hammerheads decisive. He does have the Cavern Angels, showing it there at the end.
No heal in
The Saw Gerrera deck can so easily handle the indirect damage from Boba. It is not that big of a threat, and that's kind of Boba's main game plan.
You know,
beyond spaceships.
I had not considered that until you mentioned it, right? We're in the middle of game 1, and you're talking about, Saul will just dump the indirect on his units and then just throw it
He
away.
doesn't
He
care.
doesn't care. The unit's going to die
Not at
anyway.
all.
It's like a sink. It's a damage sink anyway. It's perfect.
And then you have Lake Country that
Yeah.
you've done no damage to.
Yeah.
After all of that indirect
Right.
damage, it's very hard to convert into a win.
Yeah.
And he's beating you over the head with all of his bludgeons in the ground arena at the same time.
Exactly, because that's the thing. Saw, especially the Lake Country version of Saw, in my experience, is hyper-focused in the ground arena. Like, you really just don't have much of a space presence at all.
Not until that hammerhead.
The hammerhead is a big. He did show Jason at the end. He does play the Cavern Angels X-wing. He had one of those in his hand. He was showing that to Jason at the end of the game. So we know they're in there. But I mean, that's an early game card that you probably much like we saw Finnegan using his early game units. Maybe you swing it a little bit. Eventually, you're going to smash it into something probably.
I'm curious if the Cavern Angels was a sideboard card or not from Finnegan. We won't know.
Could be. We won't know.
But it is a very effective counter to some of the things that Jason's doing early with his space units.
Yep.
I didn't see any of the new droids. I think BT-1 and 000.
We didn't see those out of Jason's deck.
They're very high-value cards.
Excellent.
They could have dealt with Finnegan's board if he had them.
They're so good in that Boba deck too. Boba got some really sneaky tools in these last couple of sets,
Boba
right?
got everything he wanted, I think.
Yeah,
and
he
it's
got
all
all those.
consolidated into red, so you can take Lake Country. He has everything he wants.
I'll tell you what Boba got. Boba got all those year 1 leaders to rotate out. That's what Boba got that he really wanted.
No more Han.
No
1,
more Han
No
1.
more Han 2.
No more Han. No more Han Solo means Boba eats good, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. Well, guys, we hope you're enjoying the stream. Before I turn you loose to the boring camera in between rounds, I just want to give a quick shout out to my Patreons. I do have a Patreon that I manage. There are a handful of folks that support me. You guys are super appreciated. It's not a lot, but it doesn't matter. Every little bit helps, guys. Coming out to events like this and getting awesome people like Sam to come help me is a constant battle. But it is so worth it. You guys show up. You love the stream. We get to bring you games like the match we just saw, which was awesome. So
That was
thanks.
a good match.
Exactly. Thanks to everybody. I'll say this. Even if you have zero interest in financial support, you can join the Patreon for free, and I will keep you up to date on my stream schedule, right? Like this time around, I'm doing 5 PQs this set. We did one a couple weeks ago. We're here today. I have 3 more on the calendar in May. So, yeah, like even if you just want to keep up with all of that, join for free, right? And then later on, you can decide maybe you do want to chip in a little bit. That's up to you. Huge shout out to those guys. Super awesome. All right, I'll put a link in chat for you in just a minute. Let me duck away, and we'll show you that. Okay, guys, we've got about my round timer says about 20 minutes. My guess is it's probably closer to 15 because we were a little late getting that match over the table this round. So probably give it about 15-ish minutes, and we'll be back here with round 2 at Comics and Cards and Comics.
Cards and Comics
Connection. There it is.
Conroe, Texas.
Here in Conroe, Texas. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I got to get to the right screen first. Haha. And that did not work. Why did that not work?
We're still here.
Oh, we are still here. Now.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression. Attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Keep your allies attacking, even if it hurts. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Demolish your opponent's base at any cost, striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Stay on the offensive with aggression aspect cards and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, SWU fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threats your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Round 2 is going to be underway in just a few minutes. But before we get started, Sam, I have the leader data. Everybody always likes to know, what is everybody playing?
We have some very cool data.
We have some really interesting stuff, so why don't we share it with you guys? This is the field we're looking at here today, ladies and gentlemen, which is, to put it lightly, I'm not surprised at what we're seeing at the top end, right?
No,
Obi,
not at all.
Lando, and Bobo making this is what, 15, 30, 42% of the field, 43% of the field based on those 3 leaders. I'm not
Everyone
shocked.
saw that coming.
Yeah.
Sectors happened a week ago.
Yeah.
These were the best decks there.
Yep. Well, I don't know about Boba necessarily. Boba did not have a great showing in
That's
Atlanta.
true.
But he's popular because he's fairly consistent, let's say.
He is. He has fun cards.
Yes.
And Houston loves Boba.
Houston does love Boba. There's a lot of folks here that have been on Boba all the way back to JTL. Like,
Oh,
I don't know
100%.
about where you play, the part of town you play in, but up where I am on the north side, I've got people that have had Boba. They've played Boba Yellow. They've played Boba Green. They're playing Boba Lake Country. They've been playing Boba for a year.
We have Boba in the west side of Houston.
There you go.
There's some people here from College Station.
Mhm.
They're on Boba. Yep.
Everybody loves a Fett,
He's
apparently.
good. He's
Apparently.
popular.
Lando and Obi at the top of the field doesn't shock me. That was your top 2 decks out of Atlanta, right? Your finalists last weekend.
Mhm.
And how much of that coverage did you watch, by the way?
Not very much. I'm familiar with the deck lists.
Okay.
But I didn't see the head-to-head matches that these 2 decks played,
What was-
especially against each other.
What was really interesting to me, Sam, was that when you I watched the last 2 rounds. I watched the semifinals and the finals for sure.
Mhm.
And Carlos Apodaca, playing his Obi blue deck, got all the way to the semifinals. And so now there's 3 Lando Lake Country decks and Carlos.
Insane.
He sits down across from, I forget his opponent's name, but it's one of these gentlemen in the semifinals. And I mean, those 2 games, they were good games, but Carlos won really solidly.
Interesting.
2-0. Then he got to the finals, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, is this guy – but Tyler, I don't know if his version of Lando was different, if he played it different, but it did not – Carlos's game plan that had run over Lando in the semifinals just did not really work very well into Tyler's version in the finals.
I see.
So I think a lot of folks have looked at that and said, you know what? Obi's got legs here. This is a matchup that Obi can win. Obi's got just as good a top end as Lando does.
He can. He has access to that Yoda unit.
Mhm.
It does so much work when it comes down. If you've managed to maintain a good board state to that point, you get to completely deconstruct what Lando's doing.
Yeah.
Playing his big bombs, spending all his credits, you kind of break down the snowball that he's created.
Yep. Now, looking at the rest of the field, we have a lot of folks kind of in that middle range between 3 and 4 of them around, right? Talzin, still very popular, still very strong. Grand Admiral Thrawn never seems to go away. Always somebody out there trying to make Thrawn work. The one I think on that list that surprises me today is Dedra Miro.
She is a control deck. It's got a lot of legs for 1 resource to do 2 damage to a unit. That's a pretty good rate of damage, I think, to resources.
Yeah.
I see some Heras there. Those are very interesting.
What would we like? We have matches now. Now the trick is we don't always see the pairings, so some of this we're kind of working off of partial information. What is there something on this list that you want to see? I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to see the Luthen Rail, but that's just me.
We can do Luthen. Avar is pretty interesting.
There's 2 Avar Chris in the field today.
There's a Rose Tico. That's always interesting.
We saw Rose a couple of weekends ago in Austin. Rose is a very good anti-Boba deck. let's look here. Why don't we take?
Or there's a Darth Maul there.
Well, Kale was a semifinalist, a top 8 in Austin on that deck. So
Really?
I had him on the stream very recently. Thank you. Sorry, we're a little slow on this one. I want to see this, but he won't do it. Why don't we look at table 6? Why don't we do 6? We talked a little bit about Dedra. We didn't talk about Aura. Aura Singh has kind of become the new face of villain control in the meta.
Yes.
We saw an Aura Singh get all the way to the top table in Austin a couple of weekends ago. And we're going to go see Istvan now. Istvan was top 20. He finished 20th in Atlanta last weekend. probably on this exact same deck.
That's a very good showing.
Istvan had a very good showing in Atlanta.
How many people were at that sector?
400 plus, I believe. It was 400 and something.
Top 20 is very good.
I mean, he was very happy with his result.
I would be. Absolutely.
And he's playing an Aura Red. I've seen Aura Red and I've seen Aura Green. I think either one works.
Liam at Austin 2 weeks ago was on Aura Green.
He was. He's on Aura Green again today.
He is. I asked him about that.
Yes.
He is on Aura Green again, but this Aura Red, what does that bring to the table? It's different than green.
You have direct damage options. You also get the upgrade removal stuff that you don't get in green. For example, Outer Rim Constable.
I guess you lean more into the Aura ability itself.
Possibly.
With things like no disintegrations.
It gives you the option of no disintegrations or charged with treason, and then Aura can be like, well, I can't quite get there. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see if these guys are over to the table yet. I gotta get rid of this so we can actually see the table. They have not made it there yet. That's okay. Let's come back to here for a minute. Really interesting data, though. I love seeing this stuff. So we're going to be bringing you now as we head. We'll come back here for a minute. We'll be bringing you. This is going to be Aura Singh, and I missed completely what the other leader was. Or we don't know. Yeah, I don't actually know Candace's deck list. So
we'll see.
Let's figure this out. Let me do a little bit of setup here so we get everybody's names in the right place. But Istvan's going to be our player 1 on the right for sure, and I know he's got a beautiful Aura showcase. What is he shoving in the camera?
You guys can't see it right now.
Yeah, he's shoving something in the camera. Like, what is he doing? Did I spell her name correctly? Yes, I did. Okay, brilliant. All right, so we save all of this. Okay, now I need to come to here, and let's pull.
Candace is on Mother Talzin Green with the green force base, of course.
Green. Ooh,
I'm
gonna like this.
I like Mother Talzin. I play that deck a little bit, but I play yellow and then I play red.
Huh? No, there's no life pucks. There's tokens. That's their life puck. What do you want from me? Istvan's over here complaining because I don't have $100 deck for his table.
Yeah.
Use the tokens. There's a box full of tokens. Come on, Istvan, give me a break. All right, let's get some setup done. So we're in round 2 now, and we are P1 leader is going to be an Aura showcase. Beautiful showcase, by the way. If you've not seen one in person,
it looks really good next to the red base.
Yeah, he's on Naval HQ, and then this is a Talzin showcase, another pretty one.
Starlight Temple, I believe.
Yes, that is Starlight.
It's definitely not Jedi Temple.
It is definitely Starlight Temple. That is not Jedi Temple. All right, so let's come to here. Let's do a little bit of a player introduction. Oh, I got to get that done. We'll just do things manually today. I don't know where Candace is from.
I don't know either.
I'm gonna tell you what. We'll just leave it blank for now.
Istvan is a Houston local, correct?
Istvan is, yeah. I see him mostly down at what was Dragon's Lair and is now Odin's Place. Odin's Place is what they have renamed themselves. Yes. You're killing me. I want to make sure that Candace won her first round. I thought so. Yes. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So we're both 1-0. And we'll find out where they're from later. It's not really critically important here. What is Istvan's last name? Okay, I'm going to completely bork that. Nope, not there. Not where that goes. All right, let's come to the game, guys, and I'll fix a couple other things in the background.
Yeah, because your deck can be all good units. Like
yes.
All right, so headed into round 2. We'll start the timer.
Count it like Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
That should be your matchup.
Really count on
It's going to be an interesting one. I've never even seen Talzin paired with green. That's going to be fascinating.
Good luck.
I think these are 2 of the better looking showcases in the game.
They really are. To me, that's kind of not even a question, really.
It's definitely an afterthought, but the showcase art actually matches the respective base art and color very well.
Or no.
Aura's got just enough red in that showcase art that it really pops with the red base.
Exactly.
Right? It really does look nice.
And Talzin has a little bit of green.
Thank you.
All right. They're getting shuffled up. and
Yeah,
ready to go.
shuffled up, ready to go. I got to make a couple small adjustments here. There we go. That's better. That's better.
Lucky one on top, I guess.
See if it was the lucky one.
Yeah.
So, Wes, both of these players are 1-0.
1-0.
All right.
Yep, some early wins here for both those guys. Both of them winning in round 1. Looks like Istvan has won the roll-off and will be starting on the button here, making resource choices after the mulligan.
I see a Bith Brute going into the resource pile.
Okay.
Ready
That
when
is
Yeah,
that's an interesting card that red Aura's going to run. That the green.
Oh, they haven't. Istvan has the token, but clearly doesn't have initiative. Or maybe did he pass there?
He could have.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't know if he did, but there's only so many decks in this game that actually want to pass.
Yeah.
On off the rip.
Yeah.
Or it could be one of them being a control deck.
He may also just not have a lot of early plays. I watched him play a little bit of this deck this week locally, but will not pretend that I know it inside and out by any stretch.
Yeah, we can't quite tell from his hand. We don't know if we missed an early play or refused to play something on turn 1. But the first card Istvan puts down is a Bith Brute, a 3-cost, 4/3 Sentinel.
The Bith is a great card into that Trace Acolyte because he can just stand there and murder the and is Candace going to do it? Yep, wants that force token.
Spin
That
this
is
one.
There we go.
It's unfortunate to lose the Acolyte. But
Out. Istvan comes in with a Tree Remember. To Secret Sage there, Secretive Sage.
Talzin's Assassin. Force when it comes in because there's nothing to use it against. Body nonetheless. Gets removed by a no.
Istvan definitely has a lot of more of the traditional control events in his deck for sure. Talzin deploys, swings in for 3, and Candace pairs her with a Karis into the ground arena.
Okay, let's see.
Istvan keeping the board clear early. Really a strong, I mean, it's a good thing to do just about in any situation, but against these force decks, it's even worse because they never are able to claim their token, right? Lost and Forgotten coming in to heal Istvan's base. No, I'm sorry. What did he play there?
He played
I pass, yes. I pass.
Crushing Blow.
Crushing
it looks
Blow.
like.
That's
Defeats
exactly
a
what
unit
that is.
Costs 2 or less.
My apologies. I chose the wrong card.
This is an interesting card out of Talzin Green. 8th Brother.
I love this.
That is not something that I have seen on the competitive tables very often, but it is a 5/7. It's gonna bludgeon Istvan over the course of the game if he doesn't remove it.
Yep.
He hasn't committed any units very hard yet. He's played a Bith Brute. I wonder if he's just waiting for the end game to slam those massive Imperial Dorito capital.
Well,
ships.
he's also he's playing blue-red, so you know he's going to be sitting on single reactor ignition. He's going to have him in there for sure.
Remind me what single reactor ignition does?
It's the new version of Super Laser Blast.
Of
It
course.
murders all the units on the board, and then your opponent takes damage equal to the number of units that they had on the board. There's the Lost and Forgotten.
And then I wouldn't be surprised if he had something like Devastator or Persecutor that he is marching towards as the resources climb. What could the end game be for Mother Talzin? That's a Lando Calrissian.
Beautiful Lando. He definitely has Lawbringers in his list. I saw those this week when he was playing the deck.
Those are very powerful.
Yes.
He has only lost 6 health over the course of this game.
There's the single reactor
and
ignition.
Candace's units are all gone.
Yep. That was the single reactor ignition.
Atreus Acolyte coming down.
Getting immediately murdered by Aura's deploy.
Indeed.
So I think that's kind of what you're seeing here. You're seeing how Istvan's deck is meant to work, right? He clears the board. You try to develop a unit. Aura deploys, probably cleans it out. Then you're able, then it's a question of, what cards he has to let you. Can you find a way back in, right?
Absolutely. I'm very impressed with these two players playing slow, moderately slow decks, they're going very quick. They're blasting through these early turns. They're in an end game. Darth Tyrannus is played without ambush, keeps the shield. Devastator pierces right through as indirect damage is unpreventable.
I did not see what Candace played to get rid of the Devastator. Might have been Shatterpoint? No. I'm not sure exactly.
I didn't see either. They're going too quick for us.
Yeah, it was quick there. She had something that cleared that Devastator out. I don't think Istvan minds terribly much at this stage. Able to keep his leader on the board, consistently be able to put 3 damage into a base that he already has a health lead on.
You can see the planetary bombardment in Istvan's hand. If he manages to stick a capital ship, that is what it's about to look like 12 damage straight to the face. Maybe 11 if one goes to that Eager Escort Fighter.
Eager Escort Fighter for Candace. Just trying to get something on the board. Now that Aura has, on the board, her casually murder things that have 1 HP left, not as big a threat to the Eager Escort Fighter.
There's the Lawbringer you were talking about.
Yep, has to be in there.
So Candace is at 8 resources, but this turn, all she had to do was play an Eager Escort Fighter and a Night Sister Warrior. I wonder if she's running out of gas on her top end.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the top end looks like for Talzin green, right? We're used to seeing Talzin yellow.
You are.
And so, you're seeing Anakin and Vader, which this deck still has access to, both blue. You would lose out on the Stranger, which is not necessarily top end, but still a good card.
You lose out on the Xian Flurry. Those cards.
You definitely lose out on the
Anakin and
Xian,
Vader want
for
to be
sure.
Utilizing.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe she has something like a Maz is in here.
Maz is solid.
That pushes damage.
Great card for Talzin green. 4 more damage for Istvan. 10 damage on his base, 9 damage on Candace's, but I'm betting.
So if I need 3 of these, I'm out.
If I'm Istvan, I'm betting that his next play is that bombardment you caught a glimpse of earlier.
I think so. I
Let's
think it.
do 7 base.
No, okay,
Well,
he's
an
going to
attack with a Lawbringer.
swing in first.
Be smart about it.
Makes sense. If she could have removed it, she probably would have done it already.
Absolutely.
Oh, there it was. She did have the No Glory.
Interesting. So she opted to play Maz to attack with the Night Sister Warrior for 4 rather than prevent the 7 that's coming straight to her base.
Mm-hmm.
So
She only has 12 HP left as she's on the 28 HP force base.
Istvan probably still has plenty of threats left in that deck. We've already seen the Devastator. We've already seen the Lawbringer.
You can see.
Certainly not the only copies of those he's got.
He has so many cards in his hand. He is spoiled for choice right now.
More
He's
than
ahead
likely.
on life total. I imagine Aura's the slower deck. It's not looking very good for Candace right now.
No, the control deck able to do control things. Like you were mentioning when we were talking about decks earlier, we saw Aura Green make it to the finals of Austin a couple of weekends ago, but Istvan obviously very solid here with this Aura Red deck that he took to the top 20 of sectors last weekend.
Absolutely. You see a very efficient play. You see a no glory only results coming out of Istvan's hand to take control of the Night Sister Warrior, defeat it, and then he gets to draw a card off of it, not Candace. That's a major feel bad for her.
Yep. There's one of Candace's top end cards as Anakin enters the board here.
So you see the Anakin.
Should be the other side.
Anakin is checking for cards with aspect heroism and villain. Do you think Candace has any heroism cards in her deck? I don't know what you would run.
Not in the discard pile because we're only putting a single -3 down.
Absolutely.
In the deck, I'm betting probably not.
The only thing that comes to my mind is a Yoda, but I don't think you ever want to end up in a world where you're at 10 resources to play that.
Devastator comes out 4 direct to Candace's base there. She basically has to claim and answer this Devastator, or Istvan's going to win on his first action of the round.
Disappears.
Disappears, yeah.
Disappears.
And he might still have that planetary bombardment in hand.
I guarantee he does.
He does.
It's that top card. We just caught a glimpse of it.
If she plays
mean,
a Space Sentinel, it's still over.
I mean, right, because he can just go. Here's 12 to your face. Yeah, she basically has to remove this unit.
Play
Captures
Ooh.
it with Lando.
Now I like this.
So that's going to restore some health to her base. That's going to wait a minute.
Remember how Lando works. Lando is you give away a unit to your opponent.
Ah, yes.
And they capture it, and you get to heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and there it is.
Just
And
12
there's the
straight
bombardment
to
to end it.
12 to base.
Oh yeah, because it's
ISI.
yeah.
Correct. There you go.
I don't know if she's going to be able to get out of this one.
Bombardment.
They shuffle up for a game 2.
I'm gonna say it. I think I've found a control deck I want to play.
Or a red?
Or a red, because
This is my
he
preview.
gets what's its top end? What's its win condition? Death triangles. It's better in my mind. It's better at achieving that than Piet is. Look at this. Look at what we just watched. Like
It's
that's
very
solid.
interesting. A lot of the Piet decks that you're seeing now have transitioned to a blue shell rather than a red shell.
They have Piet Red still has his followers. Like
does.
Like for sure. But you definitely like the Piet blue, and there are some Piet blues in the field today.
I
right?
saw a mirror match going on. Round
There,
2.
yes, I saw one of those.
Thanks
yep.
for not picking that one.
No,
That might be a bit
I
of a
couldn't.
slog to get
I
through.
couldn't. I'll be honest. I try to avoid mirror matches in Swiss. As long as I get to choose what match I'm putting on camera, it's probably never going to be a mirror match because to me those are so rough.
Don't worry. You're going to get them in top 8.
That's exactly my point. Sooner or later you're going to get that shenanigans in top 8. So I'm like, let's just save it for later, right? Because that's when it's really coming.
Yeah, this Aura Red deck honestly looks pretty fun to play. You're playing control, but you're playing control with all of the very swingy, high value, very expensive cards at the top end. You get to have your cake and eat it too, so to speak.
Right. Game 2 inbound, both players doing their sideboard thing. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the stream, we have access to all the deck lists of everybody in the field. But in Swiss rounds, we don't talk about that information. We don't put it on camera because it's information that the players in the field are not supposed to have. And so it's theoretically possible that, friend could watch it. They could go back and watch it, a clip of the stream, and get information they're not supposed to have. So in order to protect the integrity of the event, I don't even look at deck lists myself until we get to top 8.
Indeed.
I don't even want to know.
I think, and maybe I'm incorrect here, but I think the only reason that they're actually revealed for the top 8 is for that reason that the people that are on stream have effectively had their decks given out to the world in one way or another.
I'm not sure why they made that choice. In theory, they could decide to keep it protected information throughout the entire event. However, I think it has become more common in the TCG world that once you make the top cut of an event, that you are presented with your opponent's deck list prior to a game. And we see that now. They've been doing that in Unlimited for a while now, about a year, I think, since they made that change. And so at that point, now in Melee, once the top cut is posted, everybody's deck lists are public information. So
Played the hard control version. It's just crazy.
That's
because
made
I
it
will-
very nice for many people to go back through these PQs, these sectors, and find
Yeah,
a
because at the
deck that
point
they
I
think
got
is
to
very
see
cool
his
and find a
entire
deck
deck
list that works
the
very
second
well
game,
for it.
and I was like, there's no way you can win. So that was cool.
All right, players are shuffled up. They have their starting hands for game 2. I think they're deciding on a mulligan. Hispin is going to mulligan.
Yep, everybody taking a mulligan here.
They didn't like it.
Did
I wonder
something
what
did not jive.
What cards from the sideboard we might see in this matchup? I think Talzin has to pivot to some sort of game plan that's going to counter the control. And if that lean is leaning more into aggro, I could understand. But if it's bringing her own endgame tools, some of those blue villainy capital ships, that could be an option too.
It could be. The trick with Talzin is you don't frequently see that because Talzin, generally wants to play with the Force token, and as a result, space is there maybe, but not a priority. Now we saw already. We know she's packing the No Glories, I have to assume the shatter points are in there as well. Those are going to be really key tools in this matchup for her. You almost feel like she needs to save those for the right moment. And we saw her do it earlier, able to knock out those big capital ships as they came. So clearly she knows that.
100%. Something interesting, she had a constructed lightsaber in her hand.
Mhm.
We didn't see that game one, but it could be a tool to just push through damage early.
It could be, but the struggle into control decks is if you load up on a unit, you really are drawing a bead on it for your opponent, especially for his unit, his single target removal, right? You're just it's like, oh, he put a saber on it, I'm definitely killing it now,
You might have to wait after he plays one removal piece and just hope he doesn't have the second. You can't put as much faith in your hopes when you're playing against red as opposed to when you're playing against a Data Vault deck.
I agree.
A Maz comes out.
I like the early Maz here. A little bit of early pressure is a good thing.
It is. Once again, nothing out of Istvan for turn one.
He's been passing.
Makes me wonder if he even has 2-cost cards in his deck.
He's going to go with, let's call it war here.
I killed the class. Maz.
That's a card that we haven't seen a lot of play of. At least I haven't. And I think it's very strong. If you have the initiative, like you're always going to have, if you fail to, or if you opt not to play on turn one, you can deal, is it 3 and 2?
Oh, already? Yeah.
Take care of 2.
3 and 2. If you have initiative,
potentially 2 units on the opponent's side.
Correct.
Of the board.
If you have initiative, well, and what Istvan used it for here was to put Maz in range for Aura to just pick her off.
Absolutely.
So it's a really anything with direct damage is a really, really good pickup for Istvan in this deck, and that card's great because you can spread that damage to multiple units.
It's a smart game plan, just to play for initiative and get that going on turn 2.
It's always felt like initiative was highly relevant in the game, but sometimes it feels in certain matchups it's just absolutely critical.
Man, I am so used to losing turn 1 initiative. Goodness.
Losing the roll?
Oh, no. Just I like to play the one-drop spam decks, and I'm playing 2 actions, sometimes 3 even, and never getting the initiative token even if I start with it.
I do not see how that Bith died, but he definitely died somehow.
On defense,
The Darth Tyrannus lost his
Ah,
shield,
the Tyrannus
so I would
ambushed into him.
assume- No.
Okay.
No ambush.
Oh, he just attacked in. I got it.
Indeed, yeah.
I got it.
There's a shatter point coming out. Okay.
Oh, I got to update that one too.
2 to base.
Okay.
Get the force, flip, 3 more. 5 total.
So we shatter pointed the Sentinel.
Candace has succeeded in putting a lot more damage on Istvan's base.
Much more
this
pressure.
game.
Much more pressure this game. But, I mean, she also knows that he plays single reactor ignition. She saw it in game 1.
She still has 2 turns.
I agree. It's not going to get here for 2 more turns. So I think she's like, I'm, going to put as much pressure and as much damage as I can early on the assumption that we can't be recovered.
I think you definitely just have to push through.
I agree.
I think if you slow down in the face of this kind of deck, you're going to get eaten alive.
I agree. Well, and we saw what Istvan's top end looks like. Once he gets there, it's very difficult to get a foothold on the board.
Very powerful top end.
Yeah.
3 to base.
3 more coming in. Istvan under half health for the first time in this match. 16 damage on here in the 6 resource turn.
So there's the constructed saber. Mother Talzin is a leader unit. It dodges a lot of the removal in this game right now.
Yeah, I like seeing it go on Talzin. Plus, it also now on Talzin it's a raid. It's 4 more when she swings. She's swinging for 7 now.
Yeah, sorry,
she's villain.
7. You're correct.
It's villain, so she gets the raid now. So she swings in for 7, and a lot of Istvan's removal tools will not work against her.
And you know what?
But this will.
That's a good card.
He like alone. Yeah.
Can't arrest her out of set 6. Will come in and exhaust her and keep her locked down as long as the arrestor lives. Oh, but it's a craving power to solve that problem right away.
I think Istvan might just claim if he has a single reactor ignition in hand or draws it right now, that poor Mother Talzin that's been built up so highly is gone.
He has to have it. He has to kill her. He better be sitting on the CRI or he's going to be in real trouble. She swings for 9.
Keep 7.
Candace is looking at lethal. He's got it right there.
Had it.
He's got it. Yeah, he does.
Brutal.
Unfortunate. The Cantwell bought in the time he needed, but Candace has built out big lead here. Let's see if she can get over the finish line here in the back end of game 2.
Yeah, in the nature of control, Isfin is not even looked at Candace's health bar right now.
Okay.
Or she has 2 damage on base because of that.
Because of the SRI. Exactly right.
He still has to break through 26. That gives Candace a lot of turns to try and build something back up. And Orlando is a good body to do that with.
I mean, a 6'8 ground unit with grit is not anything that I'm excited to see if I'm sitting across from him, right?
No, not at
Because
all.
you need some kind of simple, you don't want to damage him. Yeah, they'll say no glory will do it, but damaging him is not the play.
Post-rotation, a lot of the leader hate cards are gone. You've lost
Yes.
Rival's Fall, you've lost Takedown, which takes down early leaders. There's just not much in the pool, so I think Candace was correct in putting all her eggs into the Mother Talzin basket here.
I agree. I like the play. The amount of pressure it put on Isfin forced him to have an answer, and the Cantwell was well-timed.
That was very well-timed.
Without that, he was in real trouble.
She was at 7,
-2, -2.
threatening 7, and Isfin was at 14 at the time. If she got 1 attack off, she can threaten to claim initiative and finish him off.
Candace has the answer this time for Aura. She uses the force token when Karis dies, knocks Aura down to a 1-5, and then ambushes in with 8th Brother.
Are you able to
You didn't say anything.
pull up 8th Brother here? That's
Yeah.
not a card we see often.
Yeah, ambush. It's a 5/7 ambush that when you play another unit, you can use the force token to give a different unit a unit, a +2/+2. So if she plays a unit, she can buff him to a 7/9 for the turn.
That's very powerful.
Candace having much better answers here in game 2.
How many cards you have?
Isfin on the button,
5.
trying to figure out what his play is going to be here. He's got 10 resources available. Candace looks like she stopped resourcing around 8. We're going to go with another CRI, or another SRI here.
1 to victory.
Isfin's hand is just full of answers here.
True, but
he is full of very large ships, single reactor ignitions.
playing one SRI to kill, playing an SRI to kill 1 unit still feels terrible.
It's definitely not efficient,
No.
but removing any threats to your life total is, maybe that was the only way he had to do that.
Candace rebuilds her board with Karis in the ground arena and an eager escort fighter in the upper orbitals. As we head to the 11 resource round for Isfin, he's going to use Aura's text to just knock off that Aegiri and then take 2 more damage from Karis out of the ground arena. Much tougher game for Isfin here than game 1.
Last game, he was able to end the game on resource 12. We're approaching that.
Yeah, but he's only got 3 damage into Candace's base, and so she's way ahead on damage.
Much less than before. Yeah, she's definitely doing better than game 1. I guess those sideboards were coming in handy.
The struggle is, and Candace knows this because she lost the game. She lost game 1 of this combo. If Isfin can get this Devastator stick and is sitting on a planetary bombardment, this can go south in a hurry, but she's got a Cantwell of her own.
Ooh.
Okay.
Showing a second Cantwell and a No Glory. No disintegrations to take the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
But Aura cannot destroy it this turn.
Aura
She's
cannot kill it.
tapped in
Yep.
the leader zone.
Yep. Or already killing the eager escort fighter this turn. The no disintegrations won't work. He's going to condemn it instead.
How do you feel about Condemn, Wes?
The card is insanely good.
It's brutal.
It's brutal. It's one of the few. We talk a lot about the dearth of upgrade removal in the modern game, and what that does for pilot upgrades. But in my opinion, the bigger impact is for cards like Condemn that your opponent can hit you with, and you've got no way to do anything about it. You are just boned.
Think about resourcing.
And they always have the blue-black to reveal.
Yep. Now I'm of the camp of always attack with whatever it is. I won't say always. Initiative allowing, right? Make them have it.
Make
right?
them have it,
Force them
absolutely.
to show you the information. But at the same time, it is still just a brutal card.
I mean,
Yeah.
you never know. Sometimes it's a bluff.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting, Candace is going to – she can still ready this cruiser. She's not going to be able to get much out of it. The Devastator itself cannot ready. Now, the more interesting thing is the Devastator's text about being able to place indirect damage is still intact. If Istvan plays a Planetary Bombardment, he still decides where all of that damage goes, even if Devastator is exhausted.
We might see her destroy it just off the rip with that no glory she has.
She's got a no glory. She's got a shatter point.
Craving power.
She's got a craving power. She decides she's going to go for the shatter point.
Interesting. I might have craving powered here because then you get
I
your
might have
Cantwell
too.
Arrestor up to 8 power.
Yeah.
The Condemn will give it -6. Wow, that's a very nice Annihilator.
Yeah, baby.
Okay.
Let me see your hand. Okay.
All right. The Super Star Destroyer comes into the left-hand side of the board there for Istvan.
No, I was
12-12, and we're going to be gutting something out of her hand and then possibly out of the rest of her deck. I'm going to push this up again because it's been a hot minute. When played, you may defeat an enemy unit, which you defeated the Cantwell. If you do, search to control his deck and hand for each card. So he's getting rid of all of her Cantwells. That's
what I would pay.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
There's nothing so threatening that she's going to play that I think you're scared of.
I agree.
Maybe a Lando, maybe an Anakin, because they both threaten a 2-hit lethal. But
Yeah.
in his hand, he definitely has removal for it.
Yeah.
I think you're just looking for something to kind of guarantee that your Annihilator damage gets through.
Yeah. Now, it's noteworthy. Candace has answers for this, right? She still has a no glory in her hand of her own. And what's interesting about it, if she no glories this unit, she'll get to do the win defeated. She'll get to do the same thing back to Istvan with his own Annihilator.
What would she pick? Planetary
Ooh.
Bombardment?
I think I would.
I would.
I think I would get P-Bombardment. I feels like his win condition right now, doesn't it? She just claims there, which I think is exactly the right play.
It's such a devastating card, and if you're in Candace's position where you haven't built up a big array of units to actually soak up that PB damage, you're taking it all to the face. Overpowering. Oh, Skarn, that's a good point.
No, it doesn't work that way. Even the arrestor's effect happens when it is played. That's it. It's not when it attacks. It's only when it plays.
I see.
Yeah. And at that point, we're
it's
done.
for during the attacks.
Oh, Istvan claimed there. Okay.
Yeah, there was a judge ruling on this, whether or not
12 base.
12 to
abilities
base.
that trigger off of attack completion will proc on a condemned unit. They do, because the condemn effect wears off immediately after the attack finishes, which is before, well, the attack finishes. It's hard to explain. It's very complicated.
A massive 12-point hit to Candace's base as the Annihilator swings in from the space arena. She can survive another one of those. Hilariously, Istvan has done so little damage up to this point that she's got enough health to play with, and he's looking at the bottom of the barrel. That assassin represents lethal damage. He's got to have a way to kill it. Looks like he's got it charged with – no, it's a no disintegrations.
He's very slow going with his removal right now.
Yep.
Burning those single reactor ignitions early is, I think, catching up to him now.
We're going to just play another 8th brother into the ground arena.
If he, at the time when he single reactor ignitioned the single unit on her board, if he played another removal card and instead saved it for this point in time, that's 2 more damage to Candace's base that he would be presenting instead of the 3 to the 1, and the Annihilator would present lethal at this point in time.
I think she might have him here, personally.
I think you're right. Another no
disintegrations.
Very slow.
But all she has to do here is claim.
Okay.
And I don't think he can kill both of them. Maybe he has a way here. She does claim.
She put 3 damage on her 8th brother, but
It should be 6.
damage,
Yeah.
Just so everyone's well aware.
Yeah. It takes damage all the way down to where it only has 1 HP remaining. Oracing can only kill one of these guys. Yeah, there he caught it. Istvan got it. Oracing can only kill one. He would need. He might have another. Let's call it war, but she just claimed initiative. So the let's call war would still do it though. It can also just deal 3 straight damage. He does use aura to clear the 8th brother.
He has to clear that Talzin's
He's got to clear the assassin. What's he got?
Let's call it war.
Let's call it no.
That's
Yep, that's let's call it war.
Oh, yeah.
3 damage. Pass.
It's a little pricey if you don't get both effects, but at 12 resources, I don't think Istvan cares right now.
Let me think. 12.
Barring any burst damage cards out of Candace's hand, which I don't think this deck runs any, Istvan is going to move down to 1 HP.
1 HP. It's been a tough fight,
You know,
but
Wes,
Candace has got him down to 1 health remaining.
1 left.
yeah, there you go.
12 to base.
Life is a resource. Until
Yep.
you run out of it, it doesn't matter.
Well, and now, guess what? She's on 3, or 1 herself. Both players, Sam, 1 HP
Ooh, she gets
remaining.
the no glory
But
on the Annihilator like we were talking about.
oh, she saved it for this.
She can name PB because that's the card that would be able to break through the last of her health.
Aggressive too.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. It looks like he plays a Devastator, and that just ends the game.
This is like
No.
She,
I think he revealed that out of the hand off the Annihilator trigger.
well, yeah, but then she doesn't. But then well, I'm not sure what she called. I guess I'm not sure. So I guess my question is, who? I guess did Istvan win that game? It's not clear to me exactly at this moment. I think he did. She didn't have any units on the board.
Okay. Chad is saying that Istvan had a Devastator.
Right, he
for
played the
last
Devastator.
one.
Norgler wouldn't work on an Argo, but if there's no need to defeat on the other side. Oh, yes, that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point. She can no glory the Devastator, but because there's not a unit remaining on the other side, it doesn't do anything.
Makes sense to
Yep,
me.
no, that's a good point.
I healed 6.
He shows, yeah, she no glories the Annihilator, gets rid of it, and then he just plays Devastator, and the game ends. Because she just steals it.
My
Yeah,
lack
that
of
was it.
knowledge in these
There we go.
blue-black decks is
There we
is
go.
showing here.
All right.
Annihilator is not a card that I could read to you off the top of my head.
That's why I had to pull it up twice earlier
Oh,
to make sure I
absolutely.
could read it, right? I was like, okay, how does this work exactly? What a great match, though. What a great match.
Beat those lake countries.
I'm not kidding. I really do think, yeah, exactly. Chat's reminding me Annihilator has to defeat a unit. So if there's not a unit to defeat, it doesn't work.
Good set.
What a great match. Talzin Green, not something I would have thought that I was going to see today when I sat down, playing really strong into one of the better control decks in the meta right now, apparently, based on last weekend's performance and just what we just saw.
I don't know. That game 1 felt like just a slow roll aura in favor the whole game.
This is going to sound meaner than I want it to be. Game 1 felt like he was just toying with her.
It did. It did, and I think that is what it was.
Control, but sometimes control decks just do that. Like they draw the right line, they draw the right cards at the right time. The player sees the right line, and you just don't have it that game. Game 2, much better game, much stronger game. Candace very clearly understanding how to play into the matchup, just not quite able to get past that Superstar Destroyer.
I still wonder what she sideboarded. I don't think we saw anything new out of her deck that we didn't see last game. Maybe the Eager Escort Fighters?
No, I could have sworn she played one of those in Game 1 too. Great card in
I don't
Talzin
know.
Green, right?
Why is that? Just because it does so
It's a
much
space.
damage?
It's a space unit, right? And
She doesn't have a lot.
You don't have a lot of space unit. You're just using it to clean out your opponent's stuff. It's there to ambush and murder something,
That
or
makes sense.
or land damage for Talzin or an assassin to come in and shrink something else down and clear it out later. That's all you care about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap space damage without having to do that sort of thing.
That's one of the more brutal cards in Vader 4. He comes out and destroys all the valuable 4 health space units on the other side of the board to keep his arena free of threats.
Yeah.
And then it also gives him a TIE fighter.
Yep.
Was Vader, do we even have a Vader 4
We have,
today?
we have one Vader in the field today. A lone Vader. One person still sticking with it.
I would have expected more. He's a fun deck.
I kind of would have too. He's not a bad deck. Even into some of this other shenanigans, there are times that he can just roll you over. The Lando Blues that we saw, even just 2-3 weeks ago, had a much easier time into Pilot Vader because Bo-Katan would generally come out and just, there goes all your crap, right? But Lando Lake Country, I have not seen a Vader pilot play into Lando Lake Country. Obviously, the Lando player, those decks have a plan for that matchup. What do? Do you try to outrace him by all your faith in your friends, spy shenanigans on the ground?
I think you do. I think you have to outrace Vader. As Vader, you have to outrace Lando.
Right.
one of the reasons I admire the Lando Lake Country deck is
Mhm.
actually because of how efficient its anti-space package is.
Mm.
You just have 3 different cards, 3 play sets. You have Fireball, Blue Ace, and Liberty, and that's early,
enough.
mid, and late game right
It's
there
enough.
for you. It's enough.
It's enough.
You tap down the Vader. That's probably on the Clone Combat Squadron.
Possibly.
You present a massive Sentinel that the rest of his board has to force itself into and explode against. But yeah, if they don't draw it, you go right through.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. Well, guys, great round 2 here matchup. I'm really excited to see Istvan's deck. I knew he had done really well at sectors. I really like the look of Aura Red. And for me, it's all about because the top end, like you said, the win condition for that deck is the big death triangles at the top end.
Absolutely.
And the whole deck is built around finding a way to survive, to control the board until I get to that point.
Do you know if this was the deck that he brought to sectors?
It was definitely what he played. He played Aura Red last weekend for sure. Now, it's the exact same list. That I can't tell you. Maybe he's changed up something. I don't know.
Surely there's some tweaks. Surely.
Typically.
After seeing the popularity of Lando.
You would probably assume that you would at least have some sideboard choices that you would bring in for the matches that you expect to see.
Indeed.
Later
Maybe
in the
even
match.
Obi-Wan.
Maybe. All right, guys. Well, listen. Great games so far. Great matches. Thanks for being here. Let's take a few minutes. We've got about 15-ish minutes left on the round timer. Get up, stretch your legs, get a drink. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with some round 3 action here at Cards and Comics Connection. I got it that time.
Good job.
In Conroe, Texas. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on heroism and villainy. Choosing heroism will give you access to those fighting to make the galaxy a better place, while choosing villainy will direct you toward those who want to keep everything in order, no matter the cost. Swoop into the fight, or swarm your opponents. Support your fellow rebels, or hold down the fort. Find your way out of a bind, or continue to feed the war machine. Heroism or villainy. Choose a side and strive to be the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on cunning. Use clever tricks to keep your opponents off balance with the cunning aspect. Get more use out of resources by taking down your enemies. Or collect even greater bounties by doing it with your own hands. Ambush your enemies with a surprise attack. Use a quick buck to get ahead of your opponent. Or gather additional resources for a bigger push. Attempt to make a final counterattack. Freeze enemy units in carbonite. Disrupt your opponent's plans before they happen. Make your own luck by outsmarting your opponent with the exact tools you need. At times, you need to be cunning to become the best in the galaxy.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
Wrong button, but we're back now anyway.
Short break.
Short break. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you joining us. We are back for round 3 of Swiss here at Cards and Comics Connection in Conroe, Texas, bringing you some Star Wars Unlimited action. Sam, this has been a blast so far. We've had a couple of great matches.
We've had a good time. Only 2 rounds down, 4 to go in Swiss, and then the top 8.
Top 8, and then the top cut is always going to be entertaining. Now, you picked this match.
I picked it.
You looked over and you said, I want to see that.
I
and
saw
you just,
2
like,
decks
you were
that
like,
looked fun.
You were like vibrating.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if this is going to last a long time. Chewbacca is a lightning quick deck versus Avar Chris, the only leader in the game that deploys on 9 resources.
Just very late.
But yeah, this one looks fun. I'm excited. Do you have thoughts on this?
Not just yet. Let's meet our players real fast. On your left, that's going to be Jake. I have no idea where these guys are from. I apologize. Ordinarily, I like to have that information, but I didn't get it this round. Henry, I'm almost positive, is down from Austin. I had him on stream playing Avar 2 weekends ago up in Austin. He was up against a Talzin deck that match, and it went very badly for him, unfortunately. He was 3-1 at that point.
Really?
He was a 3-1 in the field, and I'm sure this deck has had some, small mods to it between now and then. But he was playing really well, so it was exciting to see. When I saw him again to play on Avar today, I was like, yeah, we got to have a look at this. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There is our matchup as we head into round number 3.
I wonder if this Chewbacca deck list is very similar to what we saw Jack playing in Austin.
That's a fair question. Now, Jake is 0-1-1, so his matchups apparently have not been terribly favorable just yet. And, you mentioned it. There seems to be a fair amount of control decks out there in the room today.
It looks like there is. There's a good amount of Aura Sing. I mean, it's our 4th most played leader after the 3 kind of top meta guys. And control, I feel like Chewie would cut through control pretty well. He's very, very quick. I mean, we saw Jack at Austin take down Liam's green Aura Sing 2 weekends ago. He's so low to the ground. It's crazy. I actually got some practice against Jack, if you're not clear, Jack came first in Austin 2 weekends ago on this Chewbacca Mos Eisley deck. It's a totally different game that he plays because he goes almost not even to 4 resources. He just starts destroying them right out of the gate to get some of the cards that proc off of having fewer resources than your opponent.
Yeah.
Such as commence the festivities.
Henry opened his game with the Jedi Consular to the ground arena. Jake went high with an N1 Starfighter. Henry claims and then opens his turn 2, right away with an Eager Escort Fighter to get rid of the N1. So now it's Jake's action.
Let me know when you're good.
Henry making a couple of notes here.
Okay.
Going to go to the ground arena with a Warrior of Clan Ordo.
Yeah, chat is mentioning this Chewbacca deck and
how
difficult it is to play. I've played it before. I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah.
And I'm an aggro player, but this is just one of the most out there in left field decks that I think the game has to offer because you're destroying your resources actively.
Oh, I think, okay, so looking at Jake's record here, for starters, he missed round 1. I think he might have been late. I think he might have been late arriving, and he got awarded a game loss in round 1.
That is unfortunate.
His round 2 was a draw into Thrawn.
Thrawn yellow?
Probably a Thrawn yellow. I didn't look. I can go back and check again in just a moment. As we see, he showed us a Karis Nemec as he swung in with the Warrior of Clan Ordo.
So 5 total for blue leader ambush.
Henry's going to use his Jedi Consular to spend a few less resources to put ambush a blue leader into the ground arena and get rid of that Warrior of Clan Ordo.
Yes. That is a great use of that Jedi Consular.
We'll use Chewie. I'll defeat a resource and create a credit. Do we have credits? Oh, sorry.
Jake's going to use Chewbacca to end this red leader's life.
And I will defeat blue leader.
Or blue leader, excuse me.
I will use Avar for force.
Blue leader, but it's a green card.
Henry's going to use Avar to get his force token back because that's what she's there for. That's quite literally what she does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Avar is one of those decks that At least in theory, you're probably always losing the initiative
5 to
because
base,
your leader is tapping
defeat
every
a
single
resource.
turn. I would
do
think.
2 damage to the
I don't have any
consular.
reps on Avar Chris, but you probably every single card in that deck is wanting to take advantage of the force.
Take a quick peek one last time. Chat's still talking about this draw. It was, yes, it was Thrawn Force Yellow. You know what? It looks like it was his brother he played in that round, too.
Chat, it was his brother.
It looks
no
that
wonder
way.
they drew.
I mean, they have the same last name. So I'm making an assumption based on facts that I don't have. But they have the same last name.
It's
So
probably a safe
it's
assumption.
probably a sibling or I mean, yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah. Chewbacca games are quick. We all know that. Chat's saying that.
And you claim.
A draw is something that I would think is unheard of, unless players are slow playing.
Okay.
But there's not a lot of that going on today. I haven't seen. An ETH Koth out of Avar Chris, hoping to ramp into an earlier deploy.
Chat's saying maybe they ID'd.
5
It's
to base,
possible they did.
create a resource and create a credit token.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought we
didn't-
were under that assumption.
No,
Two brothers intentional draw.
Maybe that might be exactly what happened. Yeah.
Consular.
Yeah. Chewbacca is going to get rid of this. No. Oh, he blew up the consular. My apologies. He attacked in 5 to base and then used Chewie's game text to blow up the Jedi consular. So Henry's not going to get any more of that shenanigans.
Yeah, look how crazy this is, the difference in resources on either side of the table. 2 from Chewbacca, and you're going to get up to 12 if you can on Avar Chris.
I mean,
Spend 3.
the games that we saw Henry play in Austin on this deck.
Go ahead and beguile ETH Koth.
Okay.
Ooh. Going to try and go for a tempo play here with a beguile is Jake.
Those are some good cards in Henry's hand, some late game bombs.
I didn't
Liberty, Yoda, and one more. What were you
Okay.
going to say?
I was going to say I didn't get a glimpse. So there we are. There it's is that Will of the Force? It was an event of some kind.
Pass.
It was the one with Luke Skywalker in the X-Wing?
Trust Your Instincts is the name of that card.
That's what it is.
That is a great card in Avar because you can reliably always have a Force token. Handy. Chewbacca tends to play low enough to the ground that the lack of resources is not really going to bother him all that much. In fact, Jake didn't even resource that round. Yeah, he did. He was just a little slow.
Yeah.
There we go. Another ETH Koth. Oh, let's say it's the same ETH Koth. It just got bounced.
Okay.
Yeah, I think most of these Chewy lists,
yeah,
their
swing
top
5.
end is
I won't
maybe
distribute the league.
4. Definitely not 5. They're so low to the ground. They're destroying their resources constantly.
Okay.
Chewbacca is just eating Henry's lunch right now.
18 damage on already.
18 damage on, and Jake hasn't spent a resource this round. We know he's at least got a Karis Nemec in that hand. We saw it earlier.
Yeah, I'll just spend 3 for an AT hauler.
You know, the
Okay.
funniest thing about this
and I'll
matchup
pass.
is looking at the board state at any given time, I couldn't tell you what turn we're on. Chewy is constantly
Exactly right.
deleting his resources.
Uh-huh.
Avar is trying to go up as
Yep.
fast as she can.
Avar wants to ramp whenever she can. Now, you're not wrong. Chewbacca's a weird one, because sometimes Chewbacca will resource out to like 5 or 6. Sometimes he'll stop at 4. Sometimes you look, he'll be down at 3. You just never really know what you're going to get.
There's the trust your instincts.
Great play for Henry. He needed that desperately. He had to clear that Chewbacca before things got any worse.
We'll see what answer he
You're at
has
28
to the
health
space arena that Jake is going to build out. Those stolen AT haulers are such good cards. 3 cost 4/5s.
Yep. But Jake got 15 damage out of his leader. Like, you can't be upset by that at all.
Do +1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll do 8 to base.
4 and aggressive negotiations +4 there. 8 to base now from Jake.
Okay.
This might be a really quick match.
It might be.
This is your fault, Jake. This is your fault, Sam.
I
This is your fault.
apologize. I saw Chewbacca, I saw Avar
Yeah,
Chris.
18, right?
I didn't think much deeper than that.
All right. Henry's got a beguile of his own to put that back where it came from.
Oh, sorry.
How many Chewbacca players do we have today, Wes?
This is the only one in the field.
That is really surprising.
This is the only Chewbacca player in the field is Jake right here.
And we have 2 Avar Chris
I'll go ahead
players
and
today.
Spend my credit in this resource.
We have more Avar Chris's in the field today than we have Tobias Beckett, then Pilot Vader, and Chewbacca.
What is happening here in Houston?
It is a weird day, ladies and gentlemen. There's that Karis Nemec finally coming to the board. Karis is honestly Chewie's easy win condition, right? If you kill it, it leaves behind the spy that kills you, right? If you don't kill it.
Okay.
Very resilient, very
Big play for Henry.
cheap. The Yoda.
Coming in with the Yoda here. Uses that force token, gets his heal, murders the Karis.
To create a spy.
This Yoda in play might be able to stabilize him. Take this game back from the jaws of defeat.
It's very possible. We're going to have to see. He desperately needed the health because the spy token's going to come in ready. That right there would have been lethal without Yoda's heal.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out when Henry is going to be able to use the Force next to get Yoda to proc again. Eth Koth has too much health to run into anything as the spy is a 0-2 to go into the resource at the cost of the Force token. Maybe he has something else in his hand. Maybe a second Yoda. Maybe that Liberty's still there.
Hang on. Chat's also pointing out Henry is on 8 resources, and he used the Force this turn. Guess what's happening?
Deploy.
Avar's coming. Avar's coming.
It's been so long since one leader died, I completely forgot about the other.
3 for a...
Jake's trying to figure out what to play here. He's got 2 space units, 3 space units, and a ground unit in his hand. I can't quite make out the last card, but he's got a red 5, a Falcon, an AT Hauler.
So if he slams that AT Hauler,
Spend 3 for a Millennium Falcon.
that's very threatening to Henry, because if Henry deploys, there's not actually a lot of ways that he can use the Force on the same turn. Avar going away means you have to physically attack with the units to get your Force token
And
back.
I will pass.
Surprisingly, Henry claimed there. I'm surprised he didn't deploy his leader.
He might have a space answer, maybe an eager escort fighter to take care of that Falcon.
Liberty would be a good card here too, right? He's going to have the resources for it. He is playing hero yellow. Jake with a couple of decent units on the board, technically representing lethal damage, but you have to believe Henry's not going to allow it to get that far.
For Liberty?
There's that Liberty.
Okay. I'm going to spend 1. I'll play Commence the Festivities to attack.
And that's
so that
it.
is a Saboteur
But
attack.
it is. It's a Saboteur with the Commence.
5 powers.
And he definitely has less resources because he's Chewbacca. Commence the festivities. Jake's about celebrating win number 1 here in this match.
That's a good card to have. That's a good card in that deck.
That Yoda
I'm sure everyone knows that by now, but it was definitely a sleeper at the start of the set.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was not sleeping on that card.
You weren't?
I played way too much Kylo 2 back in the day to sleep on that card.
Yeah, you love your double red, don't you?
Well, I mean, the double aspect decks are basically mostly dead right now, but just red in general, Saboteur, such a big thing, right? Such a great keyword. So, that was one of the things that I loved about the version of this deck that Jake, who won Austin 2 weekends ago, was playing. He had Ascension cables. Jack, I'm sorry, thank you. I'm seeing Jake and thinking Jake. Jack Fennessy, in the room today, a recent PQ champion here in Texas. He won Austin 2 weeks ago on this Chewbacca Mos Eisley, right? But he had Ascension cables in that deck.
Interesting.
A card you almost never see because it came in a set. He came out in Legends of the Force, and yellow Saboteur, and But man, imagine you go into your 5. Your Chewbacca comes to the board, does his shenanigans. Now your opponent's got to do something about him, and the first thing you do is put an Ascension cable on. Now he's a 6/9 Saboteur in the ground arena. Have fun with that.
I mean, rightly so. There's so many strong Sentinels in the ground arena right now.
Oh, yeah.
You have Lando Calrissian for your blue hero decks. You've had Captain Typho for your green hero decks. And now you get random things like what we've seen today, Bith Brute, Horn Contractor.
Yeah.
They're very plentiful.
Yeah. Jack, is Chad asking what Jack's playing today? Jack's playing Dedra Colossus today, ladies and gentlemen.
He told me he didn't want to crash and burn with Chewie and call it a fluke.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he's on Daedra Colossus, which is a complete 180 pivot from Chewbacca. He said it would round out his control matchups if he goes to Galactics, which I do think he intends to.
I'm sure he does. I mean, he's certainly got the points. He's won 2 PQs now because he won
200.
I know Michael Richards won Houston last October, but Jack won the one here on the north side of Houston in January, did he not?
Secrets of Power. Yeah.
Yes, he won that one.
Yes.
And then he won again in Austin 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. Jack took it away with Han 2 in an aggressive negotiations play. I remember it. Because he was borrowing my Hyperfoil aggressive negotiations.
Ooh, fancy.
I should sign it for him.
I think I have one of those laying around somewhere.
They're like $15 now.
Yeah, I know. They've gotten really crazy. It's funny, right, to look at what the price of the singles market is so schizo, right? You've got cards like Watch This out of a Hoth box that are suddenly valuable.
That is insane to me.
Right?
Do you know how many actually come in that box?
One. A single.
Terrible.
It costs 6.
Give us a play set.
Look,
they're doing that with the starters.
It's an intro game. It's designed for you to not play past about 6 resources. You have 20 HP bases. Come on.
Yeah, Liberty is skyrocketing right now.
Liberty's been amazing.
It's
one of the most
very
expensive
good
cards
card.
out of the set immediately from the beginning.
The Stranger is a very good card.
You know, Stranger, I'm willing to bet the price on that one's going to start to drop because as good as the Stranger is, and do not get me wrong, that card is fabulous. Talzin is not playing well into the field right now. There's people out there playing her. Don't get me wrong. Talzin Yellow, which is the big kind of, I want this card for this deck. It's not really there.
You know, there's a very typical cycle in card games when a new set releases, and it's that aggro is king at the beginning.
Yeah.
And as time goes on, the decks get slower and control becomes more prevalent. And I think we're at that point where your Lando Lake Country, your Aura Green, Aura Red, they're getting very good. And I think Talzin is just too slow, and I think she loses to those pretty badly.
Yeah, you're at that inflection point. You're exactly right. The set is about 5-6 weeks old now, right? It's 6 weeks since pre-releases. No, 6 weeks since official release, basically today. And so yeah, you're right at that inflection point where Control. Thank you. I'll come up with the word in a minute. Is starting to make waves, right?
So we're on game 2. Chewbacca has played a Red Squadron Y-Wing. One of I would say their best plays on turn 1.
I love this card. I love all of the early indirect damage. TIE Bomber is another one of my favorite cards out of JTL. They're just great cards.
Great game design.
Ooh.
Give your opponent something to choose on your own attack.
So all Henry did with his first turn was make a Force token and claim. But let me tell you, he then put a Lieutenant Gorn into the ground arena. That's not what you want to see if you're Jake.
Taking the credit token is nasty. That might be a sideboard directly in for Lando decks that is seeing a lot of use in this Chewie matchup.
It's going to change. My guess is it's going to change how Jake plays the next turn, right? Very commonly, you'll see Chewbacca use one of his resources to blow something up, make a credit, and still spend that credit so he can deploy that turn. Jake's not going to have that luxury as long as Lieutenant Gorn is ready. Gorn's ability will steal that token away. Actually, it doesn't steal it. I think it just deletes it. No, you steal it.
Take control.
You actually take control of it.
And he's got that powerful stat line, the 3-cost.
He's a 4/4 for 3. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
I think Jake pivots to a much more, the Eager Escort coming out for the Millennium Falcon.
Eager Escort takes out the Falcon in the high orbitals. That's a good tempo play.
I think
Y-Wing
Jake is going to pivot to a much more traditional play style, not deleting his resources and actually playing cards in his hand the fair way until that Lieutenant Gorn is gone.
If I'm Henry, at this exact moment, I'm stalling. I'm going to use Avar's text to generate the Force token. Let's see what he does. That's what I'm going to do right now.
You mean generate it over itself?
Sure.
Just to burn a turn?
Sure. It's a stall. It's a totally valid stall tactic. He could pass, which I think is what he just did. He could also just tap Avar to make a Force token. He's already got it. Doesn't hurt anything, but he needs to hold this Gorn in reserve. Okay, I think he definitely passed. Okay. Jake's going to do it the old-fashioned way.
He's going to save the cards in his hand, deploy the Chewbacca.
Is Henry thinking about claiming?
I think Jake wanted to use Chewbacca this turn to get rid of Gorn so that he can go back to a traditional game.
That's what he wants.
A Chewbacca traditional game.
But if you're Henry, you're fine with that because
then your Chewie's not hitting your base.
Well, the exact Chewie's not hitting your base. He's functioning as a sentinel.
Maybe you ignore the Gornis, Jake.
I'll do 5 to base, but I won't use Chewy's ability.
Just like that.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to push 5 to base and not use Chewy's game text.
Just look at base, make number go 0.
Yep. I mean, that's what Chewbacca wants to do anyway. But the Gorn changes the way the deck plays. And as long as he's on the board, it's gonna change how Jake approaches his turns.
I think Henry needs a Sentinel on the ground right about now. Some way to force the Chewbacca to take at least 1 or 2 damage so that Gorn can
trade into it.
Exactly.
He got so destroyed by this Chewbacca last match.
Okay.
He needs. Okay. The Jin Urso comes out and has the big exhaust effect there. That's a good one.
I'll do a 1 to base first, and I'll do.
Henry's got some indirect damage to spread around.
2 on Jin, 1 on Gorn.
Okay.
Wait, actually, sorry. I'll do 2 on Gorn and 1 on Jin.
Okay. Feels like he's taking too much indirect damage. I'm not sure why he's taken. Oh no, he took 1 of the base and the 3 indirect. I got it now. There it is. Okay.
Use the Force.
Yoda's lightsaber.
That'll
Love
trade into
this.
Chewbacca.
That will. This is exactly the line that Henry needed in game 1, but he's got it here.
You know what? Can you pull up a picture of Yoda's lightsaber attached to a non-vehicle? Okay. A lot of those lightsabers that came out of Legends of the Force specifically say you have to attach to a Force unit, of which Lieutenant Gorn is not.
Correct.
I just wanted to double check. Oh man, the Sabine to destroy.
Oh, the Sabine's going to ambush in and kill Gorn.
Yeah, I'll trade.
Well,
Yeah. That indirect damage being really relevant there.
It adds up.
Yeah, it does. Great play by Jake. Nice response. Henry had a great line. He would have been able to remove Chewie this turn and not deal with him anymore, but Jake able to defend his leader in the ground arena.
I'll claim.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 1. I'm going to play They Hate That Ship.
Oh.
And then I'm going to play this thing, so the TIE Fighters will just die.
Okay, so we're going to do They Hate That Ship into the B-Wing Skirmisher. A very common play in this deck because when the B-Wing Skirmisher comes in, it just murders the little TIE tokens that it hands out.
Looking good.
That's one of my favorite combos.
It's a great combo, and it's a great combo. They Hate That Ship is a card that got kind of limited play, but it was never super popular.
I tried to make something of it with Han 4 and that Home 1 capital ship that inspects the opponent's space arena for its own discount. It never really took off. I think Jack pairing it with, what was it, the Blade Wing? Is that what it was?
I'll play a second.
I think he had one of those.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, Jake pairing it with that
Yeah.
is kind of the no-brainer play.
Back to my hand.
Yeah.
Back-to-back beguiles out of Henry this round. He put the B-Wing Skirmisher back. Chewie swung in for 5 and then blew up Jyn Erso in the ground arena in the process, and then Henry beguiled the other space unit back to Jake's hand. So Jake left with only his leader on the board. Henry's tapped out. Jake with all of his resources ready, on 6 resources, I might add.
So we've seen this board state before when the player opposite Chewie kind of gets into a position where they're clearing out everything except for Chewie. And the critical point in the matchup is really how do they actually deal with Chewie himself.
Yep.
Because Henry's 15 points away. That's 3 swings with Chewbacca. If he doesn't play a Sentinel or heal in any sort of way or remove Chewie, it's game over.
Yeah. Jake thought he had Henry thought he had an answer for Chewbacca last round, but Jake ambushed in Sabine to deal with that, and Henry kind of put himself in that position a little bit because he had put indirect damage onto Gorn, and that was enough to do it. Daughter in the ground arena. I mean, that helps a little bit, but right now you don't have a Force token.
So she's going to make it so that all of my damage is -2, essentially?
Yes, but I don't have the Force right now.
Okay, so I'll do 5 to base.
5 more coming into Henry's base here.
Resource to do 2 to the daughter.
Jake not giving it a second thought, just beelining for the 0
I
on
mean,
Henry's base.
They're Chewie. That's what you do. That's what you do, baby.
What does Henry do?
I'll put Han on this
He's
thing to
looking
do 6 to
down
base, but it'll end up
almost
being
lethal lethal at this point, I think.
Jake put a pilot on this?
Yeah, for Han.
Yeah, I can't quite see the
I'll hit
pilot.
this
Pilot Han. It's Pilot Han.
Of course, who else would it be?
Of course. Your boy, your favorite. Yep, there it is. And he swings in for 6. Yeah. By the time it's all done, the Pilot Han is going to seal this deal between that and the
Got it for first.
Yeah, that was close to
Y-Wing in the space arena.
I've been trying to really
Chewbacca just steamrolls, just straight beats down his way to victory here in Game 2.
Anyway, good game.
We're going to side deck.
Oh, yeah.
I think if Henry is able to, I think if he, man, it's really challenging, isn't it? His placement of the indirect damage is what set him up for the Sabine blowout. If he doesn't do that, if he's able to, I won't say able to, if he makes different choices about where he puts that indirect damage, then that whole game is different. Because then Gorn trades out for Chewbacca on the same turn that you exhausted him.
But even if you get rid of
I
it,
think you eat up the indirect damage to your base for
but you had the Jin as well,
the
so
long
was
run.
thinking
I agree. I think you have to.
I think Henry had too much coming at his face at the time to maybe consider a Sabine coming out of Jake's hand for the ambush.
Fair.
Because, I mean, let's be honest, Chewbacca's doing 4 different things at once. He's destroying his resources, he's making credits, he's playing units, and he's hitting you in the face. Your life total's going down pretty quick, and you don't want to just put indirect damage onto base and help him with his own game plan.
You're not wrong. And that's why I'm saying it's definitely a challenge, but I still, hindsight is always 20/20. That's the beauty of being on the commentator desk and not sitting in the chair at the table. Don't tell everybody that.
I am so much less stressed today.
Isn't that amazing?
This
is
when
why I
go
do
to
this.
Other PQs.
You know, my stress is totally different on a tournament day because it's about coming in and making sure that all the setup is done. And then once that, it's like, sweet, now I get to have fun for 8 hours.
I'm smiling here. I'm not shaking in a chair.
None of that. But I still, with all of Jake's resources ready, you have to, you kind of have to. Chat's talking about that she can't clear the upgrade. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about she ambushed in directly and dealt 3 damage and just outright killed him.
Sometimes that's all you need.
He was a 4/4 with 1 damage on before the indirect damage, and then the lightsaber. Right? If you take the indirect damage and you put, let's say, 1 on the base and you let Jin die, because Jin's done her job. She took Chewie out for the round.
Absolutely.
And you have a 4/3 Lieutenant Gorn that you then put the lightsaber on. Sabine still doesn't kill him. Can't kill her. Can't kill him. He's a 7/4. Great, I ambushed in Sabine, but I can't kill the lightsaber. I take 3 damage, but I don't care. I still knock your leader off. Life goes on. Would that have changed the whole game? I don't know, right? Because you're looking at Avar is a deck like most of the Force decks, right? Wants to be in the ground arena. Chewbacca, generally as built, most Chewbacca's decks don't spend a ton of time and effort in the ground arena.
He can go either, but if you have a space unit against this deck, no-brainer play.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's quite unfortunate for the Avar Chris because some of the core cards in her deck, like Eth Koth, are very, very, very passive in this matchup.
They don't do anything. He's never going to blow that up. You have to do something with it.
You're a 5/4. You don't ambush. Chewbacca has 6 life, and he kills you back if you trade into him. One thing we didn't see out of Henry was ground sentinels. I don't think we saw an Obi-Wan come out.
No, that would have been huge.
It would have been huge, absolutely.
Yeah.
We saw an eager escort fighter. That's a great space solution, but sometimes you just don't draw what you need. And I guarantee he has Obi-Wans in his deck.
Oh,
that's one of the best 3-cost green Force units.
Oh,
in the
sure.
game.
The other thing he could be looking again, without seeing the list, I would believe the new Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon out of set 7. It's just a yellow.
I like that card.
A yellow Force Sentinel in the ground arena that lets you stack your deck. Like, that's never a bad thing. That feels great.
It's got that classic Chillwind Yeti stat line from Hearthstone, if you know what I'm talking about.
I
the
do
4-cost 4/5. It's a card that won the first Hearthstone World Championships.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Fun fact of the day.
Fun factoid for someone who actually has played Hearthstone. I think I played a little bit of it back in the day, but not a ton.
It's been a while since I've touched it.
Okay.
But it was fun.
Fun
at the time.
I'm too old school. I prefer cards in hand and players across the table from me. The digital TCGs have never felt as good to me.
That's how I feel now.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
a collector. I like my shiny cardboard rectangles.
Exactly. I want
The
things.
tactile.
I want things I can touch.
Absolutely.
I want things I'm so weird too, because like when it comes to books, I'll buy all the ebooks all day long because I hate having to find space on my shelves for more books. But when it comes to cards, I want I want the real thing. I don't want digital cards. Man.
Absolutely.
None of that shenanigans. None of that shenanigans. All right, guys. Well, the good news is we had another good match. The bad news is we have a lot of dead time. What I might do, man, I'd have to plug in microphones.
Let's give them control versus control next round.
Oh, they're gonna hate us. They're gonna hate us.
I'd hate us.
I would hate us too. They're gonna hate us. So the break's gonna be probably a bit of a long one. The good news is, from my perspective, for us, that's actually not bad. We can spend a little time working on getting food. This may be our one chance to get a lunch break in.
Do we have a lunch break today?
We do not.
Excellent
Not that I know
for
of.
us.
So the fact that we had a quick match gives us enough time. We might be able to, like, I could run to the Whataburger or something, and we can actually get like a real meal. So we're going to collaborate on that and figure that out in a minute. In the meantime, guys, you guys get a meal of your own, stretch your legs, whatever. We'll be back at probably at least 25 minutes. So you've got plenty of time. We'll see you again for round 4 in just a little bit.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. These 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They are vigilance, command, aggression, cunning, heroism, and villainy. Start deck building with the benefits provided by each aspect. All decks require 1 leader and 1 base. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect, but there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Playing in-aspect cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. Playing out-of-aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threat your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, SWOO fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threats your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent
let's do this, Sam. Round 4.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It has been a few minutes. We're going to be bringing you guys. Brendan's going to be so excited. I didn't realize that was who I'd picked. Round 4. We've got a couple of players. I think these guys are at least. What are we? Are they 3-0, 2-1? What do we got? Brendan is 2-0-1, and Alex is 2-0-1. So we got a couple of 2-0-1 players here to show you guys. This is going to be Thrawn, Yellow Force, and Obi Blue.
Chat, you asked for a top table, so we gave you table 4.
I mean, one of the difficulties of not having deck lists in Melee is I can't instinctively look and know everybody's leader base pairings, right?
They'll bring it out.
So
have some patience. Have some patience.
So people with written deck lists, I just get hosed. It makes it difficult sometimes. I'm going to do a little bit of prep in the deck, in the list to get the overlays all set. Talk to me about what you think this matchup is going to look like kind of for each player. Give me the 60-second breakdown from each side.
They both like to play a lot of units. Obi-Wan much more so. They're both on force space, so to get value out of their cards, they need to actually be attacking the other player. I think they're going to have a lot of ground units, so I think it might go a little bit late. Maybe like a turn 7, turn 8, just because they're both going to eventually be beating each other's units with their own units over the head. I think Obi-Wan has a very good late game with Yoda. I think Thrawn has a very powerful combo with Legacy Run and his leader ability. But I'm curious if that damage from the Legacy Run, even though it's 12 with the Thrawn ability, I wonder if Obi-Wan just has enough experience on his units to soak up all of that damage. And I don't know. I can see it going both ways. I think Thrawn is a little bit more value-oriented in terms of card draw. And Obi-Wan has kind of just more raw, like, baseball bat power behind him.
Yeah, only one extra, health out of the experience token to me doesn't necessarily feel like it's gonna be the thing that gets you there, right? Like I don't see that off the top of my head. But we'll see. Maybe I'm full of crap. Let's meet our players real quick as soon as the overlays finish updating. I'm looking at you, overlays. Hurry up. These guys are resourcing, so yeah, we'll get straight to the table. We'll do player introductions in between rounds, okay? Let's do that. All right, guys, here we go. Brendan on your left, that's our Thrawn player. Alexander on your right, that's our Obi player. These guys are resourced, readied up, and here we go. Alexander opening the action with a Secretive Sage into the ground arena.
Are Melee deck lists required? They, I think, are submitted through Melee, but Melee's been having a lot of issues today, and we have printed out deck lists. And Wes has been painstakingly going through and tallying the number of decks for you guys.
It's a challenge, right? When everybody puts their deck into Melee, life feels wonderful. But that doesn't always work, and the internet here has been a little spotty in terms of quality. So the store basically said, look, we're going to run the event as best we can in Melee. We're not going to require you guys to put your deck lists in Melee. So that's where we're at.
These players are both 2-0-1 right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have put the records up. Hold up. There we go. Oh, that's Krennic in the ground arena.
So you were saying that you're not quite sure if the experience tokens from Obi-Wan are going to give him the health to push through, but I might look at it on the flip side, the attack that the experience bonus is bringing to the Thrawn 28 HP base, it just might be enough. It might get too volatile of a board state too quickly, and then all of a sudden someone's at 0 health. And I mean, you see there's already 5 units on board.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see at what point each player decides, okay, enough, I'm going to start attacking into your units rather than attacking into your base, because we're going to hit that point somewhere along the line.
It is very difficult as a player to figure out the best time to pivot when there's so many game pieces in play.
Great play from Brendan. He smashed Karis into 2 damage on Ezra. Ezra's 4 health kills Karis, so then Brendan uses his force token to clear the Secretive Sage, even shielded, before it can swing. Alexander replaces that Secretive Sage with a shielded Itinerant Warrior. Is going to use that Force token. Is going to use that Force token to clean up the couple of damage on his base.
Itinerant Warrior has been such a powerhouse of a
It's
card.
an amazing card.
You don't even need the Force. A 4/4 with a shield is so valuable.
Yep. Well,
there's the legacy run out of Thrawn.
There's that dangerous legacy run that Thrawn kind of wants to have access to.
And Brendan clears the shield so that all of the damage just doesn't go into that shield.
Well, and I love how he cleared it with the Night Sister Warrior and then got to draw a card for it.
Oh, absolutely.
And picked
two cards.
He picked up his Force token, but he did not flip it over. So the Night Sister Warrior attacking does give Brendan his Force token. There he goes. He caught it there.
I guess, did he draw 2 cards? Is he going to use that Thrawn ability?
He didn't use the Thrawn ability there. I didn't see him tap his leader. Maybe he meant to, or maybe he just forgot. I don't know. It's the 5 resource round. Obi should be entering the arena in a little while. Alexander on the button here.
Okay, he did exhaust his leader, but then they immediately went to the next turn.
Ah, okay, there we go. Obi getting in for 4 here.
And Obi-Wan is going to deploy before Thrawn, and right now Thrawn doesn't have anything to really stop the ground assault from Alexander. This game could be over soon.
Well, we'll see. One of the things, I had never seen a Thrawn yellow Force deck until a couple weekends ago in Austin. We had one on stream toward the end of the day, and one of the things that I learned watching that matchup was there are a large variety of ways that Thrawn has to murder that legacy run on his own, like without interacting with your board at all, which was fascinating to me because it was something that I had not picked up before. As Tyrannus comes in to ambush out Ezra before he can swing in.
I would have thought that if you're going to go blue, villainy, yellow, do it with Talzin, but Thrawn provides an alternative, very value-heavy strategy to the deck, and this meta, I think, you would prefer to go value in this current meta. There's a lot of decks that are going late. There's not a lot of aggro, so you can forego the -1 that you're doing with Talzin and just draw 2 off of things like that Night Sister Warrior or the Owen Lars.
Owen's ability on Thrawn is just silly. It's so good.
And you're hitting every time.
Yeah, just about. Alexander's action, trying to debate what the play is here. Leader's ready. Hasn't spent any resources. Coming in with another Itinerant Warrior. Basically keeping his base spick and span, nice and clean here early, ladies and gentlemen.
There goes the shield. Brendan continuing to set up to destroy his own legacy run and get maximum value across the board.
Clear as much of this as he possibly can in one go.
There is 14 health on Alexander's side of the board, and legacy run does 12.
That's the thing. See the math? It's weird.
Brendan should have taken 3 damage on his base there. Obi-Wan swung, didn't put tokens down. Yeah, Alexander's like, hey, buddy, here you go. There we go. Okay, I was like, yeah. I always want to don't let your opponent get too far down the road, right? I'm pretty sure Brendan just claimed right there. Don't let your opponent get too far down the road. Don't let him forget really important things like, hey, I just punched your base in the face, and you need to mark that.
Pay your costs, guys.
Exactly. When you watch as many games as I have on camera, you have seen people mess up the board state in the most bizarre ways, in ways you wouldn't think are possible.
When you fumble a PQ finals by not paying for a fast Falcon.
5-9.
Yeah, you don't forget it again.
So 3 on there? Yeah, 3 on there.
Okay, so we know gloried only results our own legacy run. Okay, so so then he deals 12 damage to just brutalize Alexander's ground arena, who then Alex follows up with an Obi-Wan Sentinel.
Obi-Wan trades very nicely into all of the ground units that Brendan has. Brendan's going to draw.
Night Sister Warrior begins things by putting 2 damage into that Obi-Wan. Obi's going to take somebody else with him. Krennic isn't a clean trade, but Tyrannus is.
I don't know. Do you go face? You have 2 units right now.
Yeah. Man, I don't know.
I think you're at the point in the game where Krennic's passive ability is no longer useful.
The
Thrawn player has too many resources.
Fair. I'll be honest, if I'm Alex in this instance, I might consider smashing Obi-Wan into Tyrannus right now, get him off the board, and then pass my experience token off to my Sentinel. That Krennic cannot get through.
He can't.
No,
he would,
not happening.
He would break himself trying to deal with Obi-Wan.
Now Thrawn can clear him when he flips out. Thrawn's a 4/7 into the ground arena when he hits the board.
This is the Thrawn flip turn.
Alex.
Brendan, I might think about just using Thrawn to get through the Sentinel.
Alex, with 3 resources remaining, spends a couple of them on Yaddle.
Yaddle is one of those cards that just kind of defines the colors that it is in. I think every single blue-white deck is going to be running a playset of Yaddle.
And it is Obi-Wan going back to the base, putting that experience on Yaddle. Thrawn deploys. Alex claims initiative, and Thrawn cleans up Obi-Wan.
Pay 1. Or I guess pay free. No, yeah, that was 1. Owen.
Yeah, pay free for Owen Lars. It's true. Owen is free when Krennic is on the table. That's true.
I like free. Free is good.
Free is good. We like free things.
So the tempo, it has definitely swung back into Brendan's favor. Alexander doesn't have a very strong board presence.
The trick,
I think that the damage is going to start coming through from Brendan's side, and I don't know if the life total difference is too much of a factor now in this game.
We'll see. The trick with Alexander, right? Anytime you're playing in these hero green decks, especially these hero green force decks with Keller and Beck, you can look up and suddenly the board is way larger than you thought it was going to be just a moment ago.
That is true. If he lands a Keller in this turn and then maybe a Yoda next turn,
Alrighty.
that would be devastating.
Let's do it.
You can't afford Yoda just yet. It's the 7 resource round.
Next turn.
Next turn. I should say Keller and then Yoda.
Because
My apologies.
Yoda
I
checks
misheard.
for how many units you have,
Yeah.
and that way the Kellerin kind of gives you a +2 in that respect.
3 damage to Brendan's base from Yaddle and restore 1 for Alexander. It's an 18 HP lead for Alexander here in game 1.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. The big Keller and back into the ground arena. I'm not sure. Owen just restored. I see. Owen just went to base so he could restore.
I reckon Alex is looking for something like an Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel.
That'd be a really good pull right here.
He could also get maybe just a blue leader just for space, because he has 27 health. That's a huge amount. Brendan's not going to take that down to 0 anytime soon. Instead, he gets a Mina Bonteri.
Inside with a Mina Bonteri. Mina's not a bad card. Again, you're a 2/4 restore. You get to draw a card, possibly, likely, when she dies, depending on what your disclosed status is. And Thrawn's going to clean her up right away and be like, no, none of that shenanigans.
She's fantastic.
I'm guessing
she's the Yaddle of green-white.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing the disclose, so I have to believe that Alexander doesn't have it.
He doesn't.
I saw he had a Chirrut in there.
It looked like he had a Chirrut in a blue event. Could be
Yeah.
Shatterpoint, could be
Lost and
Tree
Forgotten.
Remembers, Lost and Forgotten.
Yeah.
That would deal with nothing significant.
No glory.
On Brendan's side of the board.
No glory only results. Cleans up Keller and Beck. And Alexander back down to just Yaddle in his ground arena.
The Garidian comes out, looks at
Garindon.
Alexander's hand.
Okay. That's a Shatterpoint.
Man, it is very unfortunate to be Alexander right now. The biggest, most threatening unit is the leader, and your only removal can't touch it.
Is Shatterpoint non-leader unit? I know it is for the delete, but I'm wondering if it is for the one that's 3 or less health remaining. Yes, they're both non-leader. Okay, both halves of it are non-leader.
You had me shaking in my boots for a second.
No, I wanted to make sure because that non-leader phraseology creeps up in a lot of places that I sometimes forget it. So I want to make sure that I knew it couldn't just use.
No, you're absolutely right.
I knew it couldn't just use the force token to kill the leader. What I couldn't remember the one was about the one destroying it less than having 3 HP remaining. That's the one I couldn't remember.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
There's the Chirrut. He has the force. That means he can soak up any of these hits.
Going to put that great brick wall into the ground arena that we've been seeing for several sets now.
Unless Brendan has hand removal in his hand, it's looking like that Chirrut is going to be able to soak up 2, maybe even 3 hits because of the Yaddle.
Yep.
Next action for Alexander is going to give him the force back.
Brendan needs some kind of card that'll murder this Chirrut as quick as he can. Okay. That's... I won't say that's not it. It might be it. It depends on what else he's sitting on over there.
So Yaddle could trade into Thrawn, and then the Chirrut just kind of sits there the rest of the game.
I mean, nobody else can really hurt him that badly. Alexander backs up Chirrut with another Ezra. Yep. Yep, this is one of those nasty plays. The assassin comes in, murders the legacy run, and it's 12 damage direct into Alexander's ground arena, and just like that, his board is just about wiped clean again.
I guess he already used the Thrawn leader ability this turn?
No, he did not. That was why he just used it. He used it twice. He dealt 5 to Yaddle, he dealt 5 to Ezra, and then he dealt 2 to Chirrut.
I completely forgot the Ezra.
Yep.
First will only be 1 of the 2 total. So
yeah, that makes sense.
It's going to cost Brendan dearly. His leader goes away, but he is going to clear this Chirrut out of the ground arena and push through a little bit of damage onto Alexander's base.
And then I will pass.
Alexander ending the turn with 5 damage on his base. Brendan with, what am I counting, 15 damage on his there at the end as Owen Lars gets his restore in. Brendan wisely not just smashing Owen into things, getting that restore.
Trying to think of what top end Alexander has that he could draw into to restabilize. Maybe a Bo-Katan if he has it in main board. A Yoda does almost nothing here.
Yoda's probably not a great play. Again, another Kelleran would be good. You know, something that populates the board with multiple things. We're going to go with Obi.
There's that fancy gift pack. Obi
Yeah. Yeah, the crazy Obi.
I'm going to pay 6. You can let me capture him where he comes in ready.
Ah, it's the Grand Admiral throwing out a Secrets of Power coming into the ground arena.
Let him ready.
Ooh.
Now that is a massive threat Alexander needs an answer for as quick as he can find one.
Does he have... He almost has lethal on board. That's 8 + 4 + 2, and then an Owen Lars up top, right?
The Owen is the Owen's a 0-3. 8, 4, 2. Yep. Okay. We're gonna play a Maz Kanata just to get a body on the board, even though it's not gonna do anything really.
It's looking like Alexander's grasping for straws at this point, or maybe he is trying to set up a Yoda play for next turn.
That's entirely possible because Yoda's based on the number of units you have on the board. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does 2 times the number of units.
Brendan still Brendan still has his work cut out for him. He's still got to get rid of this Obi-Wan.
Kill there. I'll do 2 to your base. I'll restore 2.
He does manage to push through a couple extra damage there with Krennic and restore 2 more. Owen Lars, so far the hero of Brendan's game, has restored 6 HP, and this gap has narrowed to only 6 health between these 2 players. Brendan in solid control of the ground arena here in game 1. Alexander's still looking for something that's going to let him get back in here. Sam, you talked about Yoda. That'd be a good one. A second copy of Kelleran back. Another good card. What could he have? What kind of blue cards could we be looking for?
Well, he's not resourcing to 9, so there's no way he's going to play Bo-Katan. This turn, at least. Maybe he draws it and resources next turn. A blue leader is a very proactive play.
Yep.
Take care of the Grand Admiral
Come down
Thrawn unit.
Yep. Ambush out that Thrawn. Owen Lars one more time. He's restored 8 HP off this Owen Lars.
Man, another Maz Kanata into no value on her when played.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, the assassin, that one assassin killed both Maz Kanatas.
That is that a Kylo Ren?
I can't quite make it out.
Yeah, that's...
No, that's an E.
Oh, that's Shin Hati.
That's Shin Hati, yes, thank you. Shin Hati to the ground arena. Chimera to the space arena for Brendan.
Yeah, I wonder if Thrawn is packing the big capital ships that Empire is known for. It is a force deck, so maybe
I'm
in the sideboard.
I don't know. I'm willing to bet no.
Chimera is just kind of a Thrawn.
Is it a tie game already? No, I was off. It's 17. There we go.
And then I'm going to pass.
Yep, so you should have the force as well.
At one point, Brendan was down to 9 HP. He's all the way back up to 17 health remaining.
That's that Owen Lars putting in
Yeah,
work.
and he's just continually keeping Alexander's board clear. This Thrawn deck plays like a control deck. Am I crazy to say that, Sam?
Huh. It's Thrawn. Of course it does.
I mean, I've never actually seen
It's not
one.
hard control.
Right.
It's
a form of control.
It is.
Okay.
It's a very unit-heavy control style. I would call it soft control.
Okay.
Chat, weigh in on that. What do you think Thrawn Yellow falls into, and what bin of deck archetype?
Chimera swings in for 5. Brendan takes his first lead of game 1. Alexander coming into the ground arena with a Gunji and his last Itinerant Warrior, but he doesn't have a force token to get any value out of that Itinerant Warrior. So he's just putting, again, a simple, casual 4/4 shielded into the ground arena. No big deal.
It's just so passive at this point. I don't know if it's really going to help Alexander in the long run.
He's got to get something to stick to the board, and he hasn't been able to do it in a while.
The fact that he was playing those 2 Maz Kanadas with no payoff for the 1 playability that she has really makes me think that he has a Yoda in hand. I can't see how many cards he does have in hand.
Looks like maybe only 1 or 2.
He's clearly trying to build his board back up, which, I mean, is the only way out for Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's a unit-heavy deck.
Once again, the early claim from Alexander leaves Brendan kind of in control, do whatever he wants here. Shen's going to smash into the Itinerant Warrior. Krennic's going to smash into Gunji for some more damage. Owen had already gone to base.
Oof, there's the Stranger coming out.
There's a Stranger. Talking about this card earlier, definitely one of the better legendaries out of the most recent set. Brendan definitely going to have his force token now.
I think this is the second time today that we've had those Admiral Akbar sleeves on. They are so funny.
All right. Tyrannus is going to come into the ground arena, and Alexander's just going to scoop it up. He's not going to waste any more time on game 1 here. So game 1 going to Brendan. Let's peel back and let these guys do some sideboarding. Let's see for a minute. Let's see, did I get this updated correctly? Let's hold them on it. Fingers crossed this works. Oh, I've got them backwards. All right. Well, the names are correct. I've got them on the wrong side of the screen. I can fix that. So again, we're not going to look at deck lists. We're not going to look at sideboards, and we're not going to put these guys' sideboard decisions on camera. But let's just talk through. If you're Alexander, what kind of things might you have in your sideboard that sound attractive to you right now, Sam? Give me some ideas.
Maybe a Bo-Katan. If it's in the sideboard, I think it's something you bring in, because looking at Thrawn's board state that entire game, it's comprised almost completely of things like
weenies.
Krennic, Owen, Lars. I would call them weenies.
Yeah,
they
like
die
mostly.
Indeed. They would die to a Bo-Katan play. Maybe it's in a sideboard. I don't know. But, I mean, you're blue hero. Do you ever leave the house without a Bo-Katan?
I feel like that card has so much utility into so many matchups. You wouldn't want to.
What do you do up in
You wouldn't want to leave it for.
For real?
You wouldn't want to leave it completely out of the 60, right?
Yeah.
You talk to people about building unlimited decks. You talk about approaching it more from the idea of you're not building a 50-card deck with a 10-card sideboard. You're building a 60-card deck, and out of that, you're choosing the 10 you want to put in your sideboard.
I agree with that philosophy. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
I think I'm trying to think of what Alex might have presently in the sideboard, and I think
a lot of it's
place of Galen Verso could be in there because of all the Landos running around.
That's why
Yeah.
That's a good source of it.
Galen would be good in this matchup.
Where do you see Galen coming into this match?
If you call Legacy Run, yeah, like think about that for a minute, right? Because the two big kind of back-breaking moments in that game were both essentially substantial board clears off the back of a doubled-up legacy run play.
If he never legacy runs, I think Alexander snowballs into a win. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Because
he's a little faster.
6-7 cards on his ground unit or ground field. I think he would take it away if it wasn't for that legacy run.
I guess
Yeah.
so. I did biomedical engineering as undergrad. And I was like, probably med school, but just in case I'll do a degree.
Now, and again, because then you also at a minimum you present Brendan with more difficult tactical choices, because now in order to get, like, let's just say this was the sequence you work through it, right? Legacy run comes out, Galen Urso comes out and says, no, I'm going to blank that card. Now, in order for my legacy run to have value, I have to find a way to murder this Galen Urso. But most of my guys that aren't named Darth Tyrannus are too weak to do this without help in some fashion.
Yeah, Galen has 5 health, doesn't he?
I think he's the 3/5.
He survives a Talzin Assassin. He survives a Talzin Assassin when played.
Let's put him up. Yeah, he's a 3/5.
There you go. A good resilient body. I think that could be a card that comes in specifically to deal with Legacy Run. If Alexander can identify that that's the card that really picked apart his board state, I would put that in.
I like that idea. And Galen has such great utility, right? Galen, I almost feel like you could make an argument for Galen being in the main deck, at a minimum the sideboard. Maybe even if you don't have one in the main, I think you could make an argument for it.
There's a strategy of actually coming to an event with your sideboard cards in the main board, just so that when you face those matchups, you hose them right out of the gate. And then all the easier matchups, I would call them non-meta cards that you didn't plan your sideboard for. You just swap back to your normal deck and thrash them on the back.
Right.
The neuroscience program there has been.
So I think you're right. Galen in the main, viable.
Yeah. Chat thinks I'm salty that Thrawn is doing well. That's someone who doesn't watch the stream very often, I think.
We love Thrawn here.
No, I love villains. One of my biggest gripes with the state of the game today is that the majority of villain leaders feel weak. Like the villain card pool feels weak as a whole to me.
I can vouch for that. That was one of the first things he said to me this morning.
Yes, we talked about that.
I hate that Hero is so good right now.
I said that. I hate that heroism is so crazy good right now.
So that sector top 8, that had 3 Landos, 2 Obi-Wans, a Chewbacca, a Luke. That's 7. I'm missing 1, and I can't remember it.
I don't think it was a villain.
7 hero leaders.
Yeah, I don't think it was a villain.
Ready? Yep.
That's crazy.
I'll think shields.
Maybe next set will give us something.
To the base.
A little bit of flip here early. Oh, Alexander now trying to play a little controlling, knocking off Krennic's shield with his Secret of Sage.
Kill this Krennic and put another.
Oh, and Brennan's like, all right, well, I'm just going to put my shield. I'm going to replace him so I can get my shield back. Alexander does back up his own ground arena with Amina Monteri. We saw that card in Game 1. Now we're going to use Obi-Wan to buff up that Secret of Sage to a 3/3.
We're seeing Mina Bonteri a lot earlier in this game. She's going to put in a lot more work.
Well,
and more value over time.
I also think if I'm Alexander, I'm going to murder that flippin' Owen Lars as quick as I can. That guy ruined his Game 1, in my opinion. He healed like 10 or 12 off of Owen Lars. Owen Lars!
It never allowed him to convert anything he played into a win. He was always going to be too far off after that Owen.
I would rather give you the when defeated trigger than let you heal 10 or 12 damage off your base from this clown.
You know, cards in hand are only good if you're playing aggressive negotiations or if you actually play all of the cards in your hand. And sometimes if you just overfill Thrawn's hand, he doesn't have enough resources to play everything, and you're winning the game because he can't answer in time.
Yeah.
There's the Chirrut. He's going to very effectively protect against the ground assault coming out of Brendan's deck.
Alexander smashes Mina Bonteri into Darth Tyrannus, who did not ambush because there's no force. Brendan did not have the force, but he knocks off the shield.
And he did disclose the command heroism to draw a card.
To draw a card. Got his disclose off that round.
We saw a Terran Tarek, which definitely came out of the
sideboard. That definitely came out of the sideboard.
And a blue leader.
Terrentatek was a smashingly awesome card in like limited play in Legends of the Force, That's kind of where we're at, right? Look at the board we're in. They're almost all Force units, isn't
yeah,
it?
now that you say it.
It feels like Legends of the Force out there.
This is a very, very probable limited scenario.
It's a very Legends of the Force heavy matchup. So Terrentatech is a great card to be bringing into this match.
Yeah, Director Krennic, that's the only card I'm uncertain of.
JTL.
Not being. He's a JTL card?
For sure.
Okay.
Alexander able to push a little bit of base damage of his own that turn. We're at 3 damage on each player's base as we head to the 5 resource round. Obi's big coming out party should be shortly. They're showing Alexander having the initiative token on the board here. It looks like that's not correct. Brendan looking like he has the initiative as we get a no glory only results to clear up Chirrut.
So I don't think Grand Admiral Thrawn has gotten the Force token yet this game.
He hasn't yet this game. There's the Terrentatech.
He's still not going to have it.
He's still not going to have it. Great play here to clean up that Darth Tyrannus.
Director Krennic trades into the Terran Tarek.
Yep, Krennic's like, nah, I don't think I'm going to let you keep your 5/5 on the board. Let's just not do that.
If I'm Alexander, I'm thinking of. Ooh, interesting.
Deploy Obi-Wan. Yeah.
If you attack with the Secretive Sage before you deploy Obi-Wan, you get an opportunity to give an experience to. Oh wait, the Secretive Sage has an experience.
He
You
can't.
He's give it another.
Yeah, he's not able to get any value out of Obi's text right now. But I still think I would have murdered Owen Lars before he swung there. Instead, we're going to murder Krennic.
You know, it seems like Alexander has modified his deck after sideboarding in a way that he is playing a lot slower. He is trying to play a slower game and almost maybe outvalue the Thrawn deck. I don't know if maybe that means he did bring something like a Bo-Katan in from the sideboard and he's trying to get to a late game to capitalize on it. But he hasn't been going base nearly as much this game.
Brendan's, yep, we're going to get one.
Brendan's health is still at 24, and I think at this time, last game was at 14, 10
Yeah, it was quite low.
Well, he's got a full grip, a Captain Rex, a Keller and Beck.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, that I don't know, man. So let's talk about this. We deployed Thrawn. We got Brendan revealed double Garindon, paid for them all. So he got to see the hand. He got to name a card, see the hand, miss. Name a card out of the hand he just saw, nailed it, got Keller and Beck. But he left Captain Rex behind. I don't know that I would have done that in his shoes.
I think Kelleran is the stronger card. Rex, though, giving the Sentinel means that it perfectly tees up into this Thrawn leader. It can't trade into it. The 7 into 7 is a death for Thrawn, but not.
It's not 7. That's Obi-Wan. He's an 8/8. Immediately, Obi-Wan comes in and buffs that guy up for sure.
Yeah, Thrawn unit is in a bit of a pickle right here.
Well, the other struggle is now with the other trouble with Rex. Like now with Rex on the board, Brendan. I mean, you've either got to have an answer for it, or you have to be on the initiative. You have to be on the button, right? If you let Alexander get initiative in one of these rounds, you will regret it.
Yeah. If Alex is on initiative, he's just going to keep hitting face with that Captain Rex and giving it Sentinel.
Yeah. I apologize, everybody. I'm realizing now I forgot to start the round timer, so I'm just not sure. We're going to condemn the Captain Rex.
Chris Judge is in the room with us. He just told us that we have 22 minutes on our round.
Excellent. I'm gonna make a quick modification here and get something on the screen so we at least have an idea. There we go.
Perfect.
Brilliant. It's nice having Judge Staff around, isn't it? Yeah.
He's giggling behind us.
Alexander going to swing in here and force the disclose out of Brendan. Does still put 2 damage through onto Thrawn. And he loses the ability and all the passing out Sentinel thing. That's fair.
Condemn is such a brutal card.
We talked about that earlier in the day. And this deck doesn't really have a good way to clear it.
You know, does it need to? That Rex is huge. It's still hitting. for 2 damage.
Owen Lars, once again, healing 2 off of Brendan's base. And then Alexander coming in with that blue leader. Buffing it, sending it to the ground arena, and clearing out Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Okay, Alexander. Now is the time to clear Owen Lars. Thrawn is tapped. That Owen has been out so long, keeping Brendan alive.
It was the time until his best buddy, Chirrut Imwe, showed up. And now, I'll be honest, if I'm Alexander right now, I think I might just claim here. Now, Brendan doesn't have a force token. That's noteworthy.
Brendan, another turn. Owen Lars sticks on the board.
It's crazy to me.
We need a Owen Lars turn count.
Well, let's see. Aren't we going to like the 8 resource round? And he's been on the board since round 1.
Yep.
So there you go.
And I think I've seen him turn sideways
every single turn. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of healing that Brendan has gotten out of that card. It's just been
let
steady.
him draw the cards.
Yeah.
He'd be dead by now.
He'd be dead, and you'd have about 10 more damage on this base. Brendan's drawn into another Chirrut. Is that the play? It's not. We're going to start with a Director Krennic.
What does Krennic do for you in this situation? Maybe tee up into a legacy?
I'm not sure. I don't know what. I know he's got a Chirrut. Brendan has a Chirrut in his hand and something else. I couldn't make out the other card.
See, this is the board state that we were talking about with Galen Urso turning off Legacy Run. In this case, there's no Galen, but there's also just no Legacy Run. And Thrawn can't do anything to dismantle the board state that Alexander has built up.
Chat was mentioning that earlier, talking about how without Legacy Run, Thrawn really struggles. And we're seeing that here in Game 2, right? And by this point in Game 1, we'd already seen 2 Legacy Runs. We haven't seen a single one here in Game 2.
But hey, one now might be pretty good. With the Chimera, it turns into 18 damage off the defeat trigger.
Well, speaking of Chimera, there we go. So he's going to use the When Defeated ability off of Owen Lars when playing Chimera and reveal a stranger to Alexander. So we know Brendan's got that in his hand now. Doesn't have the resources to play it this round. He's going to trigger it twice and also pull a Shin Hati out.
So much value.
Amazing. Free to base out of Yaddle. 1 restore for Alexander.
Man, does Alex even
once again with the Owen Lars. Man, kill him now. He can't even trigger Thrawn. I would just kill the thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Captain Rex going to swing in. He's going to get the disclose and knock the shield off of Krennic. Brendan's already claimed by now. Keller and Beck now into the ground arena.
I think you can get anything. As long as you hit something, you're feeling good about this play.
The other problem that I think Thrawn's going to run into, the board has gotten wide enough that even a legacy run only buys you time at this stage.
Now that there's a Keller out, and it's dragging a friend with it, it doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
He had an opportunity 2 turns ago, maybe it was last turn, to get something off with a legacy run. But
kill Owen Lars. Oh my God. Why is he letting this guy live? All right. 3 more damage on the Brendan's base. 16 HP remaining for Brendan. 26 HP remaining for Alexander. We're headed to about the 9 resource round, I think, here. 6 units in Alexander's ground arena. Obi-Wan still on the board. His leader still deployed. Obi-Wan Sentinel in that arena as well, along with Yaddle.
This is a good game.
You know, it occurs to me, Alexander missed a restore off of that Yaddle as well. The Yaddle attacked in, would have had to restore to Obi-Wan, and he forgot it when Obi swung.
Yeah, good
Yaddle,
point there.
but Yaddle hands out a lot of restore right now. A whole lot of restore right now. Brendan on the button here, staring down a brutal-looking ground arena here in Game 2.
But hey, he's got Owen Lars, right?
Yeah. Yes, he does.
I'm going to have to watch this game back and see exactly how many points of damage Alex put through on Brendan's base.
We need a counter, man. We need a counter. It's crazy. Brendan brings in that Stranger to ambush out Red Leader. Takes 5 damage back. That's going to just about max out Stranger's grit.
So we talked about Alex's sideboard and what could potentially be in it for this matchup, but we didn't talk about Brendan's.
We didn't.
And chat mentioned Rhydonium Detonation being the answer right now. Thrawn's in those colors.
That'd be brutal.
It's a card you could put in the sideboard against this deck in particular because you know he wants to flood the ground arena with as many units as possible. Owen Lars restoring 2
Owen
again.
Lars restores 2 again. This entire match is like the menace of Owen Lars.
This is ridiculous.
It's absolutely crazy. Maz Kanata is going to send Obi-Wan into the base for 5, and we're going to pass a buff off to Kelleran Beck.
I think we're going to a game 3
I think
today.
so. 10 HP remaining for Brendan. This ground arena absolutely out of control. An 8/8 Kelleran Beck teed up to be the next thing. Brendan's going to drop a cheer it, but this just feels like
just breaks right through.
shouting into the wind.
Ooh, a Protect the Pod coming out.
Yep, Protect the Pod ends Cheerit's game. Krennic finally smashing Obi and sending him back to the leader area, and then Brendan's like, okay, we're done. We're done, we're done, we're done. Uncle. I give up.
Got too wide. No legacy runs.
Oh,
Yeah, they're coming on it too. No legacy runs. Makes a big difference.
Big difference.
oh, we didn't see it.
But Owen Lars, we'll see if he gets one in game 3 and if Alexander decides to deal with it early or not.
All right, all tied up here as we head to our first game 3 of the day, Sam. I don't know why it took so long, but I'm glad.
Smiles all around.
Smiles all around.
More swoo for us.
Hey, more swoo for everybody. Game 3 is always better, right? Game 3 is always better. Everybody wants game 3.
Color ran off for sure, and then you have blue leader out already. Yeah, I just joined another blue leader to take care of. Took care of your.
No, I'm not gonna cheat.
What did I kill?
I love all my automation, but every now and then I hit the wrong button, and it's like, oh, yep, just did it. There we go. Now I gotta go fix the thing.
It was Dooku. Yeah, skip you off.
It's a terrible turn too.
We're not in game number 4.
Again, yeah,
Stupid.
that's true as
There
well.
we go.
Wish I had something better.
Yeah.
All
Any
right.
force chain element right there too.
Yeah.
I think I started.
I wonder if
my shield
Alex has any other sideboards for this matchup.
Good counter.
I would think not, that he already did them. I wonder if Brendan is now thinking, maybe I bring in something like a Rhydonium Detonation for my sideboard, since I have seen how threatening and plentiful these ground units can become.
Neither player went back to their sideboard that game, so I'm gonna just roll with it. But all they did after that was shuffle up and deal. I'm realizing I've also made another error here. Hold on. There we go.
Fixed.
Yep.
Players are 1-1 right now. Game 3.
Yep. Going to game 3. Well, Xanda, so here's the thing. At least it's not a tech issue like the stream in Austin kept my Wi-Fi hotspot was doing great work, and then every now and then it would just, for like 10 seconds, it would just crap itself, and then it would come back.
I heard about that.
Yeah,
That's rough.
It's happened a couple, but it hasn't happened today. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. Hang on. Beat on my skull a little bit.
We've done well today.
It's been solid. And it always frustrates me when that happens, because this thing has proven over the year, I suppose I've had it a year, that it will do the workload on a day like today, you know. So I'm glad when it behaves. All right, Brendan on the button here in game 2, opens with a Night Sister Warrior. Alexander answers with a Yaddle, and we're off to the races.
These players are going quick. It's turn 1, but I wonder if they glanced at the turn timer. 12 minutes for this one.
Yeah, they're definitely going to run out. Definitely need to speed things along here. Night Sister Warrior swings 2 to base and grabs Brendan a force token. Looks like Alexander is going to return the favor. Only his comes with a little bit of restore. There's Owen again. Do you think maybe he'll die this game?
I think Brendan concedes or wins before Owen.
Do you realize yet we have yet to watch Owen Lars die? Think about that. Think about how uncinematic that is. That's so against the story.
This is not lore accurate. What is going on?
It is not
in my
lore
Star
accurate.
Wars game?
Alexander plays a Maz Kanata. Why wouldn't you have led with Maz to attack with Yaddle? That's strange.
That is strange.
I'm not sure why that play was made that way, but here we are.
Let's do 4 on 2 and then
He
I'll
must have
shoot.
had a different unit in his hand that maybe answers something that Brendan plays. Instead of Owen, maybe he's expecting something else and deals with it accordingly.
Not sure why Tyrannus doesn't have damage on him.
Yeah, 2 damage there.
There we go. Okay, they're fixing it now. I was like, wait a minute. He takes 2 damage before you shield him. That's fine, but you still got to put the damage on.
3 base.
3 to base, just in time for Owen Lars to start restoring.
I'll restore 2.
Hey, look at that!
Amazing. You know, I never saw it coming.
I could never have predicted that.
A Chirrut from Alexander is probably going to mean that Brendan draws 2 cards right here with his Night Sister Warrior.
Crush it in.
Yep, gonna spend his force token to prevent the damage. Thrawn's gonna draw Brendan some extra cards so he can dig for that legacy run that he didn't see in game 2.
That's what he needs.
That's what he's looking for it. Feels like it's his win condition based on the way the last game went. Maybe I'm crazy. Am I crazy?
No. I don't know if I'd call it win condition.
Okay.
I might call it prevent the other guy from winning condition.
Okay. Reasonable. Chirrut swings in for 3 to start the 5 resource
There
round
it
here.
is.
There we go. Knew he had to have him in there. Just hadn't seen one in a hot minute. If you're Alexander, you can't be excited about that. And it's and the worst thing about this card is that, especially into Thrawn, it's like you want to kill it, but he wants you to kill it. So like you might as well make him spend his own resources to kill another Maz without. Okay, I'm highly confused.
Yeah.
Oh no, she just swung. My apologies. She was already in the field. I'm derp.
There is the Shatter Point.
We're gonna shatter point it and clear the board.
They were low quality units.
That's fair.
I think that's all right because
Yeah,
now
but
you force him to have another one for your upcoming Kellerans, your Yoda that we might see one day, your Obi-Wan Sentinels.
yeah, but it always feels bad to burn your cards to do a thing that your opponent wants to do themselves anyway.
It's the relative value of the card, though. I think Legacy Run is capable of doing so much damage to Alexander's side of the board.
Burn
that
it.
He says, burn it.
In other words,
just get rid of it.
In other words, burn it now while I can control the impact of it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's the relative value of a game piece in this game. I think it
Dies,
was.
But I'll name.
Hang on a moment.
potentially-
Shh. Brendan's thinking. I want to hear what he names.
Ooh, off the Grindin.
Yeah, he's got double Grindin again.
Captain Rex.
Okay, we're going for Rex. He doesn't have it.
I'm gonna name
But he doesn't have a Terran Terran.
Okay, we're going to get rid of the Kelleran with the double Grindin.
foil or the hyperspace foil?
That's unfortunate for Alexander.
He lost one last game and did the exact same play and managed to do all right. We'll see what happens.
Probably be good for me to know it.
Yeah.
Tyranitar, Obi-Wan, and another Shatter Point. Alexander's only going to get to play one of these cards this turn. Sam, if you're in Alex's shoes, which one are you playing?
Terran Tarek to deal with.
Tyrannus?
No, it has a shield.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say Owen Lars.
You
but
can't
he only
ambush him.
Fetches force.
Yeah, you can't ambush Owen. He's not a force unit himself.
I think Obi-Wan is the correct play right now.
Okay.
But it does feel bad to not be able to spend all of your resources this turn.
It does.
What was that third card in his hand?
Shatter Point?
Yeah, he can't play that right now.
No. Well, I mean, he can, but there's nothing of enough value out there to be worth it, in my opinion. Tyrannus punches Obi for 4 damage. Excuse me. Let's be clear here. The Sentinel Obi unit, as leader unit Obi, is going to swing in here. He needs to. I don't think he needs to smash base here. Ooh, that's what he's going to do. I think I would have tried to clean up this board somehow.
12 to 15.
Or it's going to clean up you.
Or it's going to clean up you. I think it feels a little like Alex has kind of got tunnel vision. I realize that you have to, yeah, it's about racing, but man, you've got to at some point you have to,
I'll double trigger.
you have to understand that controlling your opponent's board is also part of the game. Owen Lars, finally dead.
Oh my gosh.
Finally dead.
Took long enough.
Brendan restores 2 and is going to double trigger here off of Owen Lars' unit. He's going to get a stranger with his first pull. He's going to shuffle those up, put them back, and go again.
Okay, so Terran Tarek.
Okay, Tyranitar. He could have ambushed it. I see it.
Yes.
Okay.
Terrentatek.
Yes.
I guess
Double
I've been
Stranger.
saying that wrong this whole time.
Terentitech, yes.
Apologies.
It's okay. Terentitech.
It is not a commonly seen card.
It is not in Premier. It is not. But it's made a comeback in these last few sets, right? It was very common in Legends Limited. It was a bomb. It was such a great card. But in Premier, it's not really been super popular.
I guess now that Obi-Wan is running around in the meta and some other Force decks are seeing a lot more play, like Mother Talzin, for example, in the same vein, Grand Admiral Thrawn with a yellow Force base. It's finding a home in the sideboard of a lot of green decks.
It absolutely is.
It's like the Corellian Hounds of red decks.
Yes, very similar.
Just a really good mid-range valued card.
Pretty sure Alexander claimed here a while ago. We're waiting for Brendan to kind of finish up his turn. He drew double Stranger, by the way, off of his 2-0 enlarged triggers. So he has 2 Strangers in his hand as Grand Admiral Thrawn comes in here to clean up the Obi Sentinel in the ground arena. We're going to the 7 resource round. Alexander on the button with his Force token, but definitely outclassed in the ground arena here. Only 5 minutes left on the timer.
Trying to think of the use cases of the Stranger here. It doesn't kill Obi-Wan. If you run it into his top end, the remainder of his top end is 7/7, so it doesn't do anything there.
Yeah, against Rex or Keller, and they just laugh at that guy.
I think you're definitely resourcing one of them if you're Brendan here.
Alexander started to tap 4, thought better of it.
He has that Shatter Point, but there's not a
what
lot
do
of
you,
great targets.
I was going to say, what are you going to go for? Krennic? Garendon? Tyrannus? I mean, Tyrannus is at least a threat. He's a 4/1. Honestly,
you've got your Force token, but no value cards to burn.
Yeah.
3 to base again. You know, that's how you win games.
You're not wrong. But boy, feels weird.
Yeah, the Alexander just lets the Darth Tyrannus trade himself out into his leader unit.
Smashes into
and
Obi-Wan.
Now I wonder if you play something like a Captain Rex to protect your Obi-Wan.
He's got
an itinerant warrior.
He's got an itinerant warrior. He's going to retain his Force token. He declined to use it there for only the one heal. I think I like this play.
So why not play the itinerant warrior, then attack with the Obi-Wan? Because then you get to buff your warrior, and you had a Force token at the beginning of the turn to restore the 3 health.
I got nothing, man. We're going to trade out leaders here.
That's a shame. It would have been living if it had that experience token on it.
I see. So the Thrawn cleans up the warrior, and Krennic takes his shield and smashes into Obi-Wan. And so at the end of the day, at the end of all of the combat, Krennic is the only unit standing on the board, but Brendan still has 7 resources and hasn't spent anything this round. This is where you don't want to be as Obi-Wan. Your board's clear. You're going to the 8 resource turn. This is terrible.
Obi-Wan has a lot of cards in his deck that are low value because he wants to flood the board. But at the same time, so does Thrawn. He had all these weenies that we've seen, the Director Krennic, though, and Lars, and if he draws any of those, he can't really develop any tempo. See, it looks like he drew a Karis. That's not necessarily what you want to play out, but if your hand is just full and you have the resources to go for it, set up a board state.
Yeah. Tables have turned here. Brendan now with 4 units in the ground arena. Alexander's arena is empty.
So he resources up to 9. Is this the Bo-Katan play?
He's only at 8. They're both at 8.
Oh, is that
4 and 4?
I thought there was a 5th resource card under
No, they're both at 8.
Pile.
They're both at 8. Although, man, Bo-Katan would absolutely blow Brendan's board apart right now. What's he sitting on? He's got something in his hand like he's ready to play it. Can't quite make it out. I think it's another Terentitech.
You're
yes.
right.
Yep. I caught a glimpse of the wording on it.
You run into the Karis with that.
He can do whatever he wants with it, really. Chat was reminding me earlier that if your opponent controls a Force unit, it gets ambushed. So it doesn't have to ambush a Force unit. Just if they have one, it can ambush. You can ambush anybody it wants. In this instance, he's going to clean up Krennic.
You know, Krennic is the thing that allowed him to play so many units last turn. Don't want him to do that again.
Yep. feel like maybe you consider. Yep, he's going to smash Karis into it, use his force token to clear it. I was going to say, now would be a half decent time to use one of those strangers you drew earlier. He's going to play Maz and get that immediately murdered by Tyrannus.
You might be right about the stranger because you're threatening a lot of damage after that ambush action.
Yeah.
And
I like that. That would have been a good play, and I feel like that would have been a solid play.
I mean, you need to close the game out somehow. Chimera is a good way to do it.
Yes.
But he has 25 health. That's a huge quantity to chew through.
Brendan?
Especially when your leader has already deployed and gone back to the leader zone, and we haven't seen any absolutely massive units out of the Thrawn deck.
Obi-Wan in real trouble here. His hand is Yaddle, Obi Sentinel, and Shatterpoint. And he's staring down a ground arena. Darth Tyrannus, Night Sister Warrior, and Chimera in the high orbitals. We're going to Lost and Forgotten Obi-Wan.
Wes, do you recall how going to time works in these rounds?
Absolutely. So what's going to happen if time is called in this game, as it seems like it will be in just a few minutes, or just about 60 seconds or so. What's going to happen is they're complete the round that's currently being played, and then they're going to play one more action phase, and then they're done. And if there is no victor at that point, it's a draw.
When you move to the top 8 cut, it's determined on life total, right?
That I actually don't know. I feel like maybe they've made some changes there. I'd have to spend a little time and look at it. Okay, so time has called. Time has been called. They're going to play. They're going to play 2 more turns. Is it?
We'll see what happens. So they're 2-0-1. That's 2 wins and a tie, right?
Yep.
If they tie, that's a very weird situation to be in.
It is. It is, and here's why. Because the 4-0 play. Okay, so we're going to have 6 rounds of Swiss today. At the end of round 4, the 4-0 players, whoever's undefeated, is in a position where they can draw their way in. They can double ID the rest of the way if they choose, and their opponents will let them. But if you're 2-0-2, and
These
you
guys
can
throw it off
and
completely.
well, you can still win your last 2 rounds and make the cut, and that's interesting.
I know people have made the mistake before of drawing when they have so many wins and then they're in that position, but they didn't look all the way down the score table effectively to reveal to themselves that there were these people in these very weird 2-0-2 positions.
What did we play here? Yep, we played our Secretive Sage and our Yaddle.
Great cards in the end game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, we're at 17 damage on now for Alexander. It's going to be a legacy run for Brendan. We're going to play Protect the Pod, but what are we going to murder here? We're going to murder the Night Sister Warrior. Might as well draw 2. Sure thing.
Play another one, kill this one.
Oh, he overwrites one. Now, hang on a minute. I would do some math there because I'm not sure it's quite so clear. Okay, he pops the shield and kills Yaddle. That works, but nobody can deal lethal.
No, not even close.
Nobody can deal lethal. So there we go.
Not even with the one more turn.
No. We spent all this time, Sam. We finally got a game 3, and we got no clear winner. And so for the first time in, I think, a year of casting Star Wars Unlimited, I have a draw on stream. I don't know that I've ever seen this.
Fantastic.
I mean, I don't know that it's fantastic, but it's definitely a thing that happened.
We got to watch a lot of Star Wars just then.
We did get to watch a lot of Star Wars. So the good news for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, the good news for you is that it is going to be a super short break because we basically are going to wait 2 to 3 minutes for pairings and be right back here. So don't go far.
Good thing for them. Bad thing for us.
Bad thing for us. But we got our lunch in, so that's the trade-off. So here's the thing, guys. If you're going to get up and stretch your legs and refresh your drink, be super quick because we're going to have to cycle here very fast, okay? We'll see you guys back in a minute, but don't dawdle or you're going to miss the beginning of round 5. Just as soon as I find what button to push. That one.
What's up, SWU fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We promised you a short turn. It's nice to not be a liar every now and then, Sam.
Hey, we're here.
We're
doing our job.
All right, let's get to this. I need to do a brief update on a couple of the head-to-head overlays, but we're going to be looking at a little bit of a Lando mirror, Sam. Kind of, in a way.
It's not a true mirror. It's Lake Country versus Data Vault.
Yep.
We will see where this takes us. We haven't had a mirror in a very long time.
That is true. Where it takes us is going to be a thing. I don't know where this is going to take us, but it's going to be a thing when it happens. I'm still pushing buttons here to clear up a couple of odds and ends here. But bottom line is we're going to see a lot of spies, a lot of yellow.
Oh yeah.
A lot of Liberty, a lot of Mando.
Faith in your friends.
Definitely be some faith in your friends. But Damien on the left-hand side of your screen is going to have access to some tools that Michael on the right-hand side of your screen does not. Let's meet our players real quick. I don't have the nameplates updated, so we'll just introduce them to you the old-fashioned way. This is Damien. I'm not sure if he's local or not, but you're going to be your Lando Data Vault player in this match. Sitting across from him, this is Michael Richards, a former PQ winner here. I say former, a PQ winner, previous PQ winner here in Houston. He won the Set 5 PQ.
The one match that we played.
We'll have to repair. Oh, bummer.
The goofy Han Red.
Okay, all right. So give us a moment, guys. Judge staff letting us know we've got to do a repair, so we may or may not get this match after all. Michael, though, is a previous PQ winner. He won the Legends of the Force PQ in Houston last October.
He kicked me out in the semifinals.
Did he now?
Yep.
What was he playing? He was on Han 1 that day, right?
Han 1 double yellow. And it was just too much for my weak little Han 4 deck to get through.
That's right. You were still on your Han 4 Han JTL from Lake Country?
No, it was double yellow.
You were both double yellow.
It was double yellow versus double yellow.
All the yellow in that match.
He was on green because he had blue leader, which just hoses anything that you play in space on turn 1.
Yes, correct. Just ruins you.
And he does it turn 1 too.
Yeah, well,
because his leader is Han 1.
Yeah. That's how that works.
But we're not living in that world anymore. We do have an update for you on the Saw Lake Country kid. Finnegan unfortunately dropped. He's not playing in the tournament anymore.
We caught his moment of glory on camera. He won his first match of the day. Unfortunately, he did not win another match. So
I love Saw though.
I do love me some Saw.
I'm glad we got to see him.
I am super stoked we got to cast that match. I am just bummed that Saw did not perform as well as we had hoped. I got to talk to them after that match, by the way. It was a hell of a lot of fun talking to them because he was super proud, and his dad was basically telling me, he goes, that deck was built to beat Boba.
Good.
And I was asking him about, I asked him some questions about his sideboard, Finnegan, and he goes, no, the deck doesn't have a sideboard. I was like, oh, okay, excuse me.
I guess if you're that good, you don't need one.
I guess if you're that awesome, you just don't need it. So while we're waiting for the repair, let's double back for a minute, Sam. Let's come back to this screen for a second and talk about the leader breakdown for the day. Can you read that, or I can put it up somewhere larger if you want to see it? Will that help?
I can read this.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I like data. I'm glad we're looking at this.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So this is, of course, the leader field for the day. We haven't actually seen a Lando deck on camera. If this match goes off that we've picked the way we anticipate that it will, this will be our first time to see Lando on camera. But we've seen a lot of those guys in the middle, right? We've seen some Aura. We haven't seen Piet yet. I keep wanting to put Dedra on camera, but I just never seem to find a way.
You know, we haven't seen Colonel Yularen yet.
We haven't, and I really wanted to and I might still get my chance. I kind of want to put Hunter Shelburne's Colonel Yularen on camera today. He's here playing Yularen, red 30 base.
Yep.
But he's not the only Yularen in the field. So we've got like that midfielder, the guys, there's 3 or 4 of them in the field. A lot of really interesting decks in there that aren't quite the power 3, let's say, at the moment.
Yeah. We've seen the Obi-Wan. We've seen the Boba Fett. Check those off the list. I'm sure we're going to get some of those in the top 8.
You're going to see Piet, and I'm pretty sure you're going to see Aura Singh again.
I would think so.
Well,
we have some very good players here on Aura Singh. She's been doing very well today.
We saw Istvan earlier. He is still undefeated. I'm fairly certain. At a minimum, at worst, he's 3-1. Looks like they've repaired their round now. And okay, so I got to refresh this, I think, right? And we also saw Liam Landrum, who was a finalist in Austin a few weeks ago, right? He also is here on his Aura Data Vault again. So Michael, who we were just looking at, is going to get paired into Isfan. We saw Damien. Oh, hold on a minute.
Versus Hunter?
We talked about wanting to see Hunter's Yularen
let's
deck.
Do that. That gives us a Lando.
That gives us a Lando and a Yularen. Let's do that. Give us table 6. Let's give us table 6. Ah, okay. So they had accidentally dropped a player who did not drop, so they had to readjust things.
So in terms of going through this list, this pie chart of leaders, we're about to see Lando, we're about to see Yularen.
Yep.
And then I think that just leaves Piet and Dedra.
Oh, they repaired it again?
No way.
Oh, come on. Oh, you're killing me, Alice.
Sorry, guys.
Right now,
another repair.
Right now, there are no matches posted. The matches list says 0.
Hey, at least the
this is the
technical
joy.
difficulties are not on our side today.
This ain't me, sweetheart. I'm just along for the ride. I'm along for the ride. I can only do what I can do.
So one of the decks you said you were interested in was Luthen.
Yes.
Can you check where he is after round
4?
four?
Let's have a look. Actually, let's go find Luthen Rail. There is a Luthen Rail in the field. There it is, Luis Arredondo. He is.
How's Luis doing?
1-3. Bummer.
That's unfortunate.
Yep, he won his last round. He beat a Thrawn Yellow Force last round. He dropped his first round to Melanie Medina, who is in the top tables. Ray Nurple, who was also, I had him on stream in Austin, who was also at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier last weekend. Pretty sure he made day 2. And he dropped his third match to Tobias, our one Tobias player in the field, who's on Tobias Red. But then he beat a Thrawn Yellow Force.
How's that Tobias player doing?
Let's have a look. Survey says.
I can't believe we have only one of those today.
It is a little shocking to me.
Performing in tournaments.
Like,
the same thing with Chewbacca.
Tobias is really solid. Let's have a look. Where's Philip at? Philip is 1-3 as well.
Well, I guess if we're not looking at Lando or Obi-Wan.
Okay, now there are matches. And, okay, so now it's all shuffled around again. Let's see. We're now looking at, so we can, if you want the Lando mirror, we can get it again because Damien is on Lando Data Vault.
What about?
Or do you want to see, or do we? This is another Aura Red into the Hunter.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure.
I don't know. There's also an Obi-Wan Lando below.
Well,
we might get that matchup later.
We go too far down. We're going to be getting out of. Yeah, this is 2-0-2. We just saw Alex, so. We should be looking. We want to look in these top 6 tables.
Do you know what Melanie is on?
I do not.
Or a Data Vault today.
You want to see Liam? We can put table 1 on stream. Call
1.
It. Okay. Let's just tell him table 1.
We're putting table 1 on for you guys.
Yep. Let's just do it. I'm not sure what Melanie's playing. I have no idea. It's going to be Aura Singh Data Vault versus question mark. So we'll find out what Melanie's playing when she sits down. I have no idea. I'm waiting for one of the judges to wander in. Okay. I'm going to wander out. Hold the fort for a moment. Oh, wait. Give us number 1. Just give us number 1. They haven't changed. Just give us number 1. Oh, no, they're IDing. They're IDing. Yeah, I see it now.
Oh, we're so
they're
foolish.
IDing. Yeah, and which is the right play for them if they're 4-0.
How about Hunter's table? Yularen versus James.
Hang on a minute. What is Hunter? Is he 3-1?
Is he?
Yes, and James is. All right, give us table 7. Give us table 7.
Chris.
All right, guys. This has been a bit of an epic saga, to say the least.
I thought we wouldn't have a break. We didn't have a break.
We didn't
admittedly,
have a break. But
we're on a break right now.
Huh?
No way.
Again? We dropped peer person, added a people, and we've repaired 3 times now, and we're doing it again?
Are you telling us about the second repairing? No. The third repairing? I love Melee.
I'm just gonna break right now. Just get it out of the way. It'll be faster.
Okay. We'll be okay.
It'll be faster. Oh my God, what a joke, man! Wow. You know, it's funny, right? It really cracks me up because, and I'm talking partly to the audience, partly to Sim, and partly to Jason, one of our local TOs who's off camera who you can't see. We've done a lot of work on the back end with the tools that we use to manage the overlays to integrate Melee's API to make our jobs easier, and it works brilliantly. The problem is that Melee seems to handle the methodology of adding people or removing them from the event like poorly. Like the day, like we had a PQ launch in Houston once, she pressed the button, it said, let's go, and it dropped half the field out of the event instantaneously.
I wasn't dropped out of that one.
It was like 50 people dropped as soon as they paired it. It was like, what happened? And it was like, I didn't do it, you know?
Oh, that was terrible. I remember that.
I remember, I was there. That was one of the few PQs I've played and not casted.
That was our 11:30 end time PQ. I remember that
one.
Oh,
wait. I think we're good. Yep, I see Hunter sitting down with his fancy mat. We've got it. We've got a match. I'm at this point I don't care. I'm rolling with it. I am just going with it, baby. All right, let's get some setup done. This is Hunter. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
See you, Jason. Be safe. All right, this is Hunter. Hunter is 3-1. His opponent is James. James is also 3-1. All right, so that part is all correct. No, I don't want to save over anything. I want to save all, dummies. There we go. Okay. All right. We have a beautiful showcase Ular, and I love that one. That's a showcase I got to get, man.
We've got 2 nice playmats here.
I've got to get me one of those. Okay, thank you. Ularin, this is Masasi Temple.
Do you have that fancy Masasi Temple art in your
It's the same art. Oh, no, it's not. That's the fancy VIP art. I do not. I don't have anything fancy for bases. This is just regular old Joe Blow Aura Singh. And what base is she on, my friend? Can you make that out?
No.
That's Naval HQ. That's Naval
HQ.
Naval Intelligence HQ. Okay, guys. We finally have a match. I'm going to deal with some more overlay stuff in the background. Let's get the game going because the timer has started. And I'm realizing now that I have borked the timer a little bit. Hold up. Stop, start. There we go. The timer has started. So we're gonna take you guys to the table and introduce you to the match, and then I'll come in and deal with some other fanciness later. Okay? Cool. Let's do that. All right, guys. Welcome to round 5. Finally, at long last. At long last was lasting a little long there, but we got it done.
We're here.
We're here.
We've got 2 very good players.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. Hunter, of course, a regular on the stream. I think I might have had him on stream every single time I've cast a PQ in Texas. Wouldn't shock me if I went back and checked that stat and it was real.
You might be right.
I might be right. Hunter on Ularin Red today. You had Red 30 base. There is a variant of this deck that runs the 27-point splash base out of Lawless Time, but that's not where Hunter has landed. His opponent, James, our second Aura Sing of the day that we've had on camera. Not the second one in the field. There are actually 4 in the field. For the moment, many of them playing very well. In fact, 3 of them in the top 12. So 3 of the 4 Aura Sings doing very well today here. James playing on Aura Red. Of course, we saw Istvan's Aura Red earlier. Brutal deck.
Absolutely. He just ripped that Talzin Green apart, it felt like. James, I believe, actually has come second place at a sector qualifier.
Oh, was he was our second place in Arizona, wasn't he?
He historically has played control decks. He has played Iden Data Vault and Kira Data Vault. And now he's on the new, probably best version of hard control in this game, Aura Red.
Yep.
And
Kill him, make a credit. Yep.
It is underway. A Bith Brute has already gone down.
Yep.
And pass.
Hunter playing there's a version of this Ularin that uses some of the droid package and plays the splash base for things like IG-88 out of the new set, the 6'3 shielded, and the interrogation droid. Hunter opting for a little more traditional. Might still have some of the droid stuff in there. Invisible Hand, a great card with Ularin, but going here with a Dengar variant instead.
Is Dengar a card that you see often? It's not one that I see often.
No.
But you were casting Major Ularin when Eric was playing it in Austin.
Right, but he was playing that droid version. He didn't have this. This was a different version of what he was playing.
Gotcha. Yeah, because he had the splash base with the IG-88 unit.
Yep.
I remember that.
James trying to come in with a knowledge and defense to murder poor Dengar there.
Wow,
and
what a play. So he teed up for the Aura Sing leader ability. Hunter just played Craving Power.
Hunter answered with a Craving Power. What I haven't quite figured out is...
He just said, no, I don't want you to remove my unit. I'm going to keep it here and make you deal with it another way.
How did he afford a Craving Power?
Dem. Yeah,
Oh,
I was looking
love
at that too.
everything that just happened, ladies and gentlemen.
I think he had a credit token.
Oh.
-2/-2. We'll do it to the
How would he have
droid.
had a credit token?
I thought the droid had
Okay.
I think Dengar makes credit tokens.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I think he might.
I will tap and kill the droid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
and
Okay, I got to get caught up here.
Yeah,
They're playing quick.
I'm not the most familiar with Dengar, but I think it's when an enemy unit meeting some certain condition dies, you make a credit. James only had 1 unit, and
I'll pull it up in a moment.
it did trade out.
That must
with-
be right. Let's have a look.
It was that Bith Brute that got destroyed.
Yeah, he played the Dengar. The highest cost created credit. You're right.
There you
it
go.
was. So he had the credit token and was able to play that craving power down.
There's the power of blue removal coming in for any threat Hunter plays.
Yularen pushes 6 damage to base there.
Okay.
And backs it up with 4 more and an invisible hand into the space arena. Already 21 damage on James's base here.
I love that invisible hand card.
Such a great card.
They keep printing droids that are great. Oh my gosh.
And there it is.
Look at that.
There's that interrogation. So he is playing some splash. He's just not playing the splash base.
That card is probably my favorite card from this set. You know why? Because it's cunning.
It's really good.
For 2.
It's really good.
Discard a card and exhaust a unit.
Yep. Hunter's built a hell of a ground arena here. James is still a full round away from a single reactor ignition.
I think I do just lose this though.
James is not going to survive this turn unless he can clean up a number of these units in this board.
This Yularen deck is going a lot quicker than I anticipated.
Yularen is fast. It's going to be Canto Bite security. And then it's an aggressive negotiations out of the space arena onto the back of Invisible Hand, and that is it. 9 damage.
Disgusting.
There it is. Just that quickly. Game 1 in like 5 minutes.
I think that might be only the second aggressive negotiations that we have seen today.
It is the second one we've seen. That's it. We saw one earlier in the day. We saw one earlier today. I can't tell you when. Don't ask me when.
I think it was our Boba player, Jason,
Okay.
round 1.
Okay.
That's a card that has kind of fallen off, it seems. Lando Lake Country doesn't run it, obviously. Actually, you know what? I think I've seen one list with it out of aspect. Pay 5 for a steroid.
Yeah, people will absolutely pay out of aspect price for aggressive negotiations. That's fine. Like, that's, yeah. Nobody bats an eyelash at that. All right, let's see. Did we get this correct? And no, this thing still thinks that we're playing different. What is happening? The melee data I have doesn't match what I'm looking at on the table. Okay. No, it does. I apologize. This is table 7 now. Okay. I put the wrong table in. My apologies. I know how to fix that.
I'm like,
Let's
you
try
play
again.
anything else, I'm cooking turn 1.
Yep.
Play that.
It was pretty rough.
James apparently
First game against Yularen today, I won because he
bummed how the early game went there.
I would be. He didn't even get to play the game. Our clock is at 48 minutes.
Once you hit,
Yeah.
man, it's pretty
Yep.
split. I mean,
Okay,
it's like,
there we go.
I think it's
So
like
now
70, 30, 60, 40,
we're going to
something
do
like
this.
that. It's not like crazy good bad, but it's like not.
And do that one more
it's not
time.
Like Lando good.
And we're going to be in great shape.
You're going to hit it.
Yeah,
and
and
you're
then
going to miss it.
The ability
too.
to change it.
and then him missing it. It's
Yeah,
like,
we can do that.
cool,
There you go. I need to get the health totals and stuff fixed up anyway.
Just kind of win now.
Sure, yeah.
Because now I have a 4-3 that's.
All right. Finally. These guys finished the game before I finished updating my overlays.
Yeah.
All right. Quick head-to-head screen. There it is, everybody.
Yeah.
Hunter and James, both 3-1 here in round 5 in Conroe. Let's get back to the game.
Incapacitate.
1 to base.
Yep.
Take initiative.
Pass.
I'm not sure how his Benthic died already. Oh, knowledge and defense? No, incapacitate. Okay.
There's the Dengar.
Yep.
Very aggressively statted unit. If it stays on board, it's going to do a lot to James.
It did really good work. It did really good work for Hunter last game. And that credit token was a big deal in that game.
It was. Right now, there isn't an opportunity to gain a credit token. And as fast as it comes down, the Dengar is gone.
Tree remembers, cleans him up. Now we're looking at one of my favorite cards, Zeton Maj.
He is very cool.
Oop, wrong side of the board. But he dies immediately. No glory.
Yeah, this is that classic hard control play style.
Yep.
Coming into play, doing what it was designed to do. Basically go 1-for-1 and take
Yep.
you to an end game.
Well, and this is a big deal, too, because, you know, what is it that Yularen wants? He wants units on the board. If you murder all his units, he's just not as good. But he himself, a 6/8 in the ground arena right now, doing some damage, getting some work in.
So we talked about how post-rotation there actually isn't a very large quantity of cards that deal with leader units.
Yeah.
I think what James is looking for in this type of situation is like a no disintegrations, just to take 2 actions and firmly remove
I
it.
was at 7. I'll be at 13.
Yeah, it's the most common question I get. I love answering it. All right, 6 more to base here from Yularen. 13 damage on for James here in the early goings of Game 2.
I'll tap no effect.
We're going to stall with Aura's ability and then play as Hunter puts a Benthic 2 tubes onto the board.
Lost and Forgotten.
1 to base.
James is going to murder that with Lost and Forgotten.
Yeah,
And
so
heal for 2 and take 3 in exchange.
You see all of James's answers.
Heal for 3 and take 1.
Haven't been able to answer the leader unit, Yularen.
Yeah.
That could just be how Hunter takes this game 2 away if he does so. Just repeated strikes from his leader.
James still on the button here.
I think he's probably looking for a no disintegrations or at least a Bith Brute to slow down the damage.
He needs to find a way to. He needs to. Ooh,
Cantwell.
Cantwell's a big deal. Blue, blue, black. He's got it there, just barely. But he is able to lock out Yularen.
That 000.
000 swings in for 5 to base.
I'll flip and kill 000.
Play Benthic 2 tubes.
The 3rd Benthic this
Yep.
game.
Aura's deploy offs the offs the 000 as Hunter backs it up with another 2 tubes.
1 to base. I'll take initiative.
1 more to base from James from the 2 tubes dying.
Oof, he drew another craving power that he can use to destroy the Cantwell.
That would be, and that's
then
exactly the play.
Unless he has another Cantwell or a Condemn, maybe, that Yularen is only 2 strikes away from bringing James to 0.
I guarantee you that Hunter is not afraid of Condemn right now because he's been sitting on that DRK probe droid the entire game, just waiting for it.
We'll see what James's answer is. I see a Devastator. I see a blue card and a red card.
He showed us what they were a moment ago. Okay. Devastator coming in here for James. Going to put 4 onto Yularen. That starts to clean up the 10 HP Yularen on the board. Ooh. I'm not sure. I think I would have held on to that guy.
See, now James threatens to claim and then play a Condemn. That Hunter really needed that probe droid.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he dropped the probe droid at this
6
point.
health there, 3 health there.
Maybe
I'm going to Planetary, kill both, and 3 to base.
Planetary's going to absolutely clean up Hunter's board now. 3 onto base, 9 damage, cleans out the entire ground arena.
Looks like James is well on his way to stabilizing.
Oh, I think we just saw it. A droid missile platform into the high orbitals for Hunter, one of my favorite cards.
Against this hard control, what you really need to see when you're Hunter in this position are the cards that produce 2 units for 1 card, effectively. Cards like Keller and Beck, cards like Invisible Hand. We'll see if he gets those and is able to turn damage back on against James. But in the meantime, that Devastator is going to be doing 9 to his base repeatedly. Hunter being only at 27 health, that's not a lot of time for him.
Chat and I are going to have a conversation about the definition of boomer later because there's apparently a misunderstanding.
Crushing Blow.
Chat also pointing out that no disintegrations is non-leader only.
Yes, that I did know about.
My mistake.
Yes, I did know that. I'm sorry, I was busy pushing buttons, or I probably would have corrected you myself.
You push your buttons, man.
I've played enough no disintegrations. I love that card. I've played enough of it to know that it does not deal with leaders.
There it is.
Oh, the L3, ladies and gentlemen.
That's exactly what I was talking about. One of those cards that can produce multiple
Here
bodies.
we go. That starts to feel pretty good if you're Hunter now. Backing it up with a BT1 and an HK47. Love that. So Hunter running a droid package of his own, but you know what we haven't seen that I'm betting is not in here is that IG-88, the four cost red, blue, black.
I don't think it does anything for you in this matchup.
Well, not in this matchup. I'm just saying that one of the reasons that Yularen kind of that card really caught on with Yularen originally because it's a four-coster, which means when he's flipped, you can smash somebody for 6 with that thing, and it's a great target for craving power.
That makes sense.
Right? I had a game playing around with that version of the deck at one point where craving power absolutely saved my bacon because I was able to deal 8 to something that I really had to kill. Even though IG was exhausted, I was like, nope, that has to die, whatever it was. I don't even remember now. Yep.
Lost and Forgotten killing HK.
Okay, we're going to Lost and Forgotten HK here.
James is going
Heal
to
some
be
more.
sad next round that he used that against such a relatively low impact unit because Hunter drew an invisible hand.
Ooh.
12 to base.
Which is kind of the card that he wants to see here. Just produce as many units on the board.
Yep.
So that he can close out James and go, not allow James to go 1 for 1 with his removal cards.
Hunter in the lead now. Sorry, James in the lead now. A very narrow lead. A 1 HP lead. But here we are finally on about the 9-ish resource round.
On attack. Nope. 5 to base total.
So Yularen swings in with his ability and puts 5 quick damage onto James's base here at the top of the round.
Canto Bite.
Oh. Canto Bite security. Comes in with a ground sentinel.
Top 8.
Yep.
And then there's that invisible hand we were talking about. Interrogation droid's going to tap down Devastator.
That changes things.
What a great pull for Hunter.
If you're James, you do your 9 now and force Hunter to trade the invisible hand into the Devastator. So that he doesn't die.
Yeah, this
Instead,
is still
the life total swings back in Hunter's favor.
Well, this is still anybody's game though. Like it's that close, and that Devastator is a board equalizer in a big way.
Planetary.
Oh, this hurts, ladies and gentlemen.
7, 8.
12 points of planetary bombardment that James gets to call.
Honestly, if I'm James, I send 12 to the base and let Aura Sing, Canto Bright, or Devastator.
Clean it up.
Yep.
Well, James, the quintessential control player, doesn't think like an aggro player, wants to murder units, not the base.
You know, sometimes it's good to have both play styles.
I agree. I'm not debating James's choices. I actually don't think there was anything wrong with the choice that he made, especially when you've got 15 damage presenting itself still on the board. You've got lethal. All you have to do is clear him out of your way.
To me, it felt like he was playing around a aggressive negotiations play, potentially. Something that could actually pump the damage up so that Hunter's able to do 11 in 1 action. Maybe with the invisible hand, for example.
I'll do 3 to your base.
Puts me at 21.
Yep.
We can go next game.
Okay.
Hunter's like, well, I got to kill the Devastator right to hell now, and I don't have it, so moving on.
You have an out there.
Game 2 to James.
Yep.
Takes it away with a very effective planetary bombardment.
Great game from James. Exactly. Man, double full value planetary bombardments with a Devastator on the field, meaning that you get to call where that damage goes. That is insane value for 6 cost.
That game was very good. It felt like Hunter went maybe not as off to the races as he did game 1.
Yeah.
But threatened enough to it meant a lot when James stabilized. And then it started to fall out of James's hands back into Hunter. And that was just a very swingy game, a very fun game to watch, I think.
I enjoyed that game. That was great. That was great. Chat. I love that line. Control players are like dementors. They just want to suck happiness from the world. It's interesting though, but I think what I love about that exact moment, right? I think that moment of the match of James like, I'm going to play this planetary bombardment. I could literally put you 3 points from dead and we would be done. But instead, he says, no. I'm going to play in the control deck. My brain is wired as a control player. My job is to murder your units. Units have to die. It made zero impact to the outcome of the game, but it shows the mentality difference between the styles of play, in my opinion.
So one thing I noticed is that he was very quick to play it and deal the damage. I might go ask him after this game and ask him if he even considered doing all 12 straight to the base.
I would love to answer that question.
Because
please do that.
I don't think he realized that all 3 of the units he had on board present lethal.
He may not have.
And he had the ground set.
Right. I think
unless Hunter had 8 cards in his hand to play in aggressive negotiations.
I had a rough curve.
Or I'm sorry, 6 cards in his hand to get a +5 on the invisible hand to do 11 in 1 hit.
That's the problem. Is
I don't think he did. I don't see a reason why you don't just go for lethal and end it immediately.
I'm going to posit a theory. The majority of control players that I have run across in Unlimited to this point have been playing blue, green.
Fine if we just pass.
Yeah, those are the control colors.
Blue, red, no, yes and no. Blue, red in certain shells with certain leaders in the first couple of years of the game was a valid control type. We saw some of that with old school Vader out of set 1 as an example.
Sure.
Okay, but it was very uncommon. It was far less common than the blue-green. But blue-green control now really kind of not as powerful, not as – it's around. There's an Aura Singh Data Vault in the field today. Liam playing very well. But red affords you more tools like that that allow you to be like, I can just end the game now. And if your brain is not used to having access to those kinds of effects in the way you play, you probably don't even think about it. And it's not a failing. It's just the experience of it, right?
You might be right, because James has spent a lot of his SWU career playing the blue, green, black decks that he doesn't even frame the game state.
Yeah.
I'll still ask him because, frankly, what do we know?
If you're asking me about control decks, the answer is
this
not a
guy's
lot.
come second in a sectors.
Right.
I haven't. So
well, and you know, one of the things I met some great guys in Milwaukee when I was up there for the region, and I think I might have talked about this last stream. They called me on it. They kind of called me on some stuff. They said, "We love your streams. We love what you do. We really hate the way you talk about control decks." And I said, that is fair criticism, and I own it. Right? I am generally not a fan of playing against control decks.
You're allowed to show your bias.
I am, and I agree with you. I feel like look, it's my stream. If you want to complain about it, come do it yourself. So that's some of it. But at the same time, they have a valid point. The play style is valid. It needs to exist in the game, and I owe it to myself to spend some time and figure it out. And I just haven't done it yet. But I think watching these Aura Red decks, because of the way they play, the Planetary Bombardment, the big starter stars at the top end, I want to build this. I want to learn this.
3 to base.
I feel like we started talking and then a haze went over my eyes. Colonel Eulerin is already deployed.
Yeah, you're on the 6 resource round, buddy.
There's an invisible hand. James only has 3 damage on his base.
Yeah.
If I'm a betting man.
This is not going well for Hunter.
Yeah.
No, he's not going well. He didn't even have a turn 2 play, I don't think. We were busy chatting. He opened with a BT1, which then got crushing blowed, and then Hunter just claimed. And it's kind of all been downhill from there. So Hunter's clearly not out of this, right? But it certainly don't look amazing when you're this deep into a game against the red-blue control player and you've only got 3 damage on your base.
James still hasn't revealed that he might have a single reactor ignition in his deck. However,
we haven't seen one yet.
We're getting very close to the point in the game where it would be very effective. Just blow up the whole board state Hunter has built. Spent his entire game building.
Oh, maybe the draws are improving here for Hunter a little bit.
Man, Hunter has a lot of cards in his hand.
It always amuses me a little bit when the players are this quick. We almost always seem to devolve to just talking about deck concepts in general because it's so difficult to call a game that's happening this quickly.
These are experienced players they know exactly what they're looking at. They know what their decks do. They know what their opponent's deck does.
He's got the SRI in his hand,
I knew it.
If he wants to, now's the moment. He's going to do it. Yep.
That is devastating.
But
I guess, I don't know what I was looking at exactly. I did see that you learned how to upgrade, but I figured
it was a condemn.
A friendly upgrade,
It was
not an enemy upgrade.
It was not. It was a condemn.
Maybe you really don't lose that much off the single reactor ignition. And following it up with an L3 allows you to build right back up to where you want to be.
L3, one of the only cards that you learn and have access to that allows him to build, deploy multiple units, right? There is no such thing as Queen Amidala for the villains, right?
I mean,
there's no Kelleran Beck for villain.
You could pay 7.
Yay.
I won't entertain that anymore.
It amuses me that you think this is valid, but fair enough.
Well, there are methods to play off-aspect cards in this game for free.
Yes.
It usually doesn't cross between heroism and villainy.
Persecutor.
But you're seeing it right now with Invisible Hand and L3 fetching up the Interrogation Droid, which has yellow in its color.
Wow. James with a Persecutor comes in and deals 3 damage to the entire ground arena.
That's the first one of those we've seen today. That card is insane.
I'm going to be sad about
it. Also deals 3 to the ground arena on attack.
Yes, it does.
Actually, no, sorry.
All right. Double droid missile platform into the high orbitals for Hunter. James remains on the button.
Persecutor is evil Liberty.
Pick an arena, or is it
That's what
It's pick an arena.
I can't wait to play with my. I've been looking for a deck to play with my death triangles, my friend, and I've yet to find one. And I feel like I found it. I feel like I found my spiritual animal today, and I can't wait to go home and build it.
I'm shaking my head at you.
I'm gonna suck with this deck. You won't have to fear me for a while, but if I can learn how to play it, you might have to fear me. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, chat pointing out that Hunter kind of sort of lost this game back on the 3 resource round when he had nothing to play.
That's really sad.
I'm like, well, that is true.
Everyone knows it. If you miss plays, it's game over. If you're the aggro deck. We saw Isfin could completely ignore playing anything on turn 1. He did just fine. But Hunter probably felt very bad about it.
Aggressive Negotiations comes in on the back of the droid missile platform, cleans out Persecutor in the space arena.
Claim.
Aura Singh finishes off BT1. And now, after all of the back and forth, there's 9 damage on James's base and 7 damage on Hunter's base.
Now that that Persecutor is gone, now that Aura Singh has deployed and returned to the leader zone, I think Hunter feels like he's going to be in a much better position.
I don't know. There's going to be a lot of death triangles coming at him now.
Well, so a Devastator came out. That is devastating. But that was the first Persecutor that we saw this game. I wonder how many James actually has in his deck. Maybe just 1 from the sideboard? It might be a little less hazardous for Hunter to kind of go all in with all of his units.
Okay.
Fair point. We know you have to expect the double SRI though. Yeah, see, here we go again. Once you're up
just
to
go 12 to base and hit him, and he's done.
Yep. I'm at 9.
Oh wait, that would take him to 11.
That would require a mindset different. We had this conversation earlier. The control player brain isn't wired that way.
I'm clearly lacking.
That's
right
fair.
now.
That's fair. But I still feel like, again, this is just me talking off the cuff. I feel like the control player brain just simply isn't wired to think that way.
A Boba player would do that.
A Boba player would absolutely do that.
I'll go 9 to base.
L3 comes in, but only able to find 2 points worth of droid.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but that's where we are.
I think James is going to take this one.
Yep.
That Devastator now represents lethal damage all by itself. Hunter has to claim here and hope he finds a way past it.
Security and pass.
Chat had asked earlier how many rounds are remaining. We're on round 5 of 6 Swiss rounds, and then there are 3 rounds of top 8 after
from
this.
Maine.
I'm guessing Hunter didn't find it the way they're scooping up cards and putting things away. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. After a 5-minute game 1, James comes back with Aura Red here to claim this match. And hard control into heavy aggro, and we're done in 30 minutes, basically.
That's the power of the new Aura Singh Red Shell.
Yeah.
Well done,
I mean,
James.
great game, great match from both players. Hunter's just speed in game 1 was crazy. James drawing better lines in games 2 and 3, and the back-breaking Devastator into Planetary Bombardment plays. Just nuts.
That was a 6-minute game 1.
Yes, it was. It was
After
less,
their mulligans.
maybe even less than that. It was crazy how quick that first game was. Hell of a match from both players. James going away with a win, and we find ourselves in a bit of a quandary, right? We had to wait a while for that round to start, and now we've got a fair chunk of time to kill before the next round. So
that's all right.
I'm okay. I need some water. I don't know about you. I'm getting a little dehydrated back here. It's warming up again.
You know, one thing I am curious about after seeing both of these Aura Sing players just be so dominant is how the matchup is between Aura Sing Red and Lando Lake Country.
I'm going to be curious to see. We're definitely going to see some of this in the top cut. I'm pretty sure we had two players two undefeated players at the start of round 5. They ID'd. Basically, they can ID their way in at this stage. They will go in at 4-0-2, and pretty much I don't think it's possible for them to get past with the way the rest of the field shakes out.
I might go find out what they're playing.
Well, we know one of them. One of them is Liam Landrum, our Sing Data Vault player from Austin. The other one is Melanie. I don't know what Melanie's playing. Her deck list is not in Melee, and I didn't go look at the pile of written deck lists.
We might have 3, maybe 4 Aura Sings.
I think it's
100% Aura Sing conversion rate.
Ooh, I don't know.
That's a statistic.
There you go.
Make a YouTube video about it.
I like where your head's at. Always thinking about content. Let's go.
It'll be interesting to see.
It
Curious
is.
how that deck matches into Lando, how it matches into Obi-Wan. We'll find out later.
Let's look at something real quick, actually, before we let you get away. Because I think, let me see if my buttons are working. Let's see if this button works. See if this button works. I'm pretty sure it does. Yes, there's our leaderboard. Okay, so we know that Liam and Melanie took the ID this round. I don't know what Melanie's playing. We'll find that out in a minute. But at the moment, there's your current top 8. We do have a Boba. You have 3 Aura Sings up yet. The Yularen we just watched, unfortunately, sad for me, lose on stream. But Hunter can still sneak in. He could possibly end up at 5-1. And we know that Damien was the one playing Lando Calrissian Data Vault.
That is correct.
So it's a question of Melanie's the only one in the current top 8 that we don't know what she's playing. We got a whole mountain of 3-1 guys.
Yeah, it's good. Well, that's about to get cut in half.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the results from
this is round 4. This is the end of round 4. This is our leaderboard going into round 5.
We already know James is going to 4-1 and Hunter is down to 3-2.
Oh, well, that's okay. Come on over. Come on over.
What did he ask?
He was wondering. Ask him your question about Planetary Bombardment.
So, in game 2, Hunter had, I think, 15 HP on his base. You had your Aura Sing leader out, who has 3 damage. You had Canto Bright, and you had Devastator.
Yeah.
And all 3 of those, they deal at least 3 damage. If you Planetary Bombardment 12 into the base, on the next action, you're threatening lethal.
That is true.
Did you think about that?
No, I was just thinking, oh, that board is scary. I need to clear it as soon as possible.
You were right.
You were right. It very much was Yularen can burst a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah.
In one action.
Yep.
And I didn't want to risk it.
No, absolutely. We
were
thinking maybe you're playing around aggressive negotiations, and then Wes brought up the fact that a lot of your history is green, blue, black, which is very defensive rather than offensive.
It very much was just a case of I'm better the longer the game goes on. So
exactly.
if I'm not threatening lethal that turn.
The joke that I made was it's control player brain sees units and wants them dead. Doesn't care. Units die first. Yeah. Units die first. Base comes later.
This is why you have an aggro player on the panel.
Yeah. Exactly. There we go. Great answer. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
James Rigby, everybody.
Nice surprise visit.
That was awesome.
Got to pick the brain of one of our players.
The beauty of being in the venue, right? And I'm actually irritated. I have like mics that I can pull up for doing that kind of thing, and I almost never do because the first few times I started going out in the field and doing these things, I could never get people to come over and talk.
The turnaround's probably too quick.
Sometimes that is the case. Sometimes like this, I got 20 minutes to fill, right? And it's like it'd be great to have people come over and talk, and it just never seems to work out, which always bums me out. But let's go back to the leaderboard for a minute. No, not that. All right, wrong button. I want this.
The standings.
I want the standings again. Okay, so this was going. We were still talking through this. So this is at the end of round 4, going into round 5. Whole pile of 3-1s, right? But half of those aren't going to make it to 4-1. We don't know which half. Let's see. We got 5, 11. So somebody in here, somebody got paired into Istvan, right? Because he was 3-0-1. And then you've got 12 players that are going to be 4 and some variant of 4-0-1 or 4-1. And then and at least 2 who are 4-0-1 because our top 2 players ID'd. That's your field. Then you have
the
8 players with 8 players with 4 wins.
All ID, right? Is that what you're trying to point out?
What I'm trying to work through math in my head and wrap my brain around.
So you've got the 4-0s.
Do you play or do you? I think you have to play.
12 3 victories.
Yeah.
Which is going to turn into 6 4 victories.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone else below them obviously only has 3 or less.
Right.
So if they just ID in, I think they have more points.
Maybe, but
because draws do give you a point.
But Brendan and Alexander in the 15-16 slot, if they win out, they are also 4-0-2. That really messes with the math.
We talked about that earlier.
Exactly, right?
See, now I'm forgetting.
Yeah, so
the
like
2-0-2.
This is a situation where it almost like the math is not going to be clean to know going into the final round if you should or shouldn't ID. I don't even think it's necessarily clean for the people at the top. Hang on a minute. I have a fancy button. Let's look at the tiebreakers. Okay. So when you look at the tiebreakers, for Liam, the math is perfect. He is at see the 68? The OMW is the first tiebreak. You ain't getting past that. But look at Melanie's. 54. If Brendan ends up at 4-0-2 and Melanie ends up at 4-0-2, he ends up ranked higher than her. If that OMW holds. So that starts to get a little squirrely.
This makes me very curious as to what Melanie is playing.
I have to go find out now.
Because
I have to go find out.
It seems like she could be in a boat where she has to play.
I personally feel like anybody who's 4-1 just needs to play. But again, there's going to be I guarantee you, there's going to be somebody in that field that disagrees with me, and they're going to take an ID.
You know,
I can almost promise.
Sometimes people just like to gamble.
I agree with you.
Say, hey, let's ID if I end up in top 8. I end up in top 8.
Some people want the points or they want the top 8. Some people are just here to have a great time, and if they make it, great, and they're not really all that fussed about it. It's to each their own, right? So we are where we are.
We're getting close to Galactics, though. I know
that's true.
A lot of people here are looking for
they need
those last few points.
Those last few points.
I talked to one gentleman today. He was 5 points off of 100. Can you believe that?
Only 5.
Yeah.
Rough. Got to get him.
Yep.
Got to go get him, baby. All right, guys. Well, listen, let's take a few minutes. We're going to get up, stretch our legs. I don't know about you. I need some water. And we will see you guys back here in about 20 minutes for the final Swiss round here of the Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier, premier Planetary Qualifier here at Cards and Comics in Conroe, Texas. Appreciate you joining us. Back in a little bit.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. One of the many unique features of this game is the variety provided by each of the individual aspects. Let's focus on these vigilance. 6 aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. They leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies, cunning, and further your own aspirations by keeping your base deck building with the benefits provided by your side of the board. All decks require one leader and one base. Follow your lead. Your leader and base decide the aspects that you will focus on for deck building. Decks can be built with cards from any aspect. But there is a steep cost to straying from the aspects of your leader and base. Make necessary sacrifices cards will allow you to spend only resources equal to the printed card cost. By removing playing out of aspect cards will cost an additional 2 resources per aspect, not shown on your leader or base cards. While you are rewarded for focusing on certain aspects, be vigilant. Deck building in Star Wars Unlimited provides the opportunity to mix and match however you choose, allowing for truly unlimited possibilities. Build strategies around your favorite aspects and become the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threats your opponent can muster. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on aggression and attack relentlessly and deal out tons of damage with the aggression aspect. Of your troops keep your allies attacking. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Give your units powerful weapons with which to cut down your enemies. Your demolish your opponent's base at any cost for you. Striking early to ensure their defeat. When you fight for a cause, no defenses can stand in your way. To protect Deal with an opposing threat with your formidable might. Overwhelm your foes and head for the enemy base. Make the best choices to continue the onslaught. Your opponent can Stay on the offensive with aggression, aspect cards, and become the best in the galaxy.
What's up, SWU fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on vigilance. Defend your base and protect your allies with the vigilance aspect. Leverage the survivability of your troops to destroy your enemies. And further your own aspirations by keeping your base healthy. Heal up your side of the board. Your allies will follow your lead to defend for you, until the walking carpet himself stops your opponent in their tracks. Strengthen yourself to protect those around you. Make necessary sacrifices to support your friends. Protect yourself by removing whatever threats your opponent can muster. Construct the perfect defense, and your opponent cannot defeat you. Be vigilant in the fight and become the best in the galaxy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Man, we are way off center. I'm going to scoot over a little bit. Scoot over a little more that way.
I've been creeping in.
That's okay. Welcome back, everybody. Round 6 of Swiss is about to begin, and let me tell you, it is interesting.
You go ahead.
Okay, the top 4 tables have all chosen to ID. Now, that sounds like a perfectly normal, totally viable strategy.
It sounds boring.
It sounds boring, but
there's drama.
But I'm going to tell you, I'm not convinced it's the right decision for everybody. I'm going to show you the leaderboard real quick and tell you why. You'll probably be able to figure it out as soon as you look at the leaderboard. But the reality of the situation is this didn't update. So that doesn't matter right now because apparently I forgot to push a button. However, I can still push this button, and this will eventually update in just a moment. I'm going to toggle the stats off for just a moment. There we go. So we got a whole bunch of people who are for some version of 4-1 or 4-0-1. They are all IDing. So we're bringing you Table 5, which is the 9th place and the 10th place players. But what's fascinating about that match is if either one of them wins, whoever wins, they have a very valid possibility to knock one of the people who chose not to play out of the top 8.
We should say specifically if Brendan wins, who's currently the only 3-0-2, he actually knocks someone from top 8 out of the runnings.
Yeah.
And that won't necessarily be Mark. It could be anyone because the opponent win percentage changes over time.
Yes.
And the top 4 matches IDing, I think they're kind of just gambling that they're going to be safe. I think we can say top 4, Liam, Istvan, Melanie, and Damien are probably safe.
Probably, but I'm not convinced even Melanie's safe because her first tiebreaker is a little on the low side.
It is quite bad.
So, like, that might be who Brendan kicks out. The bottom line is this is squirrely, to say the least. But we're going to be bringing you guys Table 5. Now, we've seen these players earlier in the day on different times at the stream. So this is a bit of a rehash, but this is one of the only matches out there that really matters right now. So we're going to show you this, okay? So let's come over to meet our players very briefly. Let's see, did it work? Oh, I've got to flip them. Yes. Okay. And while that's happening, I'm going to do a little bit of setup. That's Chewbacca on my left. Oh, no, wrong leader. Oh.
So we've seen Chewbacca before on Chewbacca.
Yep.
I think we watched him in round 2. Is that correct?
I believe it was round 2. No, it was round 3, actually.
It was round 3.
It was round 3.
He played against Avar Chris. He played against Henry.
Yes.
It was a very quick 2 games.
Yes.
Brendan, we watched, I think, in round 4. He played Theron Crystal Caves, is what you see here. And he played against an Obi-Wan Blue.
Yep. Okay, the score's obviously not right. Don't worry about that. These guys have begun, so let's just get into the game, and I will finish cleaning things up in the background.
Okay.
There we go.
3 to base. Sure.
There's that infamous Owen Lars that we have seen restore upwards of 30 HP this whole tournament. Brendan's Owen Lars doing that specifically.
Yep.
I'll spend 3 for a Millennium Falcon.
Absolutely nutty to see what the value that Brendan got out of this Owen Lars way back in whatever round it was we had him on stream. Just crazy.
Let's see if Jake makes the same mistake of leaving Owen alive for
I'm gonna be
10 resource rounds.
I'm going to be fascinated to see.
Sure. Okay.
Did you want to cut this?
No, thanks.
Yeah, in theory, the guys at 4-0 and 2 are safe. I think but Brendan is a win in, and Jake at 4-1 and 1, I think, still has an outside shot to win in it. It gets very, very, very awkward. So, bottom line is, this is the one match that there might be one other match, but one of a handful that we think might be relevant to how this all shakes out.
And then I'll pass.
Brendan plays a Karis in the ground zone. Hasn't produced an answer for the Millennium Falcon that Jake played last turn, or this turn.
Well,
now we're in round 4, or turn 3.
Right. We saw Brendan's deck earlier, right? We know he's got some space units, but it's more,
Ready? Yeah. 3 to base.
Legacy run, Chimera, that sort of thing.
That's what he's looking for. Brendan needs that legacy run into this matchup.
Sure.
Or else that Chewie is going to come out early and bludgeon his life down.
Yep.
But you already see that Owen Lars is sideways. He is already restoring health.
Both players. No, that's a lie. I was about to say both players on a 28 HP base, but clearly Chewbacca is not. I am bad at this.
Chewbacca only needs that 20 HP Hoth base, if we're being honest with ourselves.
I'm going to go make a quick adjustment to the table. Is that Han? That's Han Pilot, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is.
That's a Han Pilot on the Falcon, attacking for the same action.
Yep. 6 more. I'm going to go fix that because we have to be able to see Chewie's resource row to understand what he's up to over there. And right now it's just off camera, so I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Hold the fort.
So right now we're waiting on Brendan. He's on the button. Decides to go with an attack with the Karis.
Okay, I'll do this.
Against the Nemec. Jake opts to reveal Red and Heroic to make a ready spy. It's going to probably swing back immediately into Brendan.
8, 10.
It's 10 damage on base.
I'll do Cheer It for 4.
Okay.
Cheer It comes out on Brendan's side.
Oh, that's much better. Okay.
But it seems like Jake is just kind of going to ignore the Cheer It. He's going to develop his space units completely and try and secure the win in that arena.
Notably, that was the 4 resource round. No Chewbacca leader.
No Chewbacca.
No Chewbacca under the board.
Which is very interesting. I think if the Chewie came out early, it can potentially prevent the Force token from coming online, prevent Cheer It from setting up his defenses with that Force token. Ooh, but a condemn on the Falcon.
That's a big condemn this early in the game.
It doesn't look like Jake has anything in his hand to destroy that condemn, so that Falcon might just be out of commission.
Well, and I'm pretty confident we saw him. We know he packs. I feel very confident we saw him play Outer Rim Scouts earlier in the day when we saw this deck.
Of
think we did.
Of course he would. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
It's aggressively statted unit that destroys condemn. I want it in every red deck.
I'll attempt to do 6 to base.
Attempt to do 6. All he has to do is reveal that Talzin's assassin.
Yep. Brendan shows him an assassin. Brendan also does have a legacy run in there. I caught a glimpse of it.
Man, condemn is so brutal. Even if he puts on another pilot to get that Millennium Falcon above 6 power, the condemn shuts off all abilities, so it's still going to do nothing.
You'll get some small amount of damage out of it. Basically, it starts to get very odd. We're going to use Chewbacca here to start putting damage into Cheer It, trying to get him out of the ground arena so that Chewbacca leader can be more useful. Brennan does his first 2 damage to base there.
I'm curious when this Chewbacca leader is going to come out.
You're at 2?
Yeah, Jake in kind of an awkward position here. Going to have to really think about when to deploy his leader. Looks like now he's chosen now as the moment. He needs to spend. Yeah, there we go. You got to spend a bunch for that.
So it seems like since we last saw Jake, he's just won out. Because remember,
he has,
when
actually.
we had him on stream, he had 0 wins.
Yes.
He had a tie probably against his brother.
Yep.
Is what
we think it might have been an ID or something like that. We're not positive
something
what happened
like
there.
That. And then a loss from, I think, getting here late.
Yep.
But if he, that would be crazy. Arrive late, make the top 8.
I mean, I think statistically it's still a possibility, however small it might be.
Yeah. It is. I mean, this win for Jake could secure him. This win for Brendan definitely pushes someone out.
Brendan absolutely makes the cut.
That's what I'm most curious to see what happens.
Agreed. If Brendan wins this match, he absolutely makes the cut, no question. If Jake wins it, then I think the math for somebody who ID'd going into this round gets really weird, and they might have ID'd themselves out of the top 8 accidentally. That's what I think.
IDs make things so complicated.
They really do.
Let's see. Brendan here has a full grip. He's got a lot of cards.
He's got a mountain of cards in there.
As soon as they come down.
All right, are we ready?
He has, I think, a Stranger in there, a Darth Tyrannus in there.
For the Stranger.
Yep. Stranger's a great answer for Chewie in this deck. Exactly what you don't want to see is Jake.
And that is going to set up a lot of damage that Brendan can threaten for the next turn. That Stranger is going to hit for 6 with his grid ability.
Yep.
And, hey, whatever. You know what? That Owen Lars is still up.
Don't get me started. Brendan needs to get like a gold-plated Owen Lars. That guy is like the hero of the games that we've seen him in today. It's just been bonkers how much restore he's gotten out of Owen Lars because people seem to like not want to attack him.
Speak of the devil, it just happened again.
People seem to not want to attack him, and I'm kind of like just murder him. Just Thrawn's going to get his trigger one way or another, man. Just give it to him.
Stolen AT hauler.
6 total. Okay.
Brendan doesn't have
I'm
maybe the most variety in his removal suite. I think he's carrying no glory only results and a couple other removal pieces. No glory is very bad against a stolen AT hauler. It's as if you didn't even play anything.
Exactly right.
There's a
However,
Charismatic.
I was going to say it could be hilarious against Charismatic, but you'll never have the disclose.
You claimed, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Notably, Brendan should have his Force token right now. He hasn't figured that out yet.
I should have the
We'll see if
There we go.
Lindsay-
He just remembered. One thing I want everybody to just point out mechanically on the board, guys. If you're playing, force spaces and stuff, man, make sure you stay on top of that, because there's going to be a time sooner or later if you forget, your opponent's not going to let you walk it back. So just try to remember.
It gets a little gray in that area because the force is not a May ability. I think most judges would argue, yes, he does have the force.
That's fair. It's not a May. The base says when you do this, you get it. But people forget to, make the token or
They
flip it
do.
over in this case. And so
Once you get 7 turns down the line, how do you guarantee that?
Right.
That even happens.
I'm gonna kill the stranger.
I thought Brendan had initiative there, but clearly not. So I'll move the initiative marker over. They did not move it on the board.
Players, myself included, love to not take that initiative token. Put there.
4 to base.
Hey, look, Owen Lars doing restore things. AT Hauler swings in to put 4 of it back. 11 damage on Brendan's base. As he
There is the legacy run coming out from Brendan.
pulls out his first legacy run of the game.
I think this is looking
Did it
not
again.
so good for Jake right now. If he can get that legacy run to explode and distribute onto the stolen AT hauler and Karis, play the stolen AT hauler afterwards, and that condemn is still there on the Millennium Falcon, I don't know what Jake could do to come back from that situation.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one here. And the legacy run has, this is the beauty of having space up against a player who has space units. You don't have to work that hard. You can just smash it into something. What's going to hurt worse is that Thrawn's on the field, and so he's going to be able to double trigger it very easily. Ooh. Jake's going to get rid of this condemn. That's a great pull for him. Well timed. He needed that badly.
I don't know how effective that is because it removes the condemn, but he gets to take initiative and then destroy his own legacy run. He can solve the Falcon again right afterwards.
6 to base is 6 to base. When you're an aggro deck, that's a great pull.
It is.
Like, you might get cleaned out here, but you needed to push damage. You need to put Brendan in a position where he at least feels a little pressure.
So Legacy Run pops for 12. If he runs it into the stolen AT hauler, that takes it down to 2. Put 2 from the 12 onto that. Put 7 onto the Falcon.
Wrong card.
You have 3 left. You can kill the Karis Nemec as well as the Outer Rim Constable. Or if you, at this point in the game, you don't want to kill Karis, you could kill the N1 Starfighter so that the spy token doesn't pop.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I would put anything on the Karis. I might just leave him alone. We'll see what happens.
4.
I think if Brendan can see this line of play, it's going to completely dismantle Jake. What's he going for?
Okay.
Oh, he's just going to Chimera it rather than he's not even going to spend it. He's just going to keep it on the board. So we're going to deal. So it's going to be 12 all in. 5 and 11.
5 and 7 split between the stolen hauler and the Falcon.
That was 12. That was 12. The Falcon was Falcon. Yeah, Falcon was 7. 7 and 5. There it was. 12
that
damage.
Pilot makes it beefy.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And then he can swing with that N1.
Spend 3 on all aggressive Nemec into your base.
Big aggressive. No, it's only 6. He doesn't have it now. He can murder Nemec with Chewie and have a standing spy. Even if this is going to get awkward.
Yeah, I think you go there.
Oh,
use the Thrawn
be
ability.
very careful. Yeah. Brendan realizing if he kills Karis Nemec, he's dead in the next action.
Is it ready?
Yeah, it's ready still.
Yeah.
Brendan has 2 health remaining, correct?
It is ready, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what was
Yep, he took 6 from Karis Nemec.
Yeah, I think you force the Chewbacca
I'm gonna assign 6.
leader to kill his own Karis when he can.
I think you assign all 6 of it to the Outer Rim Constable.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
They can get a judge if they want.
That is correct. You can over-assign damage.
Absolutely.
Just deal 6 damage and kill it. But we can ask if you want.
Okay.
Yep, they're going to get a judge call. That's cool. Yeah. Brendan's right here. He can assign that damage however he wants. So he's going to put all 6 on the Outer Rim Constable to avoid giving Jake lethal damage.
It's going to be a close game if not.
Jake is going to be able to murder his own Karis if he wants, but that's not as clean. It's a tough line, right? Because Thrawn is still ready. Thrawn could easily off the spy. Owen Lars, however, cannot off the spy.
Brendan is in a position here to either claim or kind of slow play with his Owen attack. And I think because of that, he's in pretty complete control of this game, especially if he has something like a Chirrut in hand, which he does. There it is.
Yeah.
That completely blocks out the Karis Nemec.
Well,
the only thing that could take care of it is commence the festivities, give Saboteur to Karis as well as 2 attack.
He's sitting on another Condemn and another Legacy run in that hand as well. So yeah.
Don't even.
I'm just saying.
Man.
It don't get better. All right. Owen Lars begins the restore train as Thrawn offs Nemec to make this. No, Thrawn. I'm sorry. Thrawn's murdering Karis there to make. So he's going to let Jake get the ready spy out of it.
Okay.
So now this is the slow play route that he's taken. He's taken himself up to 4 power.
Yeah.
But it gives Jake the option to just claim if he has some
Jake
burst damage in the hand.
Jake claimed, but that's the thing. Jake is on the button. Commence.
Yep, there it is.
Commence the festivities ends the game. He's gotten you so low. That's what Chewbacca does. So much pressure, and he has absolutely the right card in his hand at the right time.
I think the correct line of play, if you're Brendan, is to take initiative. Don't attack with either of your units, and
usually,
condemn
like,
that
Karis,
Karis or
most Thrawn players, I feel like, will just insta kill, without even thinking about that.
That's
so,
unfortunate.
Well played.
He had to kill the Outer Rim Scout. Like, he had to get that guy dead.
Oh,
or
yeah.
he could have just
6 to
attacked.
the Outer Rim.
But after
No
that, I
question
think
about
you
that.
might have a valid point there with the, hey, maybe I should be attacking into things. That's a fair point. All right, well, it's sideboard time here in round 6. Why don't we give you guys a quick taste of upcoming coverage? We'll see you guys back here in about 90 seconds.
What's up, SWU fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
Well, that didn't work. Let's try again. No, my stream deck is dead. All right, well, whatever. Welcome back, everybody. Sideboarding going on here. Letting these guys do their thing. Let's see if I can get it to pay. Let's see if I can get it to behave now. No, it's going to fight me. Okay, maybe this.
Player
Nope.
cams, is that the goal?
I'm trying to get it on. Nope. That is not what I'm trying for.
Oh, nice.
Okay, let's just keep pushing buttons until maybe.
Did come with my brother.
There we go. That's what I was trying to get. How hard was that?
It wouldn't have been a successful stream without a little bit of a hiccup.
Oh man, it's been a long day and we're not quite done yet. All right, there we go. That's much better.
So Jake is one game away from a potential spot in the top 8.
Yeah, he could be playing a real interesting spoiler role again. I'm gonna come back to this leaderboard real fast. And the stats are on. If he goes to 4-1-1 with his OMW will change. Will it go up enough? Oof.
It's low.
It's very low because he missed those early games. He might still miss the cut. He and Ray with that 3-1-1 could be weird spoilers in this. It's very difficult to predict. So, well, we ain't there yet. So let's see where we land.
I definitely think he needs to win in 2 games to have a chance at.
You think if this goes 3, the tiebreakers definitely don't work out?
I think so.
I think you're probably right.
I think his game history becomes too poor at that point, and he gets the boot.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right, especially since he took an auto loss for what we think is him arriving late and missing round 1.
How unfortunate. He's doing great.
He's played great. I mean, he's
I'd
basically
be kicking myself.
Basically won out a whole bunch. So yeah. I think it's interesting. He's the only Chewbacca in the field. And, I mean, look how well he's doing.
How insane is that? 2 weeks ago, Chewbacca takes down a PQ.
Yep.
Only one player on this PQ.
Yep.
Not even the same player.
Yep. Not even the same player.
Usually what happens is people pick up the deck that won. They try it out. And Chewbacca's a fun deck.
He really is.
It plays differently than what people are used to, and people like change. They like to mix it up every now and then.
Yeah.
It is a hard deck to pilot, and some people might not be able to get the reps in adequately in 2 weeks.
I think also because he kind of got run over last weekend in Atlanta. Everybody sort of like backed off. There were some people in that field that were really big Chewy proponents, right, and could not get past the Lake Country LB Blue shenanigans, right?
He still made one. One Chewbacca still made top 8.
Was there still one in the top 8?
He was, I think, 8th place.
Okay.
But nonetheless, it's better than you, Lauren. Better than some other decks we've seen today.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to fix that, boys. I've got it cranked up about as far as we can go.
Ready?
Yeah. Unless that will start. All right, there we go.
Claim.
Pass.
Open with Owen.
2 cost 3/3 coming out of Jake's hand. And
Warrior
Owen Lars coming out of Brendan's.
It's a Warrior of Clan Ordo. There for Jake. Solid early play. A card that not every version of Chewy runs, I've noticed. Some like it, some don't.
That's what I found as well.
Yeah.
I think this is the 5th game in a row that we've seen Brendan playing Owen Lars in the first 2 games.
It's pretty close, yeah. Obviously, he just drew into that Krennic, or he would have played it last round.
I'll do 3 to base.
Sure.
I'll disclose this and I'll take any damage.
Okay.
Heal 2 of them.
Okay.
3 to base. Brendan's going to heal 2 of them back. Jake's going to show him a red 5 with the disclose on the Warrior of Clan Ordo. Ordo's also an interesting card. We watched a guy in Austin a couple weeks ago end up losing a match because he didn't have a red card to disclose.
I think I saw that one.
Yeah, it was early on in the day.
That's a terrible position.
It was a Tobias deck, which was even stranger. He thought, all the way to the weird mishmash of Tobias
he doesn't
cards.
need the hero.
Yeah.
I guess he's just so full up on yellow and blue instead.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
Do 2 for Karis.
Okay.
Karis comes out. That's the first force unit this game from Brendan's side.
Karis hits the board, and 3 more from the Warrior of Clan Ordo.
Yeah, I'll just disclose commence.
Going to show commence the festivities. Let Brendan know that it's in there.
Commence the festivities.
No way.
Wow, what a Garinden play.
You take out commence, right?
Yeah. What a Garinden play.
Okay. What we got?
So you disclosed the commence and immediately get hit with Garinden.
There are not many times that I've seen those Secrets of Power disclose mechanics come back to bite people, but this is terrible.
I think that's a fascinating use of it.
Oh, absolutely.
I love that. That's awesome. Well, Brendan absolutely gets one card out of it for sure.
And he is developing a lot of units on his side of the field.
Yeah, Jake now having to decide what he's going to do. Is he going to deploy his leader? Is he going to explode something? You know, pop it with Chewy's text, then deploy his leader?
I'm going to use Chewy.
He is going to use
I'm
Chewy.
gonna defeat a resource, get a credit. I'll do two.
He can't kill anything with this 2 damage.
No, he
he's about
can't.
to deal.
He can't kill anything right now, but he needs to. What he needs to do is tee something up for the damage. He needs to kill Owen Lars, for pity's sake. But he needs to tee it up for something that he can do when Chewy swings in.
I'm kind of rooting for this Owen Lars at this point. This is great.
This guy's the hero of this whole deck.
Owen Lars bit just keeps giving.
Like his whole deck, like if you just kill Owen Lars, the deck just seems to just crumble apparently because like nobody will kill it. It's hilarious.
It's
to me.
got to be the pain point.
1, 2. All right.
2 damage from Krennic, 3 damage from Red 5. We've traded a little damage. We pay for Chewbacca now.
I'll defeat a resource.
Chewbacca goes straight to the base, as is his design. He is intended to do that.
Straight to face and pops a resource to put Director Krennic in the discard pile. Brennan claims, and we're on to round 5, or excuse me, the 5 resource turn.
I see a Legacy run and a Condemn in Brendan's hand right now.
A second copy of Karis, and I couldn't quite make out the last card.
For clarity's sake.
Condemn on Chewy is a great play.
Stranger.
Ooh, the Stranger. That takes care of Chewy. I think you do that.
I think that's how you start this turn.
5.
Because that's what we're doing.
I killed Chewbacca.
Yep.
Wow. So powerful.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and
knocks out Chewy before he can do any more damage.
Condemn is a great card, but
how many is that
Jake has shown to constantly have that upgrade hate in his hand every time he needs it.
All right.
He is sitting on an Outer Rim Constable in there.
Han Pilot Red 5.
Okay.
I'll swing in for 5 and kill the Stranger.
Going to swing in with the Han Pilot, and the Red 5 is going to knock out the Stranger.
I guess I should have the Force too. Huh?
Yeah. Han Pilot, one of my favorite cards. Puts in so much work, so efficient.
Such a good one
when it comes to action economy.
Hey, look, Owen Lars restored some health. I know you're shocked.
We should have put a counter. What were we thinking? We chose Brendan.
I can't believe we didn't put a counter up. We absolutely should have.
3.
Okay. 3 more damage on the base. The Warrior of Clan Ordo swings in. He chooses not to disclose this time. He took the base damage intentionally. He didn't want to disclose.
He was scared.
He got burned the last time he did it.
In all honesty, he can afford to take the base damage.
Exactly right. Karis swings in to put 2 onto the Warrior, and then Garendon is going to clean him up in the ground arena.
How do you think Brendan is going to deal with that Red 5 up in the space arena?
Well, looking at his hand right now, I think he's going to beguile it.
Beguile is good.
Yep.
Bounce to hand, destroy the Han Pilot.
Yep. You get rid of the Han Pilot, and you take the. It's just, if the effect, the equivalent of exhausting it for the turn, right?
Yep.
Ooh, did you saw that?
The Condemn?
No, he resourced a Legacy run.
I guess he doesn't need it if there's nothing against him
I think
on the other side of the board.
I think it's too slow, is what I think.
He's got 12 health. That's not a big number.
No.
He does have initiative.
He does with initiative. Brandon has initiative and his Force token, but his hand is Condemn, Krennic, and Beguile.
How many resources is Brendan at? Is this the 6th resource?
This is the 6th resource play, so it's Thrawn's coming out party.
There's the Ascension cables that you were talking about.
I think I will resource. I chose not
Jake's
to resource.
Yep.
Do you mind if I resource? Okay, thank you.
That was very generous of Brendan. Let Jake decide he wanted to resource after all.
I'll do 5
Oh, I guess somehow Jake has initiative. I didn't think he did. My apologies.
To 21.
That hurts bad.
That is brutal.
Only 7 HP remaining on Brendan's base. He's going to restore 2 of it.
Jake has
Owen Lars.
aggressive negotiations in hand.
I think he's trying to tee it up so the AN will close the game out. Going to natively put a B-Wing Skirmisher into the space arena. Excuse me. 2 more out of Karis to the base there. But the health disparity here, very large.
Flip out. I'll do 40 your base.
Okay.
Going to deploy Thrawn. Push 4 more.
Brendan is still sitting on that Beguile in hand. I think he's waiting for Jake to take initiative. play his cards out.
Beguile, red 5.
There it goes.
And
Back to
I'll
hand, Honda
condemn
discard.
Ooh, the Beguile and the Condemn.
So now, in order for Jake to play that aggressive negotiations with certainty that the damage is going to go through past the Condemn, he's going to have to take an extra action to play the Outer Rim Constable and defeat the Condemn. And that might be enough time for Brendan to swing with Owen Lars and restore 2 health.
It might be. I think it was the right play from Brendan to kind of slow roll that so he could clean up this and ensure that an AN won't put him out of the game, right?
I think so too. I think he took 6 actions on that turn, and when half of them are units that are just waiting to be turned sideways, you just go ahead and do that first. If there's nothing else you can do to proactively prevent damage coming over from the other side of the field.
Well, what I like about it is it shows attentive kind of heads up play on Brendan's part. He realizes there's an AN, there's likely one in that hand, and that he's getting to the point in single digits that this could be a real problem. He should probably ready his units, though. Yeah, you're going to want those guys. He's going to go ahead and take the restore, just like you said.
For a constable.
Owen Lars, turn 1. And this is turn 7, so he's turned sideways 6 times this game, restored 12 health to Brennan's base.
Yep, and there is that Outer Rim Constable to clear the Condemn.
I've been restoring.
Okay.
I think Brendan needs to find a way to quickly dismantle that spaceship, or Jake's going to play an aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, I think
on the top of the next turn.
Yeah, I also think Jake didn't. Jake's like, wait a minute, how do you have so much HP? It's like, bro, you didn't kill this. You didn't kill this Owen Lars all game.
I can't believe it. These guys must just have Owen Lars blindness.
It's like he's invisible.
Spend 6.
Okay.
I think the legacy run now is not a terrible play, but do you have a way to get it off the board? I don't know. What's we got? Lost and Forgotten on the B-Wing. Okay. Going to kill that B-Wing before it can swing in. A well-timed card from Brendan. And get some more healing out of it. Back up to 14 health remaining. 14 damage on, 14 health remaining.
At first, I thought Lost and Forgotten would be less played than it is because it can't hit leader units. But that 3 health really adds up over the course of the game.
It really does. When it's, removal and all the rest, yeah, it's a great deal.
I have seen it in the sideboards of Lando decks that are running 100% heroic aspects in the main board.
Yep.
That doesn't have a hero aspect, and by putting it in your main deck from the sideboard, you're allowing yourself to miss on that credit, which could really break your own game plan. But it's just that good.
Thrawn cleans up the Outer Rim Constable in the ground arena. Karras pushes 2 more to base. Jake claims, and we're on to the next round. Chewbacca still on the button. I wish these guys would move the token, but Chewbacca has the initiative here in the 7 resource round. It isn't going to be an aggressive negotiations.
Hauler, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's going to be an 8-point swing here out of the hauler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
If he draws 1 more, Brendan is KO'd, even with Owen Lars turning sideways.
Yeah,
this turn.
but think about it. 1 single aggressive negotiations hasn't negated all of, didn't even compensate for all of the healing that Owen Lars has done. It's lunacy.
I know Jake hasn't been watching this stream with us. Specifically, he didn't watch Brendan's
game
game that we cast.
That's true, he didn't.
But that Owen Lars has been out for 7 turns now.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yep. Karras Nimmick comes into the ground arena for Jake. Brendan already reaching for that Owen, ready to heal 2 more. Okay. Does so.
Owen turns sideways for the 7th time this game, restoring 14 health total.
Pay 4.
Pretty sure that Jake claimed here.
Direct hit.
Got a direct hit for the hauler. Oh, that's a great, well timed for this one too.
Give me that hauler.
Yeah, it's gonna belong to Brendan here in a minute.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
He's gonna play that out of his discard pile.
4 to your base.
And then 4 more to base from Thrawn.
He's looking to tee up lethal this next turn.
It's getting pretty close now.
4 from the hauler, 4 from Thrawn, and Karras is 10. Krennic is 12, so if Jake has no way to deal with any of those things, I think Chewie has to start pivoting to a defensive sort of play style.
I think it's too late. I think the AT hauler getting shifted is a big deal here now. It's possible Jake has drawn into something. Brendan is on 8 HP remaining. So if Jake has the right mix of cards and the right number of cards in his hand with the aggressive negotiations and so on and so forth, he might still be able to sneak past this because there is no Sentinel in the ground arena. But that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of sneaky play that it's going to take to get Jake over the hump here in game 2.
If only he had access to a unit that enter plays ready.
Does have a Commence the Festivities, we can see. He's got an Ascension Cable. Ascension Cable would make Nemec, what, a 4-5? A 4-5 Saboteur.
I'll just spend 1 for Commence on Nemec. I'll do that.
5 to base with a Commence the Festivities. Because he definitely has fewer units. And hey, look, Owen's going to restore 2 of it. I know you're shocked.
He might be looking for a way to leverage that spy for lethal this turn. But I don't see anything in his hand that's actually going to have that spy be able to get over the line.
Yeah.
I think Brendan turns Owen sideways just to keep safe, and then he just turns everything else sideways and cleans it up.
Jake does some math, realizes he's staring down lethal, and folds.
Exactly that.
So we're going to game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a winner-take-all game 3 because, well, I say winner-take-all. I'm not convinced that Jake has the tie breaks to get into the top 8, even if he wins. But man, it's going to be close, and it's going to mess somebody's math up, I think.
I am always going to root for an upset. So
oh yeah, for sure.
I have my fingers crossed, but
for sure,
I would also like Brendan to win because that's still an upset.
Definitely. Either one of these guys winning is great.
If you're
going to
have the arrogance to intentionally draw after looking down the bracket when you're top 4 tables in this situation,
I agree.
I think one of you deserves to be kicked out.
You and I are on the same page here.
Owen has perma hidden at this point.
Yes.
He does.
He does. He is invisible. That's what I'm saying. He's invisible. No opponent can see him.
It's that 0 damage. It's so
wild. It's so wild to me.
All right, I'm definitely going to watch this back when you post it.
Okay.
And tally up how many times Owen Lars restored 2 health.
If we had been doing like a drinking game, like every time Owen restores, take a drink, we'd be wasted. We would have been wasted in round 4. We'd be hammered on the floor right now.
Got to cancel the stream early after that.
Sorry, guys. Too drunk to stream.
We can't do it.
I can't even load my stuff out and get home. I got to spend the night in the store. I don't think I'd be invited back at that point. Oh, my
That's good. That's hilarious.
My goodness. All right, here we go.
Players
Final
have
game.
resourced.
Final game of Swiss. Chewy begins on the button, opens with a Warrior of Clan Ordo. Brendan answers.
The Toydarian.
With the Toydarian, whatever that guy is. What's his technician? There we go. I couldn't remember the rest of the card. I was like, it's Toydarian. What is it?
I love that card.
It's a really good card.
2/3, 2 keywords, raid 1, restore 1. It's a limited bomb.
Well, the little two drop fun units, the little 2-drop guys that are like the double aspect guys, what I'm trying to come out. Where they've mashed 2 things together that ordinarily don't have those, like Raid Restore and Sentinel Saboteur. Those are just such fun units.
They've allowed themselves to get a little more creative with these dual aspect cards with set 7.
Yep. 3 to your base. I'll heal 1.
All right, 3 to each base, but Brendan's got a little restore on his side of the board. He did reveal an Outer Rim Constable to Brendan with the Disclose off the Warrior of Clan Ordo. It's another Toydarian.
That is the equivalent of 2 Owen Lars.
As Jake goes...
1 Owen Lars.
Well, no, they're not because they hit way harder. Jake goes high into the space arena with a Millennium Falcon as another Toydarian hits the board for Brendan. No, that's not. I pushed the wrong button.
3 to base. I'll disclose Constable.
Okay, 3 to base. We see the Constable again.
So Jake could even play a Constable. He's been disclosing it to Brendan.
Well, what?
He has 2 in his hand. Maybe bait out a Condemn. He also has an N1 Starfighter that I think's going to come down this turn.
I'll do 2 to this one. Create a credit.
Unless he plays Chewbacca.
What I like about the showing Brendan the Constable, he's telling him, you know, LOL, do whatever you want with your condemns. I just don't care.
5 into base.
That's a good position to be in.
Yep.
I'll kill this one.
Direct hit comes out and cleans up the Falcon. Chewie comes in and is forced. Oh no, he swings base and then pops one of the Toydarians that he had hit earlier with Chewbacca's game text.
Here comes Chewie the Bludgeon. That's bittersweet to see the Han get drawn immediately after the Millennium Falcon is defeated. However, maybe it's for the best as the direct hit was baited out.
Ready?
That N1.
Does he have it again? He does. Oof. He drew one in his opening hand and then sat on it knowing he would need it for this moment. And there it is.
A silver bullet.
Yep. Stranger is the answer, it turns out, to Chewbacca leader, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go.
Man, that card is so good.
I mean, it's never been bad, but it's literally just a one-shot kill for Stranger. Just like, nah, you played a leader, it's fine. I just murdered him. It's no big deal.
Kill this thing.
And it gives you the Force.
Was it 5,
Yeah.
3, 3,
I mean, in this deck,
8,
it's exactly what you want.
I'm at 11. Kill this thing?
Yeah, I'll disclose that.
Okay.
Not take
Chewbacca now playing defense here, attacking into the Toydarian Technician,
yeah.
disclosing a red 5 so he doesn't take the base damage.
I'll claim.
Brendan claims that's actually important. That's a big deal because now he's going to get to swing with this Stranger before Jake finds a way to murder it.
So Jake has been disclosing these Outer Rim Constables the entire game. Brendan has a Garindin in hand. I think something might happen here.
That would be entertaining, to put it lightly.
All right. I'll flip out. I'm going to show a Garandin, and I'm going to name...
Outer Rim Constable. What are we going for?
How many cards again?
I feel like it's a
I'm going to name
no-brainer.
aggressive negotiations.
Oof.
Aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to name aggressive. He's going to get one out of the Garendon here off the plot mechanic. I'm a little surprised he chose to do that rather than
On pilot on red 5.
swing in. He's going to murder the Stranger right here with this first action.
You know, he went in blind.
Yeah, I think I would have done
looking
that,
for
but
aggressive negotiations.
a little surprised.
However, he
5,
did
6.
ask Jake how many cards are in hand.
Uh-huh.
And the number was 5. That's a big number.
Yes.
If he doesn't say aggressive negotiations and Jake is sitting on it like he was, that is 4 more damage. Brendan would be at 8 with no Stranger again.
Yep. I still think I think I would have. The Stranger was either going to get Chewbacca'd or it was going to get red 5. Pick one. He's dying. He's dying one way or another. Get some damage out of him before he goes.
I destroy a resource. I'm going to do 2 to Thrawn, and then I'm going to create a credit.
Yep.
Chewbacca's going to use his game text to put some damage into Thrawn. Make another credit. He's sitting on two credits down there now.
Owen Lars.
Hey, there's our hero, ladies and
There's
gentlemen.
Owen.
The man they call Owen, the hero of Canton.
So Brendan wasn't looking like he had a very good way to deal with what Jake's Space Arena was looking like. But I see that Condemn in hand, and he has 3 resources up.
Think he's going to do it? He
There it
is.
goes.
Okay. Claim.
I think Jake still has that Outer Rim Constable in his hand. Brendan's going to have to look for another way to dismantle that red 5.
Well, yeah, we'll see what he's got. He might draw into something. It certainly buys him, it theoretically buys him a little time. Jake obviously wanting to use the red 5 game text here to off Grand Admiral Thrawn next turn.
All right.
If Brendan doesn't come up with an answer, at least he can swing Thrawn before the red 5 cleans it up.
Absolutely.
He'll get that out of it.
I don't know how much that's going to matter, though. Jake has 21 health.
Nope.
I think Brendan's goal is stabilize.
We're just going to use Chewbacca instead to make sure this happens.
That might be an indication to Brendan that Jake is not going to use an Outer Rim Constable this turn.
3 to base.
At least to me, I would want to use my cards as efficiently as possible. Defeat the Condemn, then do the swing with red 5 to defeat the damaged unit.
2 for a Karis into the ground arena.
I'm going to
That's a no glory in Brendan's hand.
Yeah, I think he's sitting on 2 of them, actually. He is.
You know, it might just be getting to the point where Brendan's trying to bait out this condemn answer so he can re-answer the red 5, but Jake's just kind of ignoring it, playing units out.
Yep, he was waiting for the condemn to get discarded with the outer rim constable, and then he went ahead and was like, okay, you're dying now. I'm just not putting up with this.
Look at that space arena. Those are 2 very powerful units.
Yep.
Hitting for 3, hitting for 1. I guess he can very easily soak all the indirect damage onto his Karis right now.
Yep.
Surely not the Owen Lars. Got to keep that alive.
After you.
Brendan still feels like he's on the back foot here.
3 to base. Hasn't
been able to push as much damage.
I'll heal 2.
Jake's still on the initiative.
Before the heal, what are you at?
20, and then I'm going to heal 2, go to 18.
Yep, 18 damage on Brendan's base, 9 damage on Jake's base, an 11-point lead here for Chewbacca in this pivotal game 3. We're in the final round of Swiss.
Go to 19, I'll do all 3 on Karis.
Yep, gonna put it all on Karis. All the indirect from the Y-Wing goes into one of Brendan's units.
2 to your base.
He's finally gonna push a little bit of base damage, hasn't done that in a hot minute. 11 damage on now for Jake.
This has been a super passive turn thus far.
Everybody's just smashing with what they got on the board, basically.
They're waiting for their opponent to do something so that they can do something in response. I think Brendan could have removal in his hand, but he doesn't want to use it on these little units.
Yep.
They add up over time, though. And
yeah.
He could have removed something before taking 1 to base from the Y-Wing. I don't know if he had initiative going into this turn for the N1.
How many cards? 3.
Jake's going to use Chewbacca here to put 2 damage on Owen Lars. That might be the only damage we've had on Owen Lars all day.
That's insane. He's wisening up.
I mean, maybe.
I'll no glory this.
Claim.
Pass.
All right. Jake has initiative. He has that Red Squadron Y-Wing. It's going to do 3 indirect damage. Brendan can't put any on his units unless he's okay with them dying.
I'll be honest. Karis dying is not the worst thing in the world for him right now.
Oh, you know what? If he defeats Karis, he can give a -1 to the Red Squadron Y-Wing, and it doesn't even do anything.
-2, but no, that happens after the damage is assigned, so the attack will go through.
No, so the way it works is the on-attack trigger will occur,
then
Karis will be defeated,
okay,
and then the attack will go through.
You're actually correct.
At that point in time, the Y-Wing would be a 0-1 effectively because of the Karis ability.
Correct.
So we can save a little bit of damage by sacrificing the Karis.
Not much, but a little bit.
But then he's left without the Force and not a Force unit. And we see he has a Darth Tyrannus in hand that he might want to be ambushing later.
Looks like his hand is I think it's a no glory. It's definitely a Tyrannus and a Night Sister Warrior. Jake sitting on what looks like another Commence the Festivities.
A lot of pump cards, a lot of units. He has choice.
Jake in the driver's seat here. That being in a good place is the aggro deck, able to kind of dictate the pace of the game.
He could just kill Owen Lars as the first move. Because Brendan's just going to turn around and turn Owen sideways.
That's what I would do in his shoes, but nobody asked me. Jake looks like
he's thinking hard.
I think he only has 2 resources and maybe 1 or 2 credits, it looks like from here. Credit token is just off camera, so it's a little hard to make out. Jake's really thinking here. Deep in the tank, trying to figure this out.
Oh, my God, man.
This is game 3. They do have 8 minutes left. I'm sure that's plenty of time. He can take all the time he needs.
I'm going to kill him.
Okay, we are going to use the Chewbacca here to finally kill an Owen Lars. Brendan's going to use that trigger twice now to do some searching. I like how he dealt the top 5 into 2 separate piles to save time.
It doesn't make any difference. The whole thing is random all the way through.
No, but this way it's cleanly visible to your opponent. I did 5, here's the unit I chose. I did 5, here's the unit I chose. As opposed to I did 10, and you don't know if I chose 2 from the top 5. You don't know.
Oh, yes.
Like you can't, like technically that's not
legal. That is
legal.
something you shouldn't be doing.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about drawing 5, reshuffling, or, oh wait, no, they go to the bottom, don't they?
They go to the bottom.
You don't have to shuffle.
They all go to the bottom. So you shuffle them up, but they still all go to the bottom. But I like how he did it there. He just made it very clear. I'm gonna do it twice. I'm gonna search one. First, my first pile. Here's 1. Put that pile away. Search the second pile. Here's 1. Put the second pile away. Talzin's Assassin comes in and cleans up the Y-Wing before it can swing.
How many resources do you have?
So these guys, they are not playing for a draw. They have to play to win, or they are eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, a draw doesn't help either player here. One of them needs to go home with a full win. We're in game 3. Jake with a solid lead, but trying to get over the hump here against what amounts to kind of a soft control deck out of this Thrawn yellow, it feels like.
Yeah, that's what I would categorize it as.
Yeah. I think you said that earlier, actually. I think I might have stolen that from you.
Did you pay 1 for that?
I don't know what else you would call it. I think mid-range is too fast of a name.
I agree with you there. Going to replace the Red Squadron Y-Wing that died earlier this phase with his twin cousin.
Okay.
Brendan has only 1 resource in play, but it looks like he's got a couple of credits back there. Jake. I think Brendan just claimed. One thing about Chewbacca kind of resource starving himself is it does allow Brendan to kind of look at the board and be like, yeah, I think you're probably done. You don't have anything left probably.
It is very easy to answer every threat when every threat is so small and coming out so slowly because he's totally cut off his resource supply in the mid-game.
Well, Chewbacca did it to himself, right? Like he's been blowing stuff up, yeah.
It's good to defeat things on the opponent's side of the board, but it's also good to save those resources and play things yourself.
We're going to beguile and get a look at Jake's hand. He's got a whole bunch of space units in there.
A Millennium Falcon, a stolen AT hauler. I think that Commence the Festivities is still in there.
It is. The red Y-Wing that we just put back, of course, is in that hand.
Yep.
That gives Brendan basically run of the board this turn. He knows he's not going to be taking any damage from Jake. Nothing that Jake can play will be able to attack this turn, and Chewie's resource kind of starving himself is really biting Jake in the butt right now.
There's 3 minutes left in the round, but they have a minute extension.
Judge just said over their shoulder there's 3 minutes left of the round, but these guys get a small extra time extension. They've got about 4 minutes to finish this game, so the timer on the screen, not 100% accurate, but close. Jake has played his Y-Wing. The action's on Brendan right now to figure out what he's going to do. I'm not sure why it's hesitant. This shouldn't be that difficult. I think you just go 4 to base here.
These two really need to pick up the pace.
Well, but they're both a little guilty. Let's be honest.
No, absolutely. At first, Jake was the one kind of slow playing, and now it's Brendan's turn. It's been about 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's so complicated about it. I really need to put damage onto your base here.
If you don't decrease his health to 0, it's a draw.
And neither one of
you might as well lose. So if he has the aggressive negotiations, he has it.
Yeah.
If not, you've not lowered his base health to 0.
Yeah. Jake taking his time. He doesn't really have. Trying to think about using Chewbacca. Decides he's going to do it. Nope. Changes his mind yet again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not push buttons. I'm gonna wait for a minute.
2 to your base.
Okay.
I think Jake just claimed right there. Gonna push 2 more and then murder the Y-Wing with a no glory. Again, leaving Jake with an empty board. Brendan with the only one with units on the table. 13 HP for Jake, 9 HP remaining for Brendan. They still have time to finish this, but goodness gracious. Chat's correct. Draw doesn't help either of them. They need to pick this up a little bit. I'll be honest, I think they're low. I think the health totals are low enough that even if they get time called on them, they're going to get to play that turn and another full one. I'm betting that somebody has the cards to end this one way or another.
If I was in charge, I'd let them play. But I would try and spur them on.
By the strict letter of the rules, they don't get that choice, right?
Exactly.
They got the same time limit that everybody else got, and they didn't finish. If that's the case, so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay.
Brendan keeping a close eye on how many cards Jake is in his hand, cognizant of the damage that an aggressive negotiations can do to him if he lets a single unit live on this board right now. Jake opens with an AT hauler. Brendan doesn't have a clean answer for it that I can see.
I think Jake claims and plays aggressive negotiations. That could be game.
It's very possible. If Brendan doesn't, he's got a legacy run, but he doesn't have a way to kill it. I think Brendan just claimed.
So there's a Karis.
Yeah.
Brendan's looking for an answer.
Brendan just claimed.
He didn't get one.
Don't think he did. Karis Nemec comes into the ground arena for Jake.
I think as soon as he passes, Jake is going to push the damage through on that stolen AT hauler. I'm worried playing that Karis Nemec. Okay, he has 6 cards in hand, so that's a +5 when he plays AN on the stolen hauler. That is lethal.
That is lethal. Time finally called in the round. They're going to get this round and one more, but I'm not convinced it goes that long. You're looking at what, a Chimera on Brendan's side. Is that a Chimera in his hand?
That is a Chimera.
See, I'm wondering, so if he had to play the Legacy.
I say that with low confidence.
I think it's a Chimera. It looks like a Prestige Chimera. If he had played the Legacy run last turn, he could have Chimeraed into a board clear this turn.
That's what we're going to do.
Right?
Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's going to work. We're going to do 2 in. It's going to die.
Yeah, I think he drew the Legacy run this turn, actually.
Yep, because Brendan is in charge of the phase here. He's going to choose which triggers happen first. So he's going to make Karis Nemec trigger first.
And then he gets the minus.
And then he's going to use his force token to shrink the AT hauler to a 2/3 with Karis.
If Jake is wise, he'll swing with the spy before it goes away. Because he still knows that he has lethal in hand with the aggressive negotiations.
3, 4, 5. He still has 6 cards in hand, so it's a +5. Neither one of these units now able to achieve lethal damage in this turn.
You mean without the burst in hand?
Yeah. I mean, with the burst, he doesn't have it. Right?
Well, if they work in tandem, that spy puts 2 more damage on
Oh,
the
I
base.
see your point.
Takes Brendan down to 7.
Now, technically, he does have lethal.
The AT hauler has 2 power.
He has 2 power, but he's got 6 cards in hand after the aggressive negotiation.
Which is perfect math.
He's got 5 in hand. He's got 5 in hand once he plays the AN.
Jake is looking at Brendan, saying, what are you going to do?
I'll give 10 here.
Whoa!
Well, that's lethal, but
unfortunately, it's going to be 1 action too slow. The emergency powers is going to turn that assassin into a monster, but Jake beats him by 1 action with the aggressive negotiations to pick up game 3.
Dang.
2 I was looking for.
Yeah.
If he had 1 more health, if Owen lived 1 more turn.
Second game, I feel like I let slip.
The big difference in that game 3 was the fact he didn't draw an Owen, and when he did draw him, Jake was like, you know what, I think I should kill this guy. Yeah, you should. Big win there for Jake, going 4-1-1 on Chewbacca, our lone Chewbacca player on the day.
I'm interested in seeing what happens to our top 8 because of this.
So am I. I think it's going to be fascinating to see now an extra 4-1-1 in the mix. I think his tiebreakers are going to be weird enough that he's going to be the number 9 player. That's what I think.
That's what I think. I've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
Especially dropping a game to Brendan hurts his tiebreakers
from losing
quite badly.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'd love to see it, but at the end of the day, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Like, the math is what the math is. We don't get to change it. We don't get to claim it. But, man, this was fun. That was a great match. Really entertaining. All right, guys. So we are now at the end of Swiss. It's time for us to step away. And by the time we come back, we will know who's in our top 8 bracket, what the positions they're in. I'll get the bracket filled out. I'll get deck lists generated. We'll have all that data for you. But you need to give us about, I'm going to say at least 15 minutes. The judges are likely to do deck checks as well at any rate before we start the top 8. So you can probably set your little watch timer for 15 minutes, get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, grab a snack, whatever. We'll be back probably around then to move on in to the top cut. Okay? Awesome. Appreciate you. We'll be back shortly with the rest of the good stuff. See you in a minute.
Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on heroism and villainy. Choosing heroism will give you access to those fighting to make the galaxy a better place, while choosing villainy will direct you toward those who want to keep everything in order, no matter the cost. Swoop into the fight, or swarm your opponents. Support your fellow rebels, or hold down the fort. Find your way out of a bind, or continue to feed the war machine. Heroism or villainy. Choose a side and strive to be the best in the galaxy. Star Wars Unlimited is a trading card game of unlimited possibilities. Aspects decide the general direction your cards and deck will function. Let's focus on cunning. Use clever tricks to keep your opponents off balance with the cunning aspect. Get more use out of resources by taking down your enemies. Or collect even greater bounties by doing it with your own hands. Ambush your enemies with a surprise attack. Use a quick buck to get ahead of your opponent. Or gather additional resources for a bigger push. Attempt to make a final counterattack. Freeze enemy units in carbonite. Disrupt your opponent's plans before they happen. Make your own luck by outsmarting your opponent with the exact tools you need. At times, you need to be cunning to become the best in the galaxy.
Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for being here. One of the most common questions I get is, how can I support what you're doing with live event coverage of Star Wars Unlimited? Luckily, there are lots of ways, and not all of them actually cost anything. For starters, if you're tuned in on YouTube, throw the live stream a like and subscribe to the channel. A couple of simple clicks, and you'll have helped YouTube's algorithm put more of my Star Wars Unlimited content in front of people who might be interested. If you're tuned in on Twitch, simply throw me a follow. Both of these things won't cost you a cent and actually help a lot more than you think. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you might be able to support me on Twitch with only a few clicks. Once you've linked your Amazon account to Twitch, check the QR code on the screen for help doing that. You can use your Prime subscription to me on Twitch. It's already included in your Amazon Prime membership and costs you nothing additional out of pocket. Similarly, over on YouTube, you can use the Super Chat functionality. Just click the little dollar bill looking icon on the bottom right corner of the screen below the chat window. This is sort of like a tip, right? You can choose a dollar amount on a little scrolling bar and it highlights your chat message simultaneously. If you're interested in helping ensure these kinds of high quality Star Wars Unlimited tournament streams continue well into the future, I would also ask you to check out my Patreon over at patreon.com/craptor. QR code on the screen will take you there. I have 4 tiers of support that each come with various benefits, up to and including the embroidered polo shirts you see the team and I wearing on the stream when we cover events. For the cost of only a single booster pack per month, you can support these kinds of productions and get some really fun perks along the way. Whether you choose to pitch in and help keep us on the air or not, thanks for being here. We love Star Wars Unlimited, we love the community, and we look forward to showcasing more of both in the future.
What's up, SWU fans? Raptor here. I appreciate you guys joining us for today's coverage in Conroe and hope you're enjoying the show. I wanted to hit you with a quick preview of upcoming Star Wars Unlimited tournament coverage here on the channel. It's going to be a busy spring, so strap in. 3 weeks from today, Saturday, May 16th, we kick off the first of 3 consecutive weekends of PQ coverage right here on the channel. On this particular day, we're going to be a few states over in Biloxi, Mississippi, bringing you coverage of the premier Planetary Qualifier put on by Board Game Peddler there in town. The store is planning on a 10 a.m. local start time. That's 1500 UTC. The QR code on your screen is going to let you set a reminder for the stream. I hope you'll come join us. The following week, Saturday, May 23rd, I'll be just a few minutes from home here on the north side of Houston to cover the limited Planetary Qualifier put on at Odin's Place, formerly known as Dragon's Lair. 1 week after that, on May 30th, we're going to cap out the month by road tripping up to Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas, to cover the premier Planetary Qualifier held up there at Lone Star Pack Breaks. It's their first time hosting a PQ. Come show them some love, and let's show them what the community is all about. Only a few short weeks remain to hoover up points to qualify for the Galactic Championships in July, so thanks for being here today, and I hope you'll join us for future coverage of Star Wars competitive events.
That's my fault.
Let's
my fault.
Run it
let's
back.
run it back. Nope, let's run it back. I did that earlier because we were somewhere that we shouldn't have been. Okay.
That's all right.
Welcome back, everybody. As Sam was saying,
we have a mix-up.
Small mix-up. Well, a change. You call it a mix-up.
I guess
call it
it's
a
not
change.
even a mix-up.
I'm going to call it a change.
So we were going to give you guys Obi-Wan versus Admiral Piet. That is not the case anymore. What are we watching now?
We're not going to be watching Istvan and Mark, top of the bracket.
There's a good reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go over that with
I'll
them?
tell them. So this has happened to me before in the top 8. There was a deck list error when the judges were doing deck checks with Melanie, and unfortunately that means that she ends up going into that match with a game loss. Now the sad thing is she could still win the match. That I've seen that happen too. Unfortunately, it also means that it could be a one and done match. I've had that happen on stream. So in order to avoid this, we called an audible and moved over to Aura and Boba there at the top of the bracket. Now, Liam and James, the 2 and the 7 seed in the middle of your screen there, they specifically asked me not to cast that match because it's a rematch. They played it earlier, and both of them said it was painful and awful.
That is the Aura versus Aura
Aura
matchup.
Red, Aura Red 30 versus Aura Datavolt.
And I believe them.
Those are two very experienced. They were like, you don't want to see this match. It's going to be painful. And then Damien in the 4 seed conceded to Candace, so we can actually go ahead and mark that now. But the
reasoning was that Candace could more effectively use PQ points
yes.
in the event that she takes the whole thing home.
Oh, all the way around.
Damien is going to be a judge at Galactics.
Yes.
He doesn't actually need those.
Yep. So Damien is going to be at Galactics as a judge. He doesn't need those points. Why did this not replace things? Come on.
So already, before any games are even complete, we're off to a very interesting top 8.
I will fix that. That bracket is not right because Candace should now be in that slot at the bottom, and for some reason the deck's not doing it correctly. I'll fix it in a minute. In the meantime, we're going to bring you guys Istvan, who was on the stream earlier, and Mark, who has not been on stream today, but will be on Boba Lake Country, which we did see in the very first round.
Very first round, we saw it lose. Mark is in the top 8, so maybe he's going to pilot it a little better, maybe pilot it to victory. But Istvan was very dominant when we saw him play against Mother Talzin Green earlier.
It's true. Well, they were good games, right? Now, Candace is in the top 8 as well, still in her Talzin Green. And, like, you say dominant game. Was it the first game? The first game was very dominant. The second game was not.
Because he did take it in 2.
He did take it in 2, but that first game they ended both on 1 HP. So, I mean, it was close.
Maybe it wasn't so dominant
now,
at the end of the day.
With Istvan, though, Istvan did take this deck, or a very similar version of this deck, to top 20 last weekend in Atlanta. So, clearly, comfortable with it, knows what he's doing. Sure, certainly he's played this matchup before. I need to make a couple of minor adjustments here. I'm going to put the deck lists up, Sam. Why don't you talk through what?
Are we still muted?
You are not still muted. That means they're not live. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah. What happens is sometimes people's stream will lag, right? And as it lags,
and
eventually
they're
you reach to the point where you're 3 minutes behind where we actually are. It's fine.
It happens.
I fixed it right away. I'm going to put the deck list up. Talk about these deck lists real briefly while I do a couple of last minute back things. This is Istvan's list.
Absolutely. So this is Istvan's list. We've seen it before. We haven't actually gotten to look inside the deck. It's your hard control typical deck. It runs a lot of these capital ships and tries to capitalize on these capital ships with planetary bombardment. I feel like I said capital 100 times there. He's got the single reactor ignition to hopefully just destroy everything that Mark is doing. And he's got some pretty interesting units down in the lower tier of his deck. He's got Hona for some restore. He's got Bith Brute, which to me felt a little bit more like a limited card before I saw it put in work today. He's got a Sudden Ferocity to kind of chip through damage and some typical cards that you expect to see in Vigilance and Villainy decks such as Condemn and No Glory Only results. It's very interesting. Istvan doesn't run any turn 1 plays except for Incapacitate, which is simply in reaction to a potential turn 1 play from Mark. I don't know if we're going to see Incapacitate put in work turn 1 because typically the units that are coming out of Boba are 2/4s, like a BT-1 or a 0/4, such as the TIE Bomber. He's looking to go to an end game and just seize control of the game through these powerful capital ships.
Yeah. These guys look like they're getting close to being ready. Why don't we come over and get the game up? Let's meet the players. You had saw him on stream earlier. This is Istvan. Istvan I have listed from Hungary. I see him in Houston all the time. For my money, he's a local, right? I see him at Dragon's Lair on the regular. But I also know he travels around a lot. He was talking to me about playing in Chile not long ago. So he's definitely been, or he travels around and plays wherever he can. Across from him, this is Mark. Mark is from New Braunfels. Oh, I didn't put there we go. Let's do that instead. Mark's from New Braunfels. Over by, not terribly far away from Austin, just down the road from Austin, a spell. So let's come over to here and let these guys get started. There's your matchup. I'm going to put the timer up just as a reference. I don't think it's going to be actually correct.
It's a strike ship from Mark.
Istvan begins game 1 on the button.
Okay. Sure.
As we see one of my favorite cards to come out of Legends of the Force.
Claim.
I love that strike ship.
It's such a fun card.
Yep. It's going to get shrunk. It's going to get incapacitated, and then Aura's going to knock it off here using her game text.
Yeah, so I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. That incapacitate puts things in range for Aura Singh.
Absolutely. That's why that card and things like knowledge and defense are in this deck.
Very efficient answer to any turn 1 play. Most turn 1 plays, I should say.
Mark's going to bring out of Onreg's tie. It's going to take 3 damage from, what is that? Let's call it War. And then Aura's going to clean that up as well.
Man, that is brutal. Aura just providing so much reach for all of these removal cards that Istvan is bringing to the table. Really enabling that hard control strategy that we've seen today. Red just provides the answers.
Yep.
It gives that damage in terms of a number value, and Aura just finishes it off very easy. Another strike ship from Mark.
Big.
I like the strike ship.
Allegiant General Pride.
Hona is such a valuable play, though, onto the ground arena.
Hona's a big one.
It's going to take care of this Allegiant General Pride probably immediately.
And Istvan claimed there, as I recall. Yep, still on the button there. Istvan's deck is interesting because it's so passive in the early going, and then it picks up a little bit in the late game in terms of actions. I mean, as you get into the mid game, it's like, okay, now maybe I want to be on the button. Maybe now I don't mind having initiative.
Absolutely. The traditional deck building approach is pad out your 1-drops, then your 2-drops, follow a curve. He is playing a hard control strategy and can just opt to ignore traditional deck building methods.
Punishing 1. Under the funnel.
Punishing 1 here for Mark. One of the more underrated rares, in my opinion, out of set 6.
There's a condemn that comes down.
Immediately drawing another not underrated rare out of set 6 in the condemn.
It's price reflective.
It does indeed.
Last time I checked, $20 card.
Yeah, there were 15 to 20 last time I checked on them. Kind of nutty. Now, Mark, of course, playing all this red is going to absolutely have the ability to have tools in the deck. I don't know what he's got in his hand, obviously, but he's going to have tools in the deck to clean up these upgrades. Things like Outer Rim Constable or the overpowered Jump Master or whatever it is from the latest set that lets you remove upgrades off of space units.
It must feel very bad, though, to just have turn 1 and 2 deleted.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, that's literally what Istvan's deck is designed to do.
If this game goes too long and Istvan accrues too many resources, he's just going to play these Cantwells, play these Devastators, and roll over Mark very slowly with a sheer greater quantity of capital ships.
Mark deploys his leader onto the strike ship, uses Boba's text there to blow up Hana in the ground arena, and then plots out Sintikaz to push 7 quick damage onto Istvan's base here.
Istvan down to 2/3 of his life total.
Yep. Back up a little bit, draws into a Lost and Forgotten to get rid of Sinta. does so. Mark claims, I think, there.
So Istvan has taken care of Cinta. He has put the punishing one in a place where it can't actually do anything right now.
Yeah, it's kind of useless.
He just has to worry about the leader now, which Boba Fett is piloting not the greatest ship in his arsenal.
No, but certainly not the worst.
And aggressive negotiations really takes up a lot of damage, though.
10 to base. Big hits here.
That's crazy.
It's aggro.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 10 big ones. Istvan already 17 damage on here. Not what Aura wants to do. Mark knows he has to race as quick as he can. Tree remembers.
And by not deploying onto a very large ship, the tree remembers just will destroy you.
Yep.
That is a silver bullet to all of the cheap pilots in this game right now. Von Reg, Kazuda, they're all deploying onto low-cost units, and Tree Remember just deletes them.
Mark tries to build his board with an IG-2000, but Aura Singh deploys and says, nah, I think you can get that noise off my board. Mark's tapped out.
Next turn, he could play a Devastator.
Yes, he can. We're getting into range of the good stuff.
If he puts 4 to base, that means he can untap with the Devastator for lethal.
Istvan, forced to disclose there to get the condemn to function, showed him another condemn, I believe.
Love that. Man, condemn is such a strong card.
Really is.
And
Devastator.
There's going to be no doubt. There's the Devastator.
Yeah.
4 to base.
Not the only one playing Devastators, are we?
That's a no good.
If Istvan drew badly, he'd be in a much worse spot right now as that Devastator hits for 9.
My suspicion is he has a tool somewhere in his toolbox to deal with it as Aura Singh pushes in for 3. He does. We're going to see a Cantwell Cruiser here come in to keep that Devastator from readying.
And, sorry, what's the other card? Annihilator. All right, that's the one that searches and gets rid of everything.
Yes, so fast.
Istvan has 22 damage on his base. That Cantwell Cruiser is the only thing keeping that Devastator in line right now.
Do me a favor, move that mic up and towards you just a smidge. Your audio was really good earlier. Now you're a little on the quiet side. It's cool.
How's this?
That's a little better. That's a little better, I think.
Good.
Mark retains the initiative here. It's the 9 resource round for both players. Istvan figuring out what he's going to resource. There he goes.
Another Devastator?
Oh.
Yeah, so that was something that I was thinking. All these condemns, these Cantwells, they shut down the unit. It might as well be off the field. Just play another one. Even though it's unique and deletes it, it's like it never mattered.
Yeah.
Boba taps. Boba. Devastator comes down. Boba taps in. All 5 of that damage put right onto Istvan's head.
That's what I would do too.
Yep.
If you draw one more, that's game over.
Yep. If you can draw another one, it's just game. You also have to wonder if this Boba Fett deck plays things like collateral damage, one of my favorite cards out of the new set, because it's one of the few cards that allows you to just push direct base damage with an event.
That would be such a cheeky win right now.
So that's going to be.
What did we play there?
This is 3 and 1, right?
I can't make out what's in his discard pile.
No, I can't quite tell either.
I think it was a Lost and Forgotten because he healed 3 off of it. We're gonna go with that.
I'm going to put 6 in your base.
Okay.
Istvan 24 damage on here, holding on by his fingernails.
Now the damage is starting to come through from Istvan's side. Now we're in the late game when he's going to start playing big ships repeatedly. You know, if Mark draws something to defeat that condemn upgrade, that could be it.
It's going to depend a little bit. The trick is that we put a Bith Brood in the ground arena as well. The trick is that the punishing one needs damaged units for it to really swing hard. And it can only damage 1 on attack, so it would swing for 4 possibly.
In aggressive negotiations, could easily push him over the line.
That's true.
Cyril Karn coming out. That is a fantastic turn 1 play. It is so oppressive.
Such a great card too in the early game for a red villain deck.
40 in the base.
But Istvan can afford to ignore that Cyril right now.
Bith Brute pushes 4 more onto Mark's base. 16 damage on, 18 health remaining on Lake Country. We're going to go System Shock here to clear the to clear the condemn off of punishing 1, which then draws the Cantor Arrestor Cruiser to just smash it to the face.
I think players' life totals might be slightly getting mixed up here.
You got 16 damage on the right and 24 damage on the left.
I think they could be making a slight error. At least chat's saying damage is potentially calculated wrong at this point. We'll see if it ends up playing a big role.
Yeah.
Aras Cinta. Show you the same cards.
Yep.
Another Cantwell.
Another Cantwell coming in to lock down that 5/5 Sintakaz.
Take 2.
Pass.
Cleans up. How did we kill Cyril? Nobody ran into him, nobody took damage.
I wonder if the Bith Brute should have taken the
So you need 18 more.
No, the Bith Brute had already swung to base.
No, I mean,
base, yes.
maybe Cyril swings into Bith Brute.
Okay.
But
Cyril didn't make it. Cyril was just played this turn. This was the round he was played. He was played on the board.
Oh, did he not untap?
He never got to untap. He's dead, but I'm not sure what killed him exactly.
Mark is grasping for straws here, just kind of playing whatever he can at this point, hoping that it sticks.
Yeah, I'm with chat. I think. Okay, there you go. They say Aura. They say Aura.
Okay, that makes sense.
They say Aura took the damage. I think you are right on the base health damage, on the base health totals there. 22 on now for Mark. We're showing.
17 to 21.
He only took 5. Why didn't he take 21?
I added. There was a 5. I took it off and added a 10 and a 1.
No, but you had 16, right?
Yes, he had 16.
There was also a 1 on that base.
Yeah, he had 16. He had a 10, a 5, and a 1.
He took not just a 5 off, but the 5 and the 1.
He took the 5 and the 1 off and added a 10. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because you had said 18 instead of 16. Yep. All good, all good.
Top 8 is a stressful situation.
It is. These Cantwells seem to have been just money for Istvan all day. Like every time.
They are so good.
They're such a great card, and every time we see one, it seems to be very impactful. We're going to topple the summit here. So we're going to put 3 damage into the Cantwell, 3 damage into Aura. Not enough to kill either one of them.
That's an interesting
then
play.
Boba.
He must have something to back it up, maybe a planetary bombardment.
You say he must. I'm not convinced. We'll see.
You think he could be bluffing?
I don't know.
I think these Cantwells are just going to punch through.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I mean, we're already at lethal. He's got 7 more in the ground arena, and that's game 1. That's it. You're done.
Wow.
Yeah. See, this is what I say when I look at if this right here, if Aura is the face of what Control looks like now, which is I use cheap events combined with my leader ability to engineer a way for me to get to the late game, I can live with that. Because the late game, the problem, my issue with Control so frequently in the first couple of years of the game was that the late game was still devolved into I just prevent you from playing the game. This is different. This is, okay, I've made it to the late game. Now my big stuff gets interesting, and I have interesting tools, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can meaningfully convert from a preventing damage strategy to propose your own damage strategy. And at the end of the day, damage wins games. You know, some of those old decks, they would mill their opponent out. That was the strategy. That would make for very long, very uninteresting games from a player standpoint.
Yeah. Ugh. Okay, I'm seeing what I did now. Hold on. Yep. Okay, let's run an update here. That should fix that, hopefully. I thought I was getting clever earlier, and I put things in the wrong place on our little spreadsheet. Big shout out, by the way. Huge shout out to we have some really awesome folks in the community. Guys like Jonathan Fisher, and I don't even know Joe's last name. He goes by Unit Monster on Discord. A big player up in the upper Midwest. Helping us out with the tools that we use to help manage events in the background. They've done an amazing amount of work linking Google Sheets into Melee's API and into a website called Uno Overlays. We use all of this, and so we can pull data out of Melee automatically and transition it over. It makes the whole process smoother, and big shout out to them for all the work that they do. We actually get to talk about sideboards now. Why don't we talk about sideboards?
Well, you know what? We haven't actually looked at Mark's deck.
We haven't. Why don't we do that?
Though I do think I could tell you one sideboard card that Istvan might be playing. We'll get back to that.
Okay. So there's your list. What in that board interests you? I think you bring in the extra system shock.
After seeing Istvan's game plan,
Mm-hmm.
this just looks rough. You play the units get removed. I think it's very unfortunate that you have so many turn 1 plays with only 3 health against
Mm-hmm.
that incapacitate. Maybe you just try and pivot space early and mulligan for strike ships and TIE bombers like you did last time and hope to dodge those early removal cards.
I don't know. I think the shuttles might have some value here. Certainly the bombardment, I think, has a potential for some good value in the late game.
I think that's definitely coming in.
I think you can even make an argument for the Vader pilots. That's one of my favorite cards because it also doubles up as a big ground threat, right? Big time.
Vader pilot's a very flexible card, and it can push you over that -6 that the condemn is doing, but I think what you're really needing it for is just early damage. To play a card and get value out of it immediately in the form of doing damage to your opponent's life total.
Yep.
Go ahead. One thing that's interesting is shoot down.
Yeah, but I mean.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking of system shock. He might want to put a third one in there.
That's what I said. I think you grab the third one
for the condemns.
Yeah, I think you do because he doesn't have the outer rim constables. The system shock is his main kind of defense against the condemns. I think you grab the third one.
I must admit one thing I was surprised about his sideboard and whole deck in general was a total of 1 copy of Planetary Bombardment, which is, in my opinion, it's kind of the key to breaking through control, hard control like this, because they don't have a lot of opportunities to soak up damage onto their units oftentimes.
Fair enough.
In the late game, it's a bit of a different story, but if you can, on curve, play your Planetary with a capital ship out, that's basically 12 to the base.
Sure, but it's tough for Boba to do that because he doesn't, like on curve, he'd be trying to play that on his flip turn. He doesn't really have a capital ship he's going to put on the board in that early.
Okay. Ready?
The only person who can really play that card like on curve on the 6 resource round is going to be, hey, look, this game's starting the same way.
Goodness.
Is going to be Piet, right?
Yeah, that is very true.
Well, same as before. Second verse, same as the first. We started with a strike ship, got an incapacitate, and then Aura cleaned up Mark's turn 1 play.
All right.
Incapacitate has put in a lot of work today.
And
that is a card that I was kind of sleeping on, but Aura Sing seems to really just make it work.
Mark puts a Von Rex tile on the board, and Istvan claims. I think he started to reach for like a Tree Remembers or something right there. Oh, he couldn't afford it. It costs 4 to play Tree Remembers, and we got there in the end.
Yep.
Man, Tree Remembers is such a good card.
Will not hit itself.
I think it's interesting and noteworthy. That's also one of the tools in Istvan's arsenal, right? Is sometimes you just claim. Claiming is the right answer in the early game.
If there's no card to play,
yeah,
just go next turn.
Yeah, if you've got the ability to murder your opponent's 1 unit on the board at the top of the next turn, just claim.
I mean, he doesn't have small units that he could have played instead.
Mm-hmm.
By claiming, he's preventing the Von Rig's tie from ever turning sideways. And, I mean, his deck is not designed to utilize those small units, as we've seen.
Yeah.
I think the best he could have probably done is play a Bith Brute to try and chip away at late country.
Out the airlock, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
The -5,
-5. Haven't seen one of those since, I think, JTL Limited.
That's definitely a card that has come back into decks post-rotation because all of the answers are, well, all the better answers that were here pre-rotation are gone.
To me, it's a great card. Like, it's always been a good card. It just got overshadowed by all of the other control events that were out there.
It's good against shielded units.
Yeah.
Shielded units are very present now.
Yep.
Man, and no glory only results against the punishing one. Nothing on board going into turn 6.
Boba flips all alone into the ground arena with a Cinta Kaz at his side.
I claim.
going to push the first damage of Game 2 here onto Istvan's base. Mark well behind where he was in Game 1, and Game 1 did not work out that well. So I'm going to be curious to see how the top end of Mark's deck goes, because we don't have much else to work with here.
So one of the cards that Istvan was running in his sideboard was, the name escapes me, but it's the 7-cost space board wipe.
Talking about Hyperspace Disaster.
Yeah, that's the one.
Aggressive on Boba.
I wouldn't be surprised if he put that in. At face value, Boba's a space deck, and that destroys all space units. It's got to be good. But what we're seeing here from Mark is a ground assault. Mainly because he doesn't have any space units probably in his hand.
He did bring in those shuttles. I was wondering if he was going to. I like that card in this matchup.
Why do you like that card in this matchup?
Because it allows him to shield. He doesn't have to, like, he can shield the shuttle or he can shield other things. If he draws it early, it's a great unit for Boba to deploy onto. He didn't, but he can now pass the shield onto something else he wants to keep. Boba's hard to get off the board, isn't he? Right? He's a 4/7 shielded. That's not a joke.
And he's a leader unit.
Of course, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
Unfortunately, the single reactor ignition doesn't care that Boba is a leader unit.
And it does 2 to Mark's base to add insult to injury.
Istvan clears the board here. Mark answers with a Devastator. That's going to cause, I'm sure Istvan's just going to claim there.
Yeah, you're 9 for
Surely
13.
he has a removal card in his hand.
I would be shocked if he didn't. So it's going to be 5 to base here.
Oh yeah,
because Boba's going to add his extra, and Mark gets to decide where it goes.
Claim them.
Okay. Pass.
Was this not the same turn that Boba was defeated to the single reactor ignition?
Oh, that's why they only made it as 4. I thought it was B5, but you're correct. It was just 4.
Okay. I think Istvan went to put 5, and then they corrected themselves.
That's exactly what happened. He did what I thought was correct, and then they did what was actually correct.
Okay, so I'm going to kill this.
There it is.
Lost and forgotten once again.
Claim into removal, clear the board, true combo out of hard control decks.
Planetary Bombardment, deal 8 to you.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking.
See,
Bring that in because
I love
they don't
this.
have units on board.
Yeah.
You really don't need a capital ship, I suppose, if all 8 of it's just going to go to the base.
If the Planetary into an empty board is not a terrible play.
I know I've lost a game because of it.
Yeah. And that time Boba was available, so it ends up actually being 9. A 21 HP lead at the moment for Mark as he plays a droid control missile platform into the space arena, or deploys and immediately murders it.
Aura deploying on 9 here because there's no point before this turn, before this point in time, that she's going to find use. But in destroying the droid missile platform, she's able to take 3 indirect straight to herself.
Yep.
Very, very efficient play there.
What's interesting to me, watching this matchup, Mark may be kind of a little in a disadvantageous position just because of the matchup. But what's interesting is that, for my money, Boba has the tools
Fire Spray,
to adapt if he wants to reach a point where this matchup is not so bad for him. He can get there.
Honestly, I think Boba has the tools if he brings 3 planetary bombardments.
That's what I'm saying. Like, those kinds of weapons are available to him.
But it seems this Boba deck in particular is maybe not teched into playing against hard control. Understandably so. It's not been super popular. Lando Lake Country has been a lot more popular, and Obi-Wan has. Neither of those are hard control decks. They play a lot of units in which planetary bombardment is not quite as effective.
Yeah. A lot of back and forth that turn. Not much change in base HP. Devastator comes in and cleans out the fire spray. Mark replaces it with a Von Reg's Time and a strike ship.
What are you talking about?
In this
We're
match?
still playing.
2.
You?
What are they? They're like shouting with one of the other finalist matches.
I think they're shouting at the judges over there.
Oh,
I think I heard Chris's voice in the background.
Yeah, I don't know what they're up to over there.
I'm going to have you taste your own medicine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Istvan giving some of his own back here, dropping his own planetary bombardment. So we're going to go 7 to clean Mark's board and put the final 5 onto his base.
Man, that Devastator.
Such a great combo.
Yeah, if you're Mark, And
Punishing one,
you're the
deal
one
aura.
able to put the indirect
one
damage
indirect to
on
you.
your own units in base. As if there was no
She's dead.
Devastator. I think you take the whole thing to Lake Country. Easy. And in this case, that wasn't the case. Mark's board is just gone.
Well, Istvan still has, I think, one indirect damage to deal here. He dealt one ping damage when he played the punishing one to Aura. That cleaned her up. And then he's got one indirect to place.
I have to write this up here, man. I mean, I have 19, okay? So basically, let's say 11 to go, right?
Istvan doing his due diligence.
Doing math. There we go. Now he puts his indirect down. We're
you
good to
don't
go.
make it all the way to 20th in a sector for not paying attention.
That's true.
I hate those aggressive negotiations. Really, I do. Because this is
Well, I
going to
only
be
have
a
two
grade
cards.
1 for the thing.
Listening to Istvan grouse about aggressive negotiations, I'm like, dude, you're planetary bombarding people 12 to the face. So, I mean, I don't necessarily know you get to make that complaint, sir.
What is?
Oh, wait, I do. I claim.
You claim? Okay.
Istvan claims.
Arvel scheme.
And Mark puts Arvel into the ground arena.
There are no
It's
credits
just
on
a
Istvan's
4/3.
side.
No pass.
Nope.
But he is still a 4-power body sitting down there.
4 power is 4 power. When you've only got to get 11 in, every little bit helps. Istvan feels like it's going to be unlikely he's going to be able to clean both of these units up in one play unless he drops another planetary bombardment.
I don't know if you got a good opportunity to look at Istvan's deck. There were like 6 different capital ships on that top
Yes.
end. If I'm Istvan,
So-
I just trade out the Devastator,
it's-
or it doesn't even die.
No, it doesn't.
And you just play more.
It's more than that, too, because he had one Annihilator, he had one Lawbringer, he had one, I think, Persecutor, 3 planetary bombardments, 3 Devastators, and 3 Cantwells.
3 Cantwells, man.
Pretty sure it was 3 Cantwells.
That card has done so
Hey, look.
much work today.
Like we predicted, Sam, another planetary bombardment will clear both units.
3 indirect to you. 2 then one.
We have 1 card.
But
right?
now the fire spray comes in, and it's 3 indirect that Istvan has to eat. If he probably ends up putting it all on the Devastator here. I don't think he can run the risk.
Well, if he puts it on his base, the Devastator lives after trading with the fire spray.
True, but not anymore.
No, I think that might be an indication that he's okay with it being destroyed. Whoa, he just goes straight to base.
Straight to face. 23 damage now on Mark's base. Now we're tied up at 11 all remaining.
If Mark has a planetary bombardment, there's not a lot that can stop a bunch of damage going through to Istvan's space. Same thing with an aggressive negotiations.
I mean, a single planetary bombardment out of Istvan will end the game here.
He might have it.
Mark's going to claim. What is that? No glory? Yep. No glory cleans up the fire spray.
And that wraps up this turn. This might be our final turn this game.
Now, a planetary bombardment out of Mark is only going to hit Istvan's base for 6.
Well, he honestly, Istvan could just
7.
take the 9 to his base and then planetary bombardment Mark right back.
That's true. That's
But
also true.
Remember, Mark only had that one planetary in his whole
We
deck.
saw the only one. It's already come and gone. Yeah, we know that, but Istvan doesn't necessarily. Well, actually, he will know that because they got to see deck lists.
If I'm Istvan playing hard control, I think I'm looking for how many copies specifically of PB are in the deck.
9 to base. 32 damage on Mark's base. 31. Okay, I miscounted one, I guess. There it was. Okay, I didn't miscount. They just hadn't gotten the token on yet.
Claim.
Claim.
Yep.
Mark has to claim. Istvan sitting on an Annihilator, but doesn't have the resources to play it. Oh, does he? I thought it didn't cost 12.
Are you defeating B2?
Yes.
Okay.
That is an 11
Yeah,
cost.
it's system shock.
My apologies. I fail. There it is. All right. And there it is, just like that.
When I draw
We're going on. Istvan's headed up to the next rung to the semifinals.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty quick.
That was kind of brutal.
Istvan is very efficient on this deck.
Very efficient on time. And again, this is what I like about it is that the first few turns in the mid game go very quickly. The late game is where this deck lives, right?
I think a lot of the hate that is drawn for these control decks is from the
Oh,
fact
the
that
really-
they
the really,
just
like,
take you
7
so
drop
far
ones
into
that
the end
make
game without
spotters.
actually finishing you off. And I think that Aura Singh
The problem is
doesn't
with how
play that
aggressive
way.
this build
Right.
is, I usually
All
don't
of these
have, like, the cards in
large
hand.
capital ships in the space arena, eventually you're
I
going
top
to
out
overwhelm
'cause
your
I'm usually
opponent with
playing two
damage.
things
Exactly. It's only a matter of time unless they have an
Really
answer for
devastating.
everything, which
The last
is
or
not
second
going to be
last
easy,
card
I'm
in
sure.
that deck.
You're never going to
Similar.
mill yourself or your opponent
It
out
is.
like
It
in
is a
Iden
spicy
Data Vault
idea,
used to do.
Yeah.
Void now. You're
Yep. Well, a fun match to watch. What I like about Istvan's take on, you know, blue-red villain control. Again, I come back to I'm a Death Triangle enjoyer, and this deck is right up my alley. And watching the planetary bombardments be like, not with the Devastator on the board, that card, it can be partly your win condition, but also you can play it as a control piece. It doubles as a control piece.
You should give it a try. This
I'm
looks
going
like a
to.
fun deck.
I'm going to. Here's the trick, though. I got to go buy some single reactor ignitions. I don't think I own a single one, and that card is
I
not.
have one.
That
I
card
could
is,
trade you one.
All right, we'll talk.
I think I have it in my binder here.
We'll talk. Aren't you the one that wanted? You were the one chasing me for a showcase DJ at one point.
Yeah, you don't owe me one.
I don't know you one, but I've set it aside for you because I'll never play it.
I like the double yellow cards. What
there
can
you
I
go.
say?
There you go. All right, so let's have a look at the bracket real fast. I still need to fix that little error with Damien. I'll come do that in a moment. That means Istvan is going to square off against Candace again. That's going to be a rematch. We cast Istvan and Candace back in like round 2.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. That's going to be a rematch. All right, Istvan's moving on. Let's see what other results we have. Actually, I'm going to stop and fix the error first. Hold on a moment. Let's see. I need to see top 4B.
You know, if I was in Melanie's shoes right now with that game 1 loss, I would feel so bad if I immediately lost the game 1, the effectively game 2, and got booted out of this PQ because of that judge call.
Hold on a minute. Why is this a problem? Top 4B.
And I guarantee our 2 Aura Sing players that are facing each other, Liam and James, they're still going.
Why is this? Man, I'm irritated. This is not working. All right. Well, whatever. That's Melanie. I'll get it fixed in a little bit. And then let's see. Let's go over to Melee and see, do we have any other results to put in? I'm taking a refresh here. And survey says no. We only have this match is concluded, and we have our concession. So that is all that we have concluded. The other two matches out of the top 8.
Wait. Go back to that Melee.
What?
I think that said something. Look, that says Melanie has reported. And Damien
yes,
reported.
it has. Melanie. Okay, Melanie and James. Let's see who won this match. James won 2-1. All right. So then Piet has moved on into the top 4. Let me get that updated. Thank you. Correct for catching that. There we go. So Piet moves on, and then that means that the control versus control matchup is all we're waiting on. I know you're shocked, Sam.
I'm not shocked. this Aura Sing deck, all 3 of them have been doing so well. How many entered this PQ?
4. We had 4 in the field, and 3 made the top 8.
75% conversion rate.
Yep.
That's very high.
2 green and 2 red. We had 1 Aura Data Vault and 2 Aura Red 30s make the top 8.
It's nice that they're not all the same.
They're not. It's interesting. Very interesting. All right, guys. Listen, we're going to step away for a few minutes. Give me a little bit. I'm going to go check on the one match that's still being played, and then I'm going to come back and give you updates in chat. So don't go far, and give me a couple minutes, and I'll let you know where we're at on the Aura versus Aura matchup. And then I'll get that bracket thing fixed. That's really irritating me. So
sounds good.
Awesome. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Right there. Okay, guys, we have our top 4. James Rigby has defeated the Mirror. Not really. It's an Aura Green instead. Aura Data Vault. Liam, unfortunately, not on the back end of that match. James won it in straight games. So we have 2 Aura Red decks in the top 4. They have different opponents. One is Candace's Talzin. Actually, let me back this up. All 4, this warms my heart. This warms my heart. All of our top 4 decks are villain decks.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. They're out here representing. Aura Singh especially, just dominating the field.
I'm excited, guys. Now, we have 2 red-blue villain decks versus 2 blue-green villain decks. But the blue-green villain decks are not really control shells because we got a Piet.
No yellow.
No yellow. We got
such a shame.
I know, but man, look at
not even a Lando for me.
We repped for the day. So we've got a Talzin blue, Talzin green, and then a Piet blue. So both blue-green command. We're going to be bringing you the Piet versus Talzin match. I'm sorry, Piet versus Aura matchup. James Rigby on Talzin on Aura red. I'm going to get this right in a minute. Versus James Coulter on Piet. No.
Is there a repairing?
Which James conceded to which James? Piet conceded to, or he didn't want to play it. I don't know if that's true. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get the other. We're gonna get Isfin again. Okay. So we've had two concessions in our top 8 bracket. There you go.
What is
or in our bracket?
Today?
Whatever. Here's what I think, and I think I'll be honest. I think you're going to see a lot more of this going forward. People who already have their points,
give them to their friends,
are willing to concede to their friends to make sure you get enough points to go to the GC.
We are coming up on
that's
going to
happen, guys.
People
are happen.
Out here playing specifically for these points.
Yep, it's going to happen. All right, so let's update the bracket real fast. I still cannot get Damien's name to fix, but that's the match. It's going to be Candace and Isfin at the top of the bracket. I'm really irritated that's not.
So we have
working.
actually seen these two play.
We have. We watched them earlier. They're going to get to see each other's deck lists now. So let me do a couple of things in the background. For starters, let me get some deck lists put up now that we know who we're going to be looking at. Do I have – oh, you know what? I don't actually have Candace's deck list. She's one of the ones without a Melee deck list. I can get the hard copy. We can get the hard copy, but I don't have a digital one to put up because I have to type it all in manually. It'll be an hour. So they're looking at each other's deck lists right now. What we could do is just talk through it, perhaps. Why don't you walk over and get a copy that we can look at
for Candace's list.
For Candace's list, see if get Chris to give us a copy of Candace's list. We can review, please.
I will be right back.
Thank you. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to put you back on the hold screen for like 2 minutes while I do a couple things in the background. Then we're going to be right back. They're looking at deck lists right now. We've got a little bit of time. They just have sat down. So no rush. I'll be right back. And when we come back, we'll actually have a list to talk about, I hope. Okay, we're back quickly, as promised. Okay, so Sam, what you were telling me is judges are going to bring us a paper list for Candace once we can get one.
As soon as their 3 minutes are up,
okay,
he's going to walk it over.
Okay, perfect.
We can examine.
A follow-up to that, guys, what I will do, historically what I do when I post videos later of the breakout matches, I put deck links into Melee. Since we have 3 top 8 lists without that, I'll make sure I get a picture of the lists, and I'll put them into SwooDB or something, and I'll have those lists available for you guys to look at later. I think this Talzin green list might draw a little interest too, just because it plays differently from the yellow.
We'll see how the meta shapes up now that we're in the thick of it and controls coming around.
Yeah. You're not wrong, but I just think this is not a color pairing we traditionally see with Talzin. Thank you, sir.
No, it is the third pairing I would make with her. After yellow
and
after red.
I've seen a lot. Red was very popular for a non-zero amount of time, right? Yellow was kind of the historical pairing for her, and now we have Talzin green here in the top 4.
Absolutely.
Playing very well.
Let's
All right.
look at this deck list.
Let's have a look. What do you got? I'm going to let you talk about that for a minute.
You want me to read it out?
Give it the quick. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there that's not going to shock people, but give it anyway.
We've seen a lot of this.
We
There's
have?
3 Karis, 3 Night Sister Warrior, 3 Secretive Sage, 3 Treyas Acolyte, 3 Eager Escorts, 3 Maz. Everything good?
You're fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They haven't started yet. We're getting close. Go ahead.
3 Whirlwind of Power, 2 Constructed Lightsabers, 3 Darth Tyrannus, 3 Talzin's Assassin, 3 Shatterpoint, 3 No Glory, 3 Craving Power, 3 Anakin, 2 Eighth Brother, which was that very interesting Inquisitor card we saw a couple rounds ago, 2 Lost and Forgotten, 3 Cantwells in the main, and 2 Landos. And then the sideboard is 2 Condemns, 2 Cheruts, 2 The Tree Remembers, 2 Retaliations, and 2 Hyperspace Disaster. Out of everything I see here, I think the Hyperspace Disasters might be the way that Candace is going to destroy all of the big capital ships, the big Doritos that Istvan is going to be playing this game.
She's going to need that, I think. I mean, it's a big, expensive card that you don't maybe necessarily want to play just to kill 1 unit, maybe.
Well, if he's doing 2 Cantwells like we saw against
now
the
that's
Boba,
a fair point. You're going to pay. Oh, you're going to do it then.
them.
100%. You're going to do it then, like without question, without fail.
You had the option, right? You took the initiative?
Yes, I did.
All right.
So Chad is asking, what were the top 8 leaders besides the 2 auras? There
3.
were 3 auras.
3 Aura Sing, 1 Piet, 1 Talzin.
1 Obi-Wan.
1 Obi-Wan and 1 Boba.
And 1 Lando as well.
And 1 Lando. We only had 2 heroes make the top 8 here today, which warms my bloody villain heart. So we wanted to see the Piet match, but the Piet player conceded to his teammate. That's what chat was saying, is that the 2 Jameses and Istvan are all on a team together, but they haven't chosen a name yet. So you had one teammate basically conceding to another in that match, which is what happened. In the
Absolutely. Even though this is semifinals, we actually only have the option of looking at this game.
This is it. And I've had this happen to me at a regional before. So
it happens.
This happens. You cannot prevent people from conceding. It's never going to be a thing.
I would have liked to see the Piet match. We haven't seen him all day, and I'm much more familiar with the Piet red decks.
Yeah.
And this one is a Piet blue.
Yep.
Running some of the new tech, the Cantwell, a lot more of the new blue tech.
I
that's
would
out.
have really enjoyed that match. I really wanted to see Piet. Piet is one of those decks that I've always wanted to make work. Again, I'm a huge villain, Death Triangle enjoyer, and just could not, couldn't get him on camera today, unfortunately. All right, our 1 semifinal match that's being played underway now. Candace opens up here with a Karis into the ground arena.
Classic start to a Night Sister.
Istvan had the option. He chose initiative. He passed. He let her play, and he claimed.
If he was sitting on an incapacitate, that is not something he could be using right now.
Wouldn't be enough. He's got to wait for what is that? Crushing Blow. Open his turn there.
Crushing Blow defeats a 2-cost unit or less.
Correct.
I think you have a hair stuck in your deck too.
Candace comes back into the arena with a Night Sister Warrior.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hopefully she can draw off of this sometime soon and get some good value so she can set up against this hard control before it really gets going.
Set 1. It's in there.
Istvan claims, and we're on.
I would like to see Candace get a game out of this. We
She came so close earlier.
Oh, yeah,
early
absolutely.
in the day. So close.
We were watching these two earlier, and Istvan went 2-0.
But, man, that game 2 was brutal and hard fought.
Yeah, I think they got all the way to 10 resources, maybe?
They got
Did we see an Annihilator come out?
I think that was the first game we saw Istvan get his Annihilator on the board. They went very late into that game, for sure. Tree Remembers takes care of the Night Sister Warrior. Candace draws a card and replaces the dead unit in her ground arena with Darth Tyrannus.
Darth Tyrannus with a shield. That is a durable unit. We will see if it stands up to the might of the removal package of Orsing.
So where were we? Resourcing.
Oh, I'm realizing now what's happening. Hold on.
Resources, right? Okay. I did see my resources now.
Obsbot loves to turn on this stupid AI tracking thing. I turned it off, and it's like, oh, I'll just turn it back on. No.
Is this for the cameras?
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of Istvan, we were getting Judge Chris for
Correct.
a second.
Yeah, and you're going to continue to get, it's going to continue to wander around until I get it turned off again. So Talzin, okay, so we know gloried the Tyrannus. Talzin comes out, gets a constructed lightsaber, and immediately smashes in for 7.
I think this is best case scenario for Candace.
Yes.
Constructed lightsaber, a very strong upgrade attached to a somewhat large unit, except the unit is the leader. Not all of Istvan's removal is going to be eligible against this Mother Talzin.
Yep, I agree.
A Condemn is probably the last thing she wants to see, and I'm afraid I see one in Istvan's hand.
Yeah, if memory serves, we kind of got some of that earlier. We saw those come out earlier in the match. It's been so long ago, I don't remember the match necessarily, but I don't believe she's got any easy, clean ways to clearing those off, does she, if I look at this list?
I don't think she does.
Well, there it is.
Brutal.
Okay, I have this.
Okay, 1 still.
See, now the interesting thing is she still swings in for damage here with the raid, the raid 2. Oh, no, she loses. Well, hold on.
So Mother Talzin would swing for 7 with the constructed lightsaber. The Condemn provides a -6, but it also causes the unit to lose all abilities,
which
means
because
constructed lightsaber reads attached unit gains raid 2.
Correct.
It loses
it
raid 2.
Loses the raid 2. You're right. The raid 2 doesn't come from the saber. It's added. It is, but it's added to the unit, and the way Condemn works, it doesn't work out correctly. You're right.
And Anakin Skywalker, I like that prestige. I think that's a nice looking card.
I will show you these two.
Okay.
So this is
going to tap down. We're going to play a Cantwell. We're going to show single reactor ignition and Tree Remembers to tap down the Anakin.
Man, if I'm Candace, I feel like I'm just looking down the barrel at this point. I think showing that single reactor ignition is just brutal.
Right. Oh, you thought you were going to get a board. Haha, LOL, no you're not. It's going to get shatter pointed right away. A great use of that.
That's probably going to draw out the single reactor ignition sooner than later. Which I think is a good thing, because otherwise Istvan's just hitting that base for 6 every turn after this one.
Yep, you're 100% right.
So I'm going to do. You ready?
Go for it.
I'm going to do this.
He's pending 7. It's another Cantwell.
Another Cantwell.
Yep, got another Cantwell out of it.
You think it's worth paying 7 to remove that Cantwell? Talking about the hyperspace disaster in our sideboard.
I mean, at this exact instant, I would say no, just because you can't ready the thing, right? If it was one thing, if it just says it can't ready, that's great. But what it says is it gets exhausted and then it can't ready.
She doesn't have very many ways to remove these Cantwells. She has no glory. She has Shatterpoint. And
we've seen only the one Shatterpoint, I think.
Yeah, we've seen one Shatterpoint. But she is a force space. She needs a lot of units to capitalize on the other cards in her deck.
Yep.
And when you're running so many units, so many force units, you can't actually develop a very big control package.
She's also got to be a little careful, right? If you go too wide, you get burned by the single reactor ignition. Istvan's going to come in here with Aura to murder the Trace Acolyte that Candace just played, and she's just going to play his twin cousin.
2 left?
4 left on him. 2 left.
I love the art on that Atreus Acolyte.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You already
She's going to force him to continue to disclose. He keeps showing her that SRI that
for posterity.
he knows she's already seen before. He's been retaining the initiative here, deciding that's more important.
This is a very bleak situation for Candace.
Well, and this kind of points back to what I know some folks are, you know, there's a lot of concern in the community about the lack of upgrade removal outside of red.
It's true.
I don't disagree with it.
It really doesn't exist outside of red. Previously, we had Confiscate, which any deck could run. A wonderful, wonderfully efficient card, only cost 1 to remove any upgrade. Arguably too efficient, but it's gone, and only red removal is present now. Her deck has nothing in this sideboard and main deck to take care of these condemns.
Well, and again, that's what we're saying. It's all out of color. Like, you would have, there's just nothing. You would have to be putting in System Shocks or Outer Inconstables are like kind of the thing that we've seen most commonly, right?
Three left, right?
Bith Brute's going to get ambushed right out by Darth Tyrannus. He's going to lose his shield in exchange.
Istvan deciding what to do here.
Yep. Thinking through things, looking over the board, surveying the terrain.
Looks like he's going to attack with Aura Sing. It's the Cantwell into base for 6.
6 to base with the Cantwell. That's going to free up the Atreus Acolyte to put a little base damage in. Only the second time Candace has had a unit survive to land damage onto the base.
Kill Tyrannus.
Yep. Aura Sing's going to clean up Darth Tyrannus back there and take some damage in return.
Yeah, I did that.
So Istvan is only looking across the table and seeing 2 damage every turn against his life total.
I don't think he's upset about that.
I wouldn't be.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure you don't just leave the Atreus Acolyte alive.
It doesn't do anything anymore.
Nah, it doesn't really hurt you that much.
If you assume we're at a base race now and no one's really playing any other cards out of their hand, that Cantwell is out damaging everything on Candace's side of the board very quickly.
Well, and that seems very clear that that's the way Istvan has designed all of this to work, right? Aura and the combination of the event suite is meant to bridge the gap until you get to, like, you know, the 6 to 7 resource range, and then your units begin to finally kick on. It's the 9 resource round for Istvan. Candace quit resourcing a little bit ago, although she did resource up to 7. Istvan on the button here, surveying a ground arena full of things that are not necessarily threats.
Okay, I'll draw a card.
Yeah, there's no threats. Interesting of him to take out the Night Sister Warrior, as it gives Candace another card.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that.
Potentially a no glory draw to get rid of the Cantwell, free up Anakin. Potentially a Shatterpoint. She has the Force. Candace is playing Mother Talzin. That's the showcase. It's one of the brighter showcases, so it might be a bit difficult to see.
That is a Talzin showcase on the board in the ground arena with a Condemn and a constructed lightsaber attached to it, as the Cantwell swings in for 6 more. Candace going to swing in again, force him to show that single reactor ignition he's still holding.
This is turning into a very slow beatdown.
Istvan just passes, and Candace is going to claim initiative. Opting to simply take the turn and not play anything. You know, it's funny. I was chatting with someone, I think in one of our local Houston Discords recently. They were talking about how can I, you know, if I have multiple Cantwells in play, how can I track which one is the unit that tapped down a corresponding unit on my opponent's side of the board? And he was talking about, like, actually drawing on his cards. I'm like, no, please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
Literally not legal. Literally, that's marked card. That's bad. Use dice. Put a die on the card and a die on the unit, however you want to do it, but don't do that.
Don't draw on your cards, folks.
That is bad juju. Don't do that.
Maybe you need a little piece of yarn from your Cantwell to whatever it's tapping down. You can have strings going across the board.
So literally a control matchup starts to look like one of those conspiracy theorist wall maps is what you're saying. Yarn everywhere. Okay.
Get your 3 Cantwells down. God forbid you're crossing the Cantwells into the other lane.
Oh, man. What a mess. Candace opens her turn with a no glory only results to clear that Cantwell out of the high orbitals.
Man, he just has another in
hand.
He
still has another one, but that is his third one.
I'll show you.
She's murdered 2. We're going to see the SRI and a no glory now. I find it interesting that Istvan is, one of the things that I think is interesting to learn about this this Aura deck is kind of what's the right line. He's got the card. He could just murder Anakin and be done with it. But instead, he's choosing to put a unit on the board and lock him down and continue to push damage.
Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, I don't know if you've seen his hand size. He has 10 cards in hand.
He's a mountain of cards in his hand, ladies and gentlemen.
And if there's nothing threatening you, in fact, your damage per turn is greater than your opponent's right now, there's no reason.
Chat saying you can physically see Candace's soul leaving her body in this matchup.
I was thinking if I was Candace and I saw that, is that the third Cantwell?
That is the third Cantwell.
For Anakin?
Anakin's not been able to ready the entire game because every time she kills a Cantwell, he plays another.
I would want to go put my head through a wall. This is terrible.
Istvan opens his turn with a Devastator to clear up some of the chaff in the ground arena, the units that were actually able to trickle through damage. Anakin locked down, and Talzin basically made useless by the Condemn.
Yeah, but you were saying, why doesn't Istvan just be done with the Anakin? He just doesn't have to. The game, they have an hour long.
Yeah.
Not saying he's playing to time or anything, but if you just can do nothing and have a positive board state, maintain a positive board state, there's no reason to pitch anything from your hand.
Mm-hmm.
6 base.
She can play a Condemn on the Condemn.
Put it down. Put it on.
I thought Condemn has to target a unit, not a card.
-3.
I don't play blue-black. I'm not going to pretend I know how that works.
Whirlwind of Power is going to come out here and clean up the Devastator after she shrunk it with Talzin.
Wow.
Very nice.
Is it too little, too late? Probably.
I mean,
but it's a neat interaction.
Istvan has pushed so much damage at this point, just out of these Cantwells.
Only has 9 health left.
Yep. Candace down to 9 HP. Every time she thinks she starts, she does have 2 Condemns on her sideboard, but every time she starts to build a presence in the ground arena, Istvan just finds a way to lock it down or neuter it in some way.
It's just a big nothing on her side of the board.
Only 3 HP left for Candace.
Her sideboard is definitely not something that was made with control in mind. Istvan.
I think she just called it there. With 3 HP left, I think she's just picking it up.
Yeah,
and
I don't blame her.
Yep.
Istvan's sideboard. Can we take a look at that? See what he might want to put in, just to turn up the pain against his opponent.
Give me just a moment. Let me get the win logged and hit this. Perfect. Awesome. Let's go have a look at sideboard. You want to look at Istvan's sideboard, you said, yes?
Yeah. I'm looking over Candace's right now. We have the paper copy in front of us, and I'm not very impressed with the sideboard for this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think for this matchup, there's not much in here that's going to help her out. So she's got her sideboard is 2 Condemns, 2 Chariots, 2 Trees, 2 Tree Remembers, 2 Retaliation.
Oh, chat said he's single reactor ignition for the lethal.
Oh,
brutal.
Wow. Rude.
That is terrible.
That's just rude. And 2 Hyperspace Disasters. So for my money, the Retaliation and the Hyperspace Disasters have some value in this matchup. But the rest, I'm not convinced is going to be useful. What do you think?
We're talking about Candace's.
I'm talking about Candace's sideboard, right?
By the way,
right. Yeah, because you guys can't. We only have a paper deck for her sideboard.
I think they could be useful. That Condemn interaction, maybe.
Does that work? I'm gonna go pull up Condemn. In the meantime, you said you were gonna talk about Istvan's sideboard for a minute.
Yeah. So Istvan's sideboard is 2 Slymores, One whale creature that I can't quite make the name out of. It's a 3/9 for 7.
Oh, that's one of the Purgles that murder space units. I forget what it's called. Purgle Defender or something.
He has perimeter ATRTs. I don't think those are going to be very useful this matchup.
Nah, I don't think those are. That's not something you grab, I don't think.
2 hyperspace disasters of his own, probably for Boba data vaults that are actually bringing 3 planetary bombardments, and you really need to get rid of those devastators. And then he has 1 annihilator. I think the annihilator could come in. In all honesty,
I think he might bring that in.
The deck feels correct right now. I don't know if any of his sideboard pieces are actually going to make that much of a difference in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's much in there, really.
I mean, he's looking at it. He clearly knows the deck better than we do.
Yeah. I still haven't updated this. Hang on a minute.
That game we just watched was pretty cut and dry.
There we go.
PQs were always full to the brim.
Oh, of course. Let's try this one more time. Did I finally get it right? Let's see. Oh, the camera again. Something in one of these. No. What happened there? It just, man. It just zoomed way in. I didn't touch a thing, and it just like, nope, we're going to zoom way in. All right.
So chat is saying, multiple of them are saying, that Condemn does cancel out another Condemn. Could be the way forward.
So I gotta wrap my brain around the way that works. So
I'm gonna let you do that. I'm not even gonna try.
So let me. Yeah, this is hard for me to wrap my brain around. So Condemn has a thing where on attack you have to attach it to a unit. Wonderful. On attack. Oh, wait a minute. Is it because you get to choose as the attacker, you get to choose the order of triggers? You can blank your opponents by triggering yours first? Is that how it works, chat? That makes no sense to me at all. That's really odd if that's how it works.
They said yes.
They said yes. That's so weird. So
they also said no.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to get one of the head judges here to explain that interaction to me. They're like, nah, it just works.
It just works.
We just trust.
It's not a yes or a no. It just works.
Source, trust me, bro. Like, really? They both have a static that the unit loses all abilities while attacking. Correct. Oh, yes, I understand it now. So
the Condemn ability is an ability.
Correct. No. The on attack your opponent can disclose for the -6 is the only ability that it gains.
So then you wipe that.
You wipe that out because you choose the order of actions. So you attack first.
Yes.
It's not even that simple.
And then you decline.
You decline to disclose.
You're obviously
Correct.
You decline.
Correct. So you condemn your own condemned unit, and when you do that, it blanks. So it still loses all the abilities. So for example, to use the example, she would have lost the raid 2, but it would still be a 5/10 Talzin swinging in.
This makes sense.
Bizarrely,
we
that
figured
makes
it out.
Sense. That is so strange. God,
you won't
what a weird
find
interaction.
me playing Condemn.
I unfortunately have it in I think 3 different decks now. I got to bounce them around because I have it. I have a Maul built. I have a Maul blue. I built something else that had. Oh, my Talzin decks has them. I have a Talzin built as well.
What color Talzin do you have?
Yellow.
Yellow's fun.
Yellow. Now I haven't had a lot of success with it. It feels like the yellow is just not good into the meta right now.
You might be right.
It makes me sad, but I do because I like that pairing. So many great blue, yellow, villain force units to put in that deck, but it just doesn't feel very good.
They're cool force units too.
Yeah, they really are. I love my Shin. I got some of the Shin Hotties at Galactics. I love those cards.
Those
They're
look
so pretty.
really nice.
They're so pretty.
My friend Chris brought a couple back for me.
Nice. Yeah, he was there. I remember. He's on the video. He's on their little.
He is.
Their little.
He was
their little ad that they
the
do.
First in line.
Yeah, I remember.
He was really happy about that.
I remember that. There's no order of triggers that matters. You're right. You're right. I understand it now. It took me a minute to wrap my brain around it, but I'm there. I'm there. Thank you, chat, for helping educate us. This is why I have debated on occasion going and actually like taking the judge exam, right? Like not, I think I'm an apprentice, but I mean like all the way up to like properly investing the time in earning a judge cert, because I think it would be useful for what I do here.
Okay. Ready?
All right.
All right.
Looks like these two are kicking off game 2.
Candace on the button here as we head into game 2.
This is the same lead we saw from her game 1.
Yep.
Karis. It's a different art, though.
It is. This is one of the sector qualifier promos. It's the same art. It's the different formatting, right?
She had a different one.
She might have. She might have.
I don't know what it was from, but it was.
Oh, she did have some of the gold, the black pack ones, probably.
Yes, those are them.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. The art on the black pack ones is different.
So this is boring.
So what did he play there? I can't see what he played. Oh, knowledge and defense. He played knowledge and defense to get rid of the secretive sage.
Istvan admitting his own deck is boring. How do you feel about that? He's playing for results, not for fun, it seems.
That's true. That does seem to be the case here as Hona comes into the ground arena. One of the few kind of mid to early game units in Istvan's entire list. Tyrannus is going to ambush in, and then Talzin's going to clean him up. So speaking of control, Candace able to get a little bit of her own back just there.
I've seen it coming.
That's very good. She's been able to dodge the removal pieces that Istvan has been using previous games in the early turns, and at the same time, for free, really, clear out the Hona, which has Restore 2 stapled onto it. So any damage she gets through is probably going to be pretty permanent.
Candace able to stick 2 units to the board for the first time, I think, just for a while anyway. An early condemn here on the Darth Tyrannus.
That's 6.
Istvan feeling like he doesn't want to wait, wants to make sure he doesn't take too much early damage here. Candace going to deploy Talzin. I'm betting we're going to see another one of those beautiful. Yep, there they are.
7 and then.
Backing up with a constructed lightsaber. 7 more.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Candace just dumping her hand to try and build a big board presence and do damage before the single reactor ignition comes online.
13 damage on Istvan's base. Nothing back in return just yet. A nice little ground arena Candace has got cooking, and Istvan's got at least 2 rounds to survive to get to his single reactor ignition, presuming he has one in hand. We don't know.
I can see that he does have a condemn in his hand.
I do see that. That's why he seems comfortable playing one on Tyrannus there earlier.
All right, Candace. Know that condemn cancels condemn, and manifest one into your hand so that Mother Talzin can actually do some work this game.
Okay. He shows her a Cantwell.
Yeah, so that was the disclose for the condemn attached to the Darth Tyrannus. And then Candace claims.
No,
I'm sorry.
I think Istvan had already claimed.
Yeah, she attacked, he claimed, she passes.
She briefly considered, oh, she couldn't have afforded it. She does have a Lando in her hand. She's not going to need the healing, but the 6/8 body is something else that Istvan's going to have to deal with.
It's another body. You just got to put them out there against these control decks. You have to make them have their single reactor ignitions, their board wipes. Otherwise, they're going to go 1-for-1 against you the entire game. And it looked like he did have a single reactor ignition. I think it was the last card in his hand.
I mean, 17. That's not good.
But he can't play it this turn.
No, he can't. It's only the 7 resource turn.
And he only has 13 life remaining.
Karis going to push in for 2 damage here. 19 damage on for Istvan. He hasn't touched Candace's base just yet. He's going to Tree Remembers, one of the Treyas acolytes.
Those pigs are always just getting slaughtered. What pigs? The pigs.
Candace staring down the barrel of 2 condemns on her remaining units in the ground arena.
Slaughterhouse.
Cantwell he's still got.
Pass.
Istvan passes again. Candace just claims.
Cheap me
This
away.
is another 2 damage that's going to come down on Istvan's head. It's not a very big number, but it does add up over time.
You know, what's interesting to me about Istvan's deck, right? He doesn't have a ton of healing in it, but just the little dribs and drabs he gets out of Tree Rim, or I'm not sorry, Lost and Forgotten, for example, goes a long way. Because suddenly, once he reaches the late game, the damage output of his deck ramps up at this exponential curve.
100%. It seems like it's just enough for him to outlive and stabilize and turn the tides.
Yeah. He's going to have to find a way to do that on single digits here, as he's got 9 HP left remaining. Candace's Karis has done real work this game.
I wonder if you just lost and forgotten the Karis and say, hey, I want 3 health back, and now you don't have any units that can actually do anything to me.
Istvan's staring down what could be a potentially bad ground arena if Candace has a way to clear up some of these condemns, but just doesn't seem like those are in her list, other than, as we've been talking about for a while now, the possibility of putting her own condemn on one of her units to get rid of her opponents.
She has to ride, okay.
Istvan's just not going to let it get that far.
I was going to say that she has to ride a very fine line of playing too many units, committing too many units to the board, that it would draw out this single reactor ignition. But Istvan just plays it out of his hand.
Yep. Decided he just didn't want to let it get that far.
This kind of opens up the floodgates for Candace to do what she did a couple turns ago and play multiple bodies on the same turn. I think a Lando is probably not the move because Istvan's 1-for-1 removal is just so strong.
He does have quite a bit of it. Some of it is very focused in the early game or shrinking smaller units to where Aura can ping them. He's going to have to burn something like a No Glory on Orlando if he wants to kill it.
I did see the Lost and Forgotten in the hand.
Well, he's got that as well, and there it is.
And he has been revealing to her this whole game that Cantwell.
That Cantwell, yes, indeed. 12 HP remaining for Istvan. 18 damage on as Candace going to play a Cantwell of her own into an empty board.
Doesn't Istvan just claim and Cantwell the Cantwell?
I mean, certainly a viable play. Instead,
that'll do it.
That'll do it. No disintegrations. One of my favorite JTL cards coming in. I used to play this card in Ping Vader with set 1. Loved playing it with that.
Was that when you were on double red?
Double red Vader, absolutely. I love that card in that set, in that deck. Candace claims, Aura cleans up the Cantwell. Candace is left back with a clean board. Both players, I should say, left with a clean board.
It seems that way.
Istvan still has, you know, I'm realizing what it was. I think Candace was trying to dodge the Aura flip, right? Because if she plays something too small,
I completely forgot.
Aura's just going to flip out and kill it for, you know, you played a unit under 5 HP, die.
This is one of those leaders that you can blow past the resource requirement for your epic action deploy, the same way that Emperor Palpatine from set 1 operated.
Yep.
You just wait until the highest possible value moment to deploy, and that's when you pull the trigger, even if it's resource 11.
Yep.
Which, frankly, it looks like we are coming up upon. We're at 9 resources right now.
Istvan hits Anakin with knowledge and defense, making him a little weaker. That knocks him down to where the flip of Aura will
and
kill
did you
him.
see that? That is a sudden ferocity that's gone on
Yes,
Aura
sir.
Singh. He
Absolutely.
had 1 copy in his deck.
Well, there it is.
This is how he's going to put damage on and bring her down to 0.
Ah. Accidentally bumped the wrong card. There it is.
This is one of my favorite cards, Sudden Ferocity.
I love that card. So a 6/7 Aura Singh now, the lone unit on the board here. Istvan successfully controlling both arenas. No Cantwells that we've seen him play this game. Instead, he's done it via other means.
I reckon it's still in his hand.
I'm sure he has.
I don't know why he would resource
I don't know why you would ever resource that card.
Yeah, I see it. It's
I'm confident he still has one. Only needs one.
The life total difference is going to shrink and then expand again as Istvan just bludgeons Candace over with this really big Aura Singh leader.
Boobs. Candace going to open the turn with a Tyrannus, choosing not to ambush.
A Devastator straight into the Tyrannus.
Yep, Devastator's going to clean that up right away. Ping off the shield and then 3 to Tyrannus.
A Shatter Point.
Yep. Candace going to Shatter Point that Devastator off the board.
6.
Just like that, we're basically at a tie game. 12 HP remaining for Istvan, 13 remaining for Candace here in game 2.
I think they're tied up. I think they have 12 and 12 each.
I apologize. I miscounted. You are correct. 12 each. It is a tie game. 12 all, but Istvan, 2 swings of this Aura Sing leader unit away from securing his place in the finals, which would be a mirror match on Aura Red.
That could last a long time.
Or maybe not. They might just bludgeon each other to death.
You know, honestly, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 team members just kind of flip a coin over it.
Well, that's entirely possible. They might decide just not to even play.
If it was me, I would play. I want that mat, the championship play mat.
Candace answers with a Cantwell of her own to lock down Aura Sing. It's going to be it's going to buy her time she desperately needs here. Not sure what else Istvan has got in his hand. He's going to Lost and Forgotten.
Just feels so hopeless. Everything you do just is met with a equal and opposite, accordingly necessary removal card. Atreus Acolyte threatens 2 damage. Istvan had gotten down to 9, and now he's back up to 15 off 2 Lost and Forgotten.
So, that's what I'm saying. That Lost and Forgotten, just that little bit of extra healing on top of all the other control, just gives you that little bit of warm fuzzy.
Play Exemplar Light. Flying for 3/3. Whenever I gain life, I get a 1+1 counter.
6 base.
And whenever one or more
6 to base. Candace now staring at the bottom of the barrel. 6 HP left on her base.
Istvan can threaten a claim here for lethal. If Candace doesn't have the cards to remove this Aura Sing, it's game over.
Right. If I'm Istvan, I think I still try to develop this board a little bit. She's kind of, I think you're reaching for desperation here to put a Saber on this guy in this matchup. You're sort of banking on Istvan not having something in his hand to deal with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Atreus Acolyte has a villainy pip on him, which is going to mean instead of being a Sentinel, which is what she really needs right now,
she needs.
it's got raid
2. Yep. Well,
and of course the Cantwell comes in to tap it immediately after.
Yep. Istvan's first Cantwell of the game is going to lock that Atreus Acolyte out for a while.
Somebody made it.
At home. It's unlicensed. There's no license.
She's holding a No Glory, but she's, I think, debating playing it here.
I think she should.
I think she has to.
It's going to trigger.
But
well, wait a minute. What are we talking about? There's an Aura Sing on the board.
That's true. If she doesn't claim here, she might just lose. Yeah, I think
there
you're right.
goes.
I think she has to be. She's walking a tightrope here. She needs to come up with an answer for the Aura, but what is if she sideboarded in one of her condemns, that might be the only answer she has.
She needs an answer for everything on that side of the board.
That's true. There's lethal in each arena at this point. She doesn't have
That's it.
She doesn't have it.
The same way that this matchup went previously, it is a 2-0 in favor of Istvan.
Does indeed. Well, your final, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Blue-Red Control versus Blue-Red Control when we get there. Did I finally get there? It is. Candace's name finally got that update. I apologize for the earlier missteps. Candace had a great run today, though, on Talzin Green, a deck that I guarantee you not one person in this room prepared for.
Talzin Green?
Talzin Green.
Yeah, I don't
Guaranteed.
think so.
Guaranteed.
I think if you're preparing for Talzin, it's after you're preparing for Lando, Boba, Obi-Wan,
Yep.
and if you're preparing for
even
Talzin
now
even
that I
after
see
that
your
point,
decks.
it's for Talzin Yellow or Talzin Red.
Exactly what you
But kudos to her for running all the way through to the semifinals with a
and
Talzin Green.
She played great. Like, look, I think some of her only losses on the day are to like Istvan. Like, you know.
Absolutely. I think her only losses are to Istvan, actually.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at our bracket then and get all of this set up. I'm going to bring this up for a minute. Okay, let's get our matchup put in here. We said our Piet player conceded, so that means that our Aura player moves on. And we just watched Istvan win. I apologize for not being able to get that little error fixed with Candace's name. But he is moving on. So our final is going to be 1 versus 7, ladies and gentlemen. So give us a couple of minutes. We're going to shuffle some people around tables, and I'm betting that we'll be back in just a few moments. Well, guys, we're back. Briefly.
We're back.
Briefly. Because we're going to have kind of an anticlimactic end of the day. James Rigby has opted to concede the finals to Istvan. They are teammates. James apparently earned the points that he wanted. He's happy.
He's
did.
Like, I think he sit at like 300,
I think so.
350 points.
But literally, he looks at me and goes, I got a 3-hour drive home. Can we just get out of here?
I can't blame him.
Right?
And I can't blame them for not wanting to play an Aura Sing Red Mirror. That could go on for a very long time.
Yeah, like they're going to play that mirror match. Here's the thing. James was funny, right? He came over and he was joking, and I made something about I said they're going to be upset. He goes, they'd be upset if we played it because it's not fun to watch. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. It's probably not fun to watch.
It's anticlimactic, but it is what it is.
Yep, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So exactly right. Chad is exactly right. It's Planetaries. Who draws their Devastators and Planetaries first is really where that goes. The official results, ladies and gentlemen, are going to show Istvan is our champion here today.
Man, I wish someone would concede to me in a PQ
Wouldn't that be amazing?
I want that playmat.
But, you got Damien's list? Perfect. I'll get a picture of that in a minute. Brilliant. Thank you. Awesome. That's all I needed. We have Candace's list. I got a picture of that one earlier. Thank you. Awesome. I'm good. I got it already. Cool. So, guys, we are going to be done then. That's it. Istvan is going to be your winner here via concession here at the Conroe Planetary Qualifier, put on by Cards and Comics Connection. We appreciate you guys tuning in today. This has been a blast. Sam, this is the first time we've worked together. Let me say publicly in front of the camera, this was a pleasure. I really want you to come back and do more of this. This was great.
I'm glad you think that. I had a great time today.
Excellent.
I think this PQ went very well.
It did.
I think a lot of our matchups were very interesting.
Kudos to the judge staff who were just off camera over here.
Big
I see what you did there.
Staff.
I see what you did there.
But, yeah, today was a blast.
Today was a great day, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a lot of great games. It's going to end without a finals match, which makes me sad, but I understand. So, couple last minute things, guys. You've seen some of the commercials over the day. Next couple of weeks are pretty quiet. Of course, next weekend is the sector qualifier in Palm Springs, I think, or am I a week off? I forget if it's one of the first 2 weekends of May is Palm Springs.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure exactly. Make sure you tune into that. Our friends over at McClunky Gaming are going to be bringing you that stream whenever it occurs. I will not be back with Star Wars Unlimited PQ coverage until the 16th of May. I'll be in Biloxi, Mississippi for their Planetary Qualifier. 1 week after that, I'll be back here in Houston. We're doing a limited Planetary Qualifier on the north side of town, not far from the house. And then the very end of May, the 30th of May, I'm going to be up in Carrollton, Texas, just north of Dallas. We're going to be covering a premier qualifier up there. I might do Unlimited out of the studio at home on Monday night. So if you follow me on Twitch or whatever, and you see me online Monday night, I'm probably playing Unlimited out of the house. What's up? Oh, we're photobombing? All right, well, come on in, I guess.
Come on in.
They probably can't hear you,
space.
but they can't hear you. But come on in, come and get a picture. They want to come get it. It's gonna be awkward, but come on in.
Are these a few members of our top 8?
Yeah, I think they're coming in. I think Istvan's gonna come in with his mat.
I think I count.
It's gonna be weird.
6 of them.
Yeah,
7 of them.
It's gonna be tight. This camera is not framed for you guys.
Welcome our top 8.
Yeah,
at least 7
some of them.
our top 8.
Some of them. Oh, look at wear it like a bib. Yeah, you should wear it like a.
I've got it.
There we go. Getting a picture for the store record. Yeah, we were all here. We were all here today. Look at that. Come on in.
I need the IG.
What are you doing over there?
Take the photograph.
Take the picture. Okay, good.
Wonderful.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, that's it. We're going to wrap it up. I'm going to hang it up. I got an hour's worth of tear down, and then I can finally get to go home and have a shower and some dinner.
Congratulations on the win.
So I'm looking for that. Congrats, Istvan. Appreciate you. Well done. I'm going to steal your just so you know.
I did the same. He saw me in Atlanta. He's like, why are you on Tobias? Go back to Tobias.
So funny. I love it. I love it. JD, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a part of the Star Wars Unlimited community, you know how awesome this community is. I love it. Brilliant. Sam, it's been a pleasure. Let's hang it up. Guys, go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Appreciate it. Keep your eyes out. There's going to be all kinds of great Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier and other sector qualifiers and stuff. Look around for that. And in the meantime, I hope you'll tune back in a few weeks when I'm back on the stream here doing this again in Mississippi. You guys take care, and we'll see you later.